Well, hey, I know what you're gonna say about the table. Biden never updated the ADA during his presidency.
What did Donald Trump do for disability rights? Just out of curiosity.
He's gonna update the ADA. He's gonna do it all, and Biden is evil.
Okay, Biden is evil. Okay, yeah, Biden is evil. You know, Donald Trump made fun of a disabled reporter mocking his disability. Donald Trump also made fun of Joe Biden's stutter, which is a speech impediment. So please spare me that Donald Trump cares about disability rights. He couldn't care less about people with disabilities. And by the way, he tries to defund a bunch of programs that explicitly help disabled people. You and I both have seen the data when it comes to really, because you and I'm sure you and I have both seen the data. Hold on, I'm sure. Hold on. You and I have both seen the data surrounding disabled Americans. That disabled Americans have harder times getting jobs, harder times taking care of themselves. So a lot of these programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid help them stay afloat. Donald Trump, every single year of his presidency, the first time around, introduced a budget that would cut these programs. Joe Biden, every single year of his presidency, had a budget that would protect these programs. So the difference couldn't be more clear. And the fact that you called Joe Biden evil when Donald Trump has made fun of disabled reporters is concerning to me.
Put God at the center. He supports gay marriages, and I can never.
Okay, yeah, you have a good rest of your night. Get the hell out of here. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Sorry, if you're up here advocating against gay marriage, you gotta go. So we're 0 for 2 tonight in terms of people just being like normal people. We have somebody who's using the R word, and then somebody who's advocating against people marrying who they want to marry. Real solid political base over here. What's up, Claiborne? Are you MAGA? You vote for Trump?
Are you down there? Yeah, you know I'm MAGA.
Oh yeah, I know you. Do you have anything new to say? Or are you going to continue your usual garbage? What do we got?
Well, it's the first time I done talked to you since the election.
I guess probably it is, yes.
And I just want to say, didn't I tell you?
I honestly don't remember our conversation, so I have no idea what you said.
I told you he's going to get back in office.
Yeah, I mean, and a bunch of Trump supporters were saying the same thing, and a bunch of Kamala Harris supporters were saying the same thing. It's like, this is how politics works. People say their candidate's going to win.
Believe it. But
listen, buddy, you have no crystal ball. On both sides of the aisle, every single election, each party says their candidate's going to win. So in 2020, I said that Joe Biden's going to win. The Republicans said that Donald Trump's going to win. This happens every single election. You are not some mystical wizard that can predict the future.
No, that was writing on the wall. Wasn't nobody going to vote for that guy? We wanted
72 million Americans voted for Kamala Harris and counting.
But is that the majority? It ain't the majority.
Well, technically speaking, Trump did also not get the majority of Americans.
Yes, he did. He got 75 million people.
No, in terms of the American population, he got the majority of voters, but not the majority of the American population.
And that's
I just
what
want
he
to point
got.
that out there. But in terms of the election, he did get the majority, yeah.
But let me ask you something. Ain't you happy?
No.
Why ain't you happy?
Because now we have a convicted felon who's going to be taking the office.
But it's not just that. We got the Senate, the House, and the court. Ain't
yeah, that's
you happy?
bad. That's really bad.
That's amazing.
No, that's really, really bad.
We got time for real change in this country.
Yeah, it's always great when the Republicans control, everything. And the last time that happened, Donald Trump appointed a bunch of Supreme Court justices who took away women's reproductive rights, and they passed a massive tax cut for the wealthy that took from the middle class. So it's always great when the Republicans have power, right? They get so much amazing things done.
They do. They do. And let me ask you something. Ain't you excited for mass deportation?
No.
Don't you? Let me see. The Democrats, they don't see it. Can I paint this for you? Can I paint it for you?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to anyway. So whether I say yes or no, you're still going to continue to talk. So go.
Let me paint it for you. So mass deportation. We got less crime, less traffic. We got more housing.
That's just not true.
That is true. Less people equal less traffic.
Less wait. Less traffic as in cars?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is so. We live in the dumbest of times, man.
We got
So yeah. So if you take a bunch of people away, you might have less car traffic. I don't know, maybe. But you'll also be losing billions of dollars worth of economic output in the economy. Families will be ripped apart because some people have had kids here, which mean their kids are American citizens, but they'll be deported back to their home countries. And a bunch of jobs will be empty. You know, if a person overstayed their green cards, is working a job and maybe they teach, you know, soccer at the local school, they'll be deported, and all these societies will be empty, and these crucial roles will be empty. So, but that's what you're excited about, right?
Yeah, we need to get America back to what it used to be.
We've always been a nation of immigrants. What the fuck? What? Hold on. What it used to be.
Yeah.
What it used to. Wait. Just out of curiosity, when should we go back to? Like, what time frame?
I'd say the 70s was a pretty good time for everybody.
The 70s. So when we had immigrants in the country?
No, it wasn't as many as we got today.
Are you familiar with like American history and how, you know, Ellis Island and how immigrants from Ireland, Poland, Italy, all were coming over in mass in the United States around the 1900s?
Them are good immigrants.
They're good immigrants, but folks who are coming in the country right now are not good immigrants?
No, not from that southern border.
Really? Because a lot of these people are just coming in and working jobs. I mean, undocumented migrants commit less crime than native born Americans.
No, that ain't true.
Yes, it is.
That ain't true.
There are a number of studies that prove this.
The first crime they commit is crossing the border illegally, so they are criminals.
Yeah, I mean, please don't pretend to care about people breaking the law. First of all, somebody committing across the border undocumented, number one, is a misdemeanor that's often not prosecuted. Number two, a lot of the people that have come in recent years have used asylum, which means that they're here legally. And three, again, please don't pretend to care about crime. Please, just do not do it because you voted for a felon. Please,
but he's a good man.
Don't waste our time. Do not waste our time.
And that's beside the point. The thing is...
No, it's not.
The
Yes,
thing
you
is-
voted for him, my man. You voted for a felon. You can't claim to care about crime. What a joke. Come on.
The thing is that with less people in this country, we're going to have more housing. That's the number one issue, is economy and housing. You can't even afford to buy a house. And why? It's because all the illegal immigrants.
So undocumented migrants make up a significant portion or a decent portion of the construction industry in the United States. So you're saying we're going to have more houses. We're going to have houses be built by whom? If we're taking a significant piece of an industry out, how is that industry still going to operate?
By Americans.
By Americans. Where are you going to get all these Americans?
We gonna make the...
Oh crap. The live just got, oh my God, because of this guy. The live just got flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors. All right, we're going to restart. Do I restart? I don't know if I restart. Should I restart? Oh, that's so annoying. Should I restart? Yeah, somebody says. Ant says yes. Yes. All right, we'll be back in 1 second. We're going to restart the live because this guy with his hateful rhetoric just got us flagged. So we'll be back in literally 1 second. I'm just going to end it and then restart. Not going to do anything else in between. I'm going to be back in 1 second. Just restart it. Give me 1 second and we'll be back. All right? Sounds good to you guys? Sounds good. We were over 100,000 likes last time. So if you're just getting in the live again, make sure to double tap the screen rapidly. When the bar comes up, try to fill it once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times. We all know that the Trump supporters are not going to tap, so you got to make up for them. It's democracy. So make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. You know the drill. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. You guys know. You guys all know about that, you know. And Tahira, thank you for the $3. I fear I got to stop watching your lives. I can't get more obsessed with you. Damn, bro. I was like, wait, hold on. You had me in the first half. I was like, whoa, hold on. What are you talking about? Also, love that shirt on you. I think it's your color. Thank you. Appreciate that, Tahira. You had me in the first half. I was like, well, hold on now. What do you mean stop watching the lives? I appreciate the $2. Thanks for being here. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. You know the drill. Also, let me know if you're mag. I'll bring you up and we can talk. I see. Let's put in Bobby. He's in the box. I'll pick somebody from the box. Y'all rocking with this shirt? It's like a green. Maybe, I have green eyes. Maybe match it. I don't know. Hello, Bobby.
Hey.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, hell no, I did not.
Oh, then I don't need to debate you.
No, I just want to tell you something. I'm from New Mexico.
Oh, awesome.
And what these people are doing to us, and I am so fucking scared, Harry.
I know, man. You just got to keep fighting, man. You got to stay in the game.
No one, I need you to keep fighting for us.
Well, it's going to be both of us together, man. It's both of us, all of us.
I'm a 47-year-old gay man, and it hurts, and I'm scared.
I know.
Harry, it hurts.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. Listen, but the thing is, there's so many people fired up. There's so many people motivated. We're going to stay in the fight together. The good news is you have a beautiful Democratic state there in New Mexico with a great Democratic governor. So you have that wall of protection, but
Harry, and I love you for what you've done for us. And
thank you, sir.
You keep me hopeful.
Thank you, sir.
You don't know how bad. I love you, Harry, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Bobby. Listen, man. Hey, reach out if you ever need anything. All right. I appreciate you a lot, man. Thank you so much, bro.
I love you, Harry. Bye.
Have a good one. It's a nice guy, man. See that, and that fear is genuine, man. A lot of people are feeling this around the country, man. A lot of people. Yo, Juliet, thank you for the $5. You're so inspiring, Harry. Keep doing what you're doing, Juliet. You inspire me. I hope you know that. I hope this is a two-way. Hope you know it's a two-way street. This ain't just, me inspiring you. You inspire me. All of you inspire me. I hope you guys know that. Seriously. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Make sure to request up if you're MAGA. MAGA for my country, Nick says. Let's bring up Nick. You vote for Donald Trump, my man?
Mm-hmm.
Really? What state do you vote for him in? Just out of curiosity.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. So why'd you vote for him?
Because I like him more than Harris. I just like him more as a person.
Yeah. Okay. See, that's a different claim, right? You like him as a person. That's different than I agree with him on policy. Both are bad answers, but this one is especially bad because Trump is a felon, right? He breaks the law. He has been found liable for assaulting a woman in court by a jury of his peers. He's found to have committed a bunch of business fraud, has been indicted a number of times in a number of different jurisdictions, has bullied people, mocked people, made fun of women for their weight, their appearance, their age. He made fun of a disabled reporter and mocked his disability. He's also bragged on audio about assaulting women. And during his first term, he tried to overturn an election he didn't win and mishandled the COVID pandemic. He knew it was dangerous, didn't tell anybody that it was dangerous, and let people still do their things. His own medical advisor said that his actions led to hundreds of thousands of people dying unnecessarily. So please, what do you like about Donald Trump as a person? What redeemable quality does he have?
Well, when I hear him talk, I just feel more engaged with him talking instead of Harris.
Really? So when you heard him on audio saying, I grab them by the blank, I don't even wait, I just do it, referencing him assaulting women, you felt connected with him?
No, I'm just talking about like at his rallies when he's like pumping the crowd up.
So you like him because he's a showman?
I mean, I just like his personality more, and I think as president he'll be a cool guy. I mean, a lot of relations.
We're so cooked as a country, bro. Did you just say as a president he'll be a cool guy?
If he did all that and still won the presidency, I mean, what kind of message is that sending?
Well, somebody winning the presidency doesn't mean that they're going to be a good president, right? Because not every president has been great. Okay. So, but did you just say that he's going to be a cool guy as president? That's why you're a fan of his? Do you understand the qualifications of that are at least hoped and expected to be of a president?
Got 4 years. We got 4 years.
Yeah, and you recognize that just
time to make relations.
He got what? Say that again.
He got 4 years to get on good terms with people.
Who did he get on good terms with?
Well, I'm talking about when he's president, he's gonna get on good terms with people.
So he's going to do something that he didn't do the first time. He had 4 years to do this, didn't the first time?
Well, you're saying all this. I mean, if he still became president, so obviously that wasn't relevant. Because if it was really relevant, then why did so many people vote for him?
Yeah, again, him being elected president doesn't mean that he's actually going to be a good president or doesn't mean that he's qualified. Would you agree that there have been people elected to the presidency before that haven't been the most qualified or haven't been great presidents?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Okay, so your argument that, he got elected, which means that he's going to be good is not a good one. But we've seen him president once already, and it was terrible. It ended terribly. And then for some reason, people have recency bias and they just forget about all the terrible things that Trump did.
Well, he actually has like more fight in him than Harris did. I mean, Harris just got put up there while she had her feet kicked up before. Trump was actually like going to campaigns, going to different states.
So was Kamala Harris.
All the different felony charges against him he had to deal with.
Yeah, he's a criminal. Why are you advertising? What the hell are you doing? Why are you advertising him and his felony charges and convictions? Why is it like an advertising point for you that he had to deal with all these felony convictions? What?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Harris had nothing against her, but like Trump had to deal with more.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. She had no felony charges nor convictions against her. You're 100% right. 100%. Totally agree with you.
Say that Trump has felony charges and Harris doesn't. So basically, in the future,
do you hear yourself?
If you have a felony charge, I mean, that's probably just going to win the country over.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You're saying that Trump has felony convictions, which means you're more attracted to him as a candidate than you are to Kamala Harris because she doesn't have felony charges nor convictions?
No, not that specifically. I'm just talking about like his personality when he speaks.
So felony convictions are now a positive for somebody that's running to be president of the United States, who is, by the way, tasked with upholding laws?
No.
No, it's not.
No. That's not what I was going to say.
So felony convictions are a bad thing. You and I can agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, but why? Okay, then if you agree that they're a bad thing, then why did you vote for Trump?
Because I just like him more as a person. I mean, Trump has been president before, so he actually knows what he's doing. Harris hasn't been president. Donald Trump was president before.
Would you agree that there are instances where somebody might have held a role once, but it doesn't mean that they're qualified to hold that role again? Like, for example, if somebody was CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and then during their tenure as CEO of that company, they crashed it. They completely destroyed the company. It's in the ground. Would you say that that person is then once again qualified to be a CEO of a company just because they were a CEO once?
I mean, everyone deserves a second chance.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So when if somebody crashes a company, a huge Fortune 500 company, and they're trying to find another CEO job, you say, oh, well, let's give them another shot. Yeah.
I mean, are you comparing that to being president of the United States?
No, I'm not comparing it to being president of the United States. I'm comparing the logic of, oh, well, this person held a role once, which means they must be qualified to hold that role again. I would completely disagree with that.
Okay.
So you can recognize that there are instances of which somebody might have held a role once. It doesn't mean that they're qualified to hold the role again, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, it depends. Depends the role. Okay,
let me ask you this. You watch any sports?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you watch football?
Yeah.
What if tomorrow the New York Giants organization went on the street and picked like a random guy? Like out of 100 people, they just said, you're going to come be the new head coach of the New York Football Giants, right? The guy comes in, does a terrible job because he has no idea what he's doing, doesn't know football, and he gets fired. Do you think that guy is now qualified to be an NFL coach just because he was in the role of New York Giants head coach?
No.
Okay, exactly. So their role, exactly. So you understand that just because somebody held the role once doesn't mean that they're qualified. That's the same with Donald Trump. Just because he was president once doesn't mean that he's qualified or should be president again. We saw his term the first time. He crashed the economy by mishandling COVID. He lied about COVID. He lied about the election. He didn't pass any major policy. He didn't help the economy by doing anything. He gave the wealthy a huge tax cut and screwed over everybody else, and appointed a bunch of Supreme Court justices who've taken rights away from women. So maybe your future fiance, or depending on which way who you love, who you like, your sister, your daughter, whatever it might be, they have less reproductive rights because of Donald Trump.
No, he literally created world peace. He went over to North Korea, and he created world peace with Kim Jong-un, because no other president had the balls to go over there, but Donald Trump did.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Presidents didn't want to legitimize Kim Jong-un and his regime. By Donald Trump doing that, we accomplished nothing, and Kim Jong-un got the media attention that he so desperately desires. And after Donald Trump did that, Kim Jong-un and North Korea continued to accelerate their missile programs. They have more missiles today as a result of that period than ever before, and nothing changed. No policy toward North Korea changed. And also, more American soldiers died abroad under Donald Trump than Joe Biden. Donald Trump increased drone strikes more so than Joe Biden. Donald Trump dropped the mother of all bombs, in his words, warlords on Afghanistan under his presidency. He bombed Somalia. He bombed Yemen. He bombed Syria. He bombed Iraq. Please, where's this world peace that you're talking about?
I mean, he's already been talking with Putin.
Yeah, as every world leader does once somebody's elected president of the United States. So when Obama was elected in 08, in 12, and Trump 16, Biden in 20, and now Trump in 2024, after somebody's elected president, they talk to world leaders, they get the congratulations and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they're on good terms.
Really? Because, Donald Trump said that he was going to be able to end the Ukraine war as president-elect. He said he could get it done in 24 hours. Number one, he's already failed. He hasn't gotten it done in 24 hours. And number two, Russia has now started an offensive in Kursk in Ukraine, and they have 50,000 men on the ground.
He's not even the president yet.
I thought he said he could get it done as president-elect.
He's not the president yet.
Donald Trump, via his own words, said he could get it done as president-elect.
Who's the president right now?
Joe Biden is president of the United States.
So
who's president-elect?
we have until January.
But you're not listening. Donald Trump himself said he could get it done as president-elect.
Who's the president right now?
That's irrelevant to the point I'm making toward you, because Donald Trump has even acknowledged that would be irrelevant in his worldview. He never said, I'd only be able to get it done as president. He said as president-elect, which is the period right now where the people have elected him as president. He hasn't taken the office yet. He said he could get the war done. And since Donald Trump has been elected, Russia has started this massive offensive in Kursk, Ukraine, where they have 50,000 people on the ground. If Donald Trump was such an amazing negotiator and him and Putin are already talking about peace, then why is this offensive taking place right now?
Bro, you know Joe Biden also gave money and guns to Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is he doing all that? I mean, he's
Trump wants to do the exact same thing, right?
No, but you realize that Joe Biden, he's given all the monies that could go to different funds and different charities to help different countries in need. But
federal government doesn't give money.
Israel get more powerful and over there and take over Palestine.
Wait, so you're against what Israel's doing?
I don't like what Joe Biden is supporting when he's over there funding Israel.
So are you against what Israel's doing?
I'm against how Joe Biden supports them, and yeah.
So then that makes you against what Israel is doing then, yes?
If you think that, yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, Donald Trump has now appointed somebody to be a national security advisor who said that he doesn't think that the West Bank should exist.
What do you mean the West Bank? I've heard it before, but this.
All right, you have a good rest of your night. Yep, that tells me everything I need to know. What do you mean the West? Okay, what do you mean the West Bank? Oh my God. What the fuck? What is going on, dude? Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh yeah. Yo, Desta, thank you for the $3. Sorry, I can't afford more. I'm on disability for now, but not for long. You're amazing. Yo, Desta, I appreciate you so much. You know what? And you know what happens when stuff like this happens, ladies and gentlemen? When someone tells me, they're on disability, they can't afford more. You know what we do? We send them some money, try to help them out. So let's send Dessa some money. We're gonna send them $30. How about that? We'll help them out because I appreciate your support. If you're on disability, you don't have to, please just, you just being here means a lot. Let's try to help you out. You know what I mean? Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. You're doing amazing things for our community and country. Thank you for taking the time to educate others and fight for so many pressing issues. Remember, in the midst of all this, take time for yourself. Mental health is so important. Mackenzie, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for being here. You're amazing. It means a lot. Thank you for the $2. Julia, thank you for the $1. Julia, I can't read that out on live, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. Leah, thank you for the $5. We are cooked. The Trump supporter saying, well, he's a criminal, but still got elected. So that's a good sign, huh? Your reaction is the same as mine. Andrew, thank you for the $2. Do you think Trump will get rid of the filibuster? I think it's very possible. 100%. Yo, Katie, thank you for the $1. Thank you for everything you, Dean, Parker, and Chris have done. Love you from Texas. We love you from New York, Georgia, Colorado, and California. Appreciate you. Allison, thank you for the $5 because I love you. I appreciate you, Allison. Thank you so much. And finally, Kathleen, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you for fighting for us. Kathleen, thank you for fighting. This is you're still in the battle with us. You know what I mean? This is not an individual effort. This is a group effort. Also, if you're MAGA, let me know. I'll bring you up and we can talk. You can tell me why you're MAGA. Let's bring up Chandler for the time being. Yo, Fonny, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Clark, thank you for the $5. Can we please go on a date? Clark, I hate to break the news. I'm a straight white guy. So I'm as generic as they come. I appreciate it though, man. I appreciate the sentiment. Logan, thank you for the $2. Favorite color, blue. We go with blue. And Emma, thank you for the $5 saying, give me a chance. Jeez. Emma, I mean, anyway. Chandler, hello. Why'd you vote for Trump, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much.
So actually, I just kind of want to say something. So you can kick me if you want or not, whatever. Actually, I used to be a big Trump supporter, and my fiance is actually a Democrat, and I've actually opened up my eyes a lot more to different perspectives now.
That's awesome.
We had a scary pregnancy turnout a while back, and I just can't vote for somebody that is looking to take away women's rights having abortion because she had a miscarriage. And a lot of people get that very mixed up. You have a lot of older MAGA folks that think having a miscarriage is, oh, you had an abortion, you know. And another thing also is, you know, having 5 sisters and a lot of them under 14, 15 years old. I don't want somebody like Trump saying the things that he has said to younger women.
Right.
It just don't make the most sense. And one more thing, and then I'll get off here so you can actually debate somebody.
No.
I consider myself very Republican, but you can be Republican and not like Trump.
I agree. I totally agree.
And one other thing as well, a lot of, like, I'm a Christian Republican, maybe more independent, I would say, but a lot of people that are Christian and MAGA cultists say that they are pro-life, but how are you actually pro-life if you are not advocating for the woman and the baby after they have been raped?
Yeah, Chandler, you're awesome. I like this. See, I'm telling you, there are Republicans out there we can have a middle ground with. This is
because me, myself, and I can't speak for everybody, but I live in North Carolina, and I did vote for Harris. I live in Western North Carolina, actually, and we got hit bad with the hurricane or whatever. And a lot of people are misconstruing information. Joe Biden himself actually was here. And a lot of people claim that he wasn't.
Thank you.
I live in Western North Carolina, like I said.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, like I was saying about the pro-life thing, they don't advocate for these women that have been abused and stuff by their significant others. But me, myself, I donate to the McDowell County Pregnancy Center any way I can to advocate for these women. Because unless you have been in that position and noticed yourself and been through a miscarriage, you cannot speak on women's rights.
Yo, Chandler, I love you, dude. You're sick, dude. I appreciate you saying this so much. Thank you, man. Thank you. I totally agree. Golly. Yes, sir. Yes, exactly. And it's remarkable how like a personal experience can open your eyes to different things. You know what I mean? So I'm so sorry to hear about, you know, your wife and whatnot. And she got the care she needed, I hoped. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, she did.
Good, amazing. I'm glad. Well,
and
I'm glad
we
to hear
actually
that,
have a son now that's about to be 1 year old.
Well, congratulations. That's amazing, man. Well, hey, listen, thank you for coming up and saying all this, like genuinely. And like the fact that you disagree maybe on policy, but can like see the bigger picture, I think is really remarkable and impressive. So thank you for doing that. And also your charity work. That's fantastic, man. So I appreciate you a lot. You're welcome back anytime. Feel free to reach out anytime. It means a lot that you do that work.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yeah, Chandler, you too, man. I appreciate you. Guys, see, I think somebody in the chat just said we need more Chandlers. Like, I totally agree, man. We need more, like, that's the thing that people, like, I try to stress, is that not all Republicans are bad, right? Like, not all I have friends who are more conservative. I have friends who are libertarian. I have friends who disagree with me on policy. Republicans and Trump supporters are two different things. You know what I'm saying? Like there are Republicans out there who don't vote for Trump. There are Republicans out there who see that reproductive care is an important thing, and they're willing to put aside like a policy belief in order to support women. And I think that's like, you know, that's what we want society to be. Angela, thank you for the $10. I think you guys are awesome. I'm 65 with 22 granddaughters. I have I'm going to mispronounce this, Messenia Gravy. So I'm home all day worrying I'm Christian, but these Christian nationalist God is going to say, I don't know you, I think. Well, first of all, thank you for your support, and I appreciate you. And thank you for being in the fight as well. You know, whatever way your fight looks, whatever form it takes, you know, it all matters. Seriously, it all matters. I hope you know that. Look at Alan. Alan Speaks Facts wants to come up. Aaron, thank you for the $3. Liberal PA teacher fighting to save disability and Social Security. I have MS and fear I'll need my SSDI sooner than later. So please keep fighting for those who need a voice. Love your intelligence and wit. Aaron, we love you. We love teachers. We love teachers. And you're a teacher in Pennsylvania. Man, we love teachers. So thank you for your work, and I appreciate you a lot. That's very, very kind. It means a lot that you're here, and all that good stuff. Yo, McKenna, thank you so much for the $1. Why did you text me back on Snapchat last night? It made my heart flutter. I love you, and remember to get your 8 hours of sleep. I respond to people on Snapchat. I gotta, tell people. Speaking of people on Snapchat that should add me on Snapchat, what's up, Jillian? Great to see you, man. Yeah, I respond to people on Snapchat. Zoe, thank you for the $1. Accept Lily Clinton's request. We can get her up here. Dell, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. So thankful / inspired you donate to people who need it. Dell, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that a lot. And you're a good person. I hope you know that. Allison, thank you for the $2. I asked Dean and Parker to be my wingmen for you. They didn't respond. I don't know how to respond. I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest. But also, somebody in the chat just asked me for my Snapchat. It's the same as my TikTok username, Harry J Sisson on Snap, HarryJSisson. Alan, my man, you there?
Sure.
So you said you're ready to debate with facts and all that stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hit me. Why do you support Trump?
All right, I support Donald Trump because when he was president, I saw a low number on the gas, and I'm a fucking retard.
I think you got to find another hobby, my man. I think you got to go do something better with your time. Do something better with your time. I don't know, go outside maybe. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Somebody says, I knew it. I could have seen it coming from a mile away. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives. Double tap the screen as well. Continue, all that good stuff. But if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. This person says, why are you scared? I'm going to give them an invitation. Just because you know me. When someone says, oh, you're dodging or you're scared, I just have to, right? I have to, I bite. It's a flaw. It's a flaw. But anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know. Look at this person saying Trump is your president. Let's get that person up here. MAGA States of America, says this person. I'm going to invite them as well. MAGA till I die, this person says. Jeez Louise. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. That's quite a statement there. Hello, ma'am.
What's good, Harry?
Yeah, how old are you, bro?
I'm 19. What's up?
Yeah, you vote for Trump?
Of course I did.
Why? Why on earth?
Why did I vote for him?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe because Kamala is just the
Kamala.
I don't care. I don't really care.
You should care. It's just basic respect.
Nah, I really just don't. But I don't know. She's a joke too. She's a joke of a world leader. She's not respected.
Who doesn't respect her, out of curiosity?
Oh, you want to know who doesn't respect her?
Yeah.
What, right? So I'm in the diplomatic community here, okay? And
wait. What does that mean? You're in the diplomatic community. What position do you hold in the diplomatic community?
I'm a diplomat.
You're a diplomat. So whereabouts are you living?
I don't need to tell you. You don't need to know. I'll keep my mouth shut on that. But it's just
okay. So you're okay. Okay. So maybe perhaps you're living in the basement in Idaho. Quite frankly, maybe.
Okay, I'll turn on my camera here. You know what? I'll turn it on. You can see the basement I live in, Harry.
I don't need to see her. I mean, you can turn it on if you want. I just don't really care that much.
Show you the basement I live in. I'll show you the basement I live in, Harry.
I got a
Quite
question
frankly,
for the host.
perhaps that's Idaho. Quite frankly, perhaps that's Idaho. Let me take a look at this infrastructure. We're looking at maybe. Let me look at this design.
Live in a basement.
If you're living in Europe, or if you're living as a diplomat, that looks like Europe.
Anyways, so
No, wait, maybe in the Middle East.
we don't.
Do you live in Europe or the Middle East?
But it's just so funny whenever
The infrastructure looks like that.
election, you bring up Kamala and you bring up Trump and our own ambassador from the U.S. It's funny. It's funny. It's hilarious. They all see her as a joke. They all see her as not serious. Generals, military attachés, they all see her as a joke. Everybody.
Can you cite me some people on the record who are part of our government or anything like that who has said that they think Kamala Harris is a joke?
Conversations. You don't need to, whatever. But
Why is your mic so low, bro? You're talking. You're showing off a house, and yet your mic sounds like you're calling in from a submarine.
I don't give a shit about my mic, Harry.
Well, I mean, you're trying to flex on people, so I'd expect the microphone of your phone is at least okay.
You just told me I live in a basement in Idaho.
No, I said
You
perhaps.
just told me.
I said
Harry,
perhaps. I said perhaps, actually.
I live in a basement in Idaho.
I said perhaps you did.
Would you like to see my indoor pool, Harry?
Please show us your indoor pool that nobody cares about.
Exactly. Shut the fuck up. No,
somebody's mad. Somebody's mad. Why are you mad? Because you can't back up your arguments. You say, there's all these people think she's a joke. You might not respect her, but that's a you problem, buddy.
Harry. They're laughing at her. They're laughing at Joe Biden.
Who is?
Okay. Our own American.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Because if we look at, are you familiar with Pew Research Center?
I don't. These are personal conversations, my guy.
Yeah. Okay. So, hey, buddy. Debate 101. Anecdotal experiences don't mean jack. You can have a conversation with 5 people who say something. It doesn't mean that is the view of the world.
You use hypotheticals thinking you're running. You're not a
hypotheticals test logic. Hypotheticals test logic. They're different than anecdotal experiences, my man. This is so. Oh my god. Do I have to teach you like words? Like I don't understand what we're doing here.
You don't teach me anything, man. I promise you. There's nothing.
You just compared anecdotal experiences to hypotheticals. So maybe you're falling behind here a little bit.
Let's talk about.
Let me jump in here.
Let him jump in. Hold on.
He's welcome to jump in.
Shady jump in.
Let's just let's weigh the options of what states did Trump win versus what states did Kamala win.
Yes, I would love to talk about that.
What is this proving?
It proves a lot. It proves a lot, actually.
Okay, so what does it prove?
Talk about it, Harry.
What states were won?
What states were won?
Yeah, no, we're all aware of the states that were won, but I'm asking what's the point here?
Come on, let's hear it.
Talk about them.
Yeah, wait. Are you asking me to list all the states that Kamala Harris won and all the states that Donald Trump won?
Yes.
Like, what's the
Talk
objective
about
here?
the states that Kamala Harris won.
If you can't name them, then how many did she win?
I'm not doing this. Can you just make your point? Are you making the point that Trump?
I'm not winning the conversation.
Are you making the point that Trump won the swing states or what?
No, we don't care about swings. Talk about the states that she won.
Can one of you numbnuts speak at once by any chance? So what's your objective? What's your objective with asking about the states that Trump won versus the states that Kamala Harris won?
Give me a number or give me the states.
Give us the states.
Okay, Kamala Harris won New York. Donald Trump won Idaho. Does that?
No.
In the conversation,
all the states that she won.
Give me the states.
How about I just pull up the electoral map? Does that help you? Does that help you?
Now? Why are you buckling now?
No, can I pull up the electoral map? Does that help you?
You got to pull it up.
Okay, great. So
Name
let's
the
look up the
states
electoral
or
map.
give me the number of the states that Kamala won.
Here you go.
Okay, there you go.
What does this
tell
prove?
Me, correlate. What do those blue states have in common?
All of them. All of the states that she won. What do they have in common?
A lot of these states have bigger economies, more economic output. They pay more in taxes. They give more in taxes to red states. They have better education, better healthcare, better roads, better infrastructure, better water. All this stuff. So you're asking, what do all these blue states have in common? Oh yeah, they just have every metric. They're better than some of these red states. Just saying.
And how they vote. Tell us what they have in common.
Yeah. And how they. By the way, I just told you things they have in common. They have better infrastructure, better healthcare. healthcare,
in
better
how
education. They give
vote.
more to
I mean,
red states
how
and
they
taxes.
vote.
They
When
have more
go to
economic
vote, what do they
output.
have in common?
Hey guys, you know California would be the 5th or 4th largest economy in the world if it was its own country.
Okay, I have a question about California.
It keeps you guys afloat in your red states down you in
I
your
have a
basement in
question about
Idaho.
California.
Hey,
I have a
host.
question.
In your states, down there in your basement in Idaho, they keep you afloat. By the way, California
You
keeps
want to
holding
see
you
my
guys afloat.
basement in Idaho? Or you want to see it again, Harry? You want to see what's in my basement? You want to see what's inside my basement? You want to see the garage, Harry?
In the
like
middle
to
of
see the
Idaho,
basement?
congratulations. Get a potato. I don't know.
So
Idaho
please,
potatoes,
don't.
they're
Hey,
famous.
listen. Don't disrespect
Lau.
me like that, okay?
Lau,
What,
jump in.
in California, right? Do you need an ID to vote in California?
No.
Okay, now Harry, does illegal immigration become a issue when you don't need a ID to vote? Because this is a
No.
big issue. It's not an issue. It's not.
No.
It's not.
Do you have
Hey,
any
let me
widespread
jump back
evidence
in
that it's an
here.
issue?
Let me jump back in here. All
good.
the states in red, which are the majority, voted for Trump. All the states in blue don't require state ID or voter identification to vote. What does that tell you?
What does that tell you, Harry?
So wait, when Biden won all of these
does that
states,
tell you?
When Biden won all these states in 2020?
We could talk
It
about
doesn't
his
tell you
numbers
about the
too.
economy.
We could talk about his numbers too.
You're
talk
okay. You're
about
both
Biden's
like now
numbers.
freaking out. You're both like having a. I shouldn't say that on TikTok Live.
We're not freaking out, Harry.
But wait, so when
freaking out.
Biden won these states in 2020, there was no. What's
where
the
did
argument
the
there?
20 million voters Biden won go to? Where did they go to?
They didn't go anywhere. Kamala Harris has 72 million votes. Trump has 75.
So
Biden
no.
didn't win.
Biden
the
had
votes.
80
Biden
million
won the
votes.
ballot.
He had 81 million votes. So
He had
right now,
81 million votes.
as it stands right now, Kamala Harris is around has 8.7 million votes less than Joe Biden. But
Okay.
California's only counted 85% of their votes. Oregon's only counted 86. Washington, I think, is also in the mid 90s, low 90s in terms of ballots they've counted. These states take longer to count, and they're overwhelmingly blue. So these numbers are going up by the day. But you don't know this because you don't read. You play
I don't read.
Roblox
I
all
don't
day on
read.
your laptop in the basement.
I don't read.
Yes.
In my basement.
Yes.
Would you like to see my basement
Both of you
again,
don't
Harry?
read. Yes.
Would you like to see my
Biden didn't have
basement?
votes.
What was
Biden
that?
had
The
ballots.
annoying guy up top? What was that?
Biden didn't have votes. He had ballots,
Which are votes, numbnuts.
which are illegal fucking.
Do you have, okay, really? So do you have any evidence of widespread fraud?
Why is
dude,
there an
Jesus Christ.
inconsistency?
Hey,
you looked
numbnuts
at
down
the
there.
fucking
Numbnuts number one, please shut
Why
up.
is there an inconsistency in Biden
I
and
promise
Harris
nobody needs to hear you talk.
numbers?
Nobody wants to hear your voice. Go ahead.
Why
Do you
is
have any
there
widespread evidence of fraud?
inconsistency in Biden and Harris's numbers?
So wait, if in one election there's X amount of people voted, and in the next election Y amount of people voted, and X is bigger than Y, does that mean that there's fraud?
Absolutely, because
Really?
there were
Or maybe it's just
registered
possible that less
Absolutely.
people
Harry,
voted
this
in
is-
an election.
Harry, this is voting, okay? This is not.
Yeah,
you're-
it's voting.
You're making
Good-
it seem
good job,
smaller
man.
than it is. This is voting,
you have
right?
20,000 more voters in a precinct that aren't registered. That would kind of
What
raise
precinct
red
are you talking about?
the fucking thousands of precincts that were
Precincts,
fraudulent.
nice. What precincts are you talking
Precincts.
about that had unregistered voters voting?
Excuse me?
What precincts are you talking about that had unregistered voters voting in mass?
What precincts do you want me to
do you have
list
an answer
out
to
of
the question,
fucking
please?
50 states.
Do you have an answer to the question?
It was widespread voter fraud.
Are
Jesus Christ, how
you
stupid
alleging are you talking about 2020 or 2024 right now?
I'm talking about 2020.
Okay, so why did Donald Trump lose over 60 court cases? Why does his own FBI say that there was no fraud? Why did his own Department of Justice say that there was no fraud? Why did the
So
two
you
outside
think- you
agencies that
think-
he hired to investigate to find fraud both come to the same conclusion that there was no fraud? Why did his own lawyers and family members tell him that there was no fraud? Where is
Harry.
it? Is it just hiding?
Apparently, you're not keeping up with court
Do you
cases.
think that
Oh
the
no!
U.S. government?
Hey! He lost over 60 court cases in 2020,
You
buddy.
think that
I don't know
the
why you're
US
still hanging your hat on
government
this.
is going-
You're so
Where's the 20 million
strange.
votes?
It's so
Is
strange.
going to allow
the,
itself.
where's the 20 million votes for camel toe?
Where is it?
Oh, real
Where do they go?
mature. A
Where
middle-aged
do they
man.
go,
A middle-aged
Harry?
man is making fun of the first female vice president of the United States. Do you feel so big and strong about yourself? Do you feel like a big, strong man now? You're so
Such
weak when you do
flattery.
shit
You're
like this.
judging
When
my
you do
age.
shit like
Such
this, you only
flattery.
expose your own immaturity. Oh,
Harry, you did jumping jacks
oh,
for
that's
Joe
so good.
Biden. You're
Oh,
the
that's so
weakest man-
good. You really
you're the
got her.
weakest man
You
in
really
the
got
room,
her.
okay?
You really got
You
her.
did jumping jacks on Joe Biden. Relax
You
yourself.
really got
buddy.
you really got her. What are you what, down here doing jumping jacks on Joe Biden? Bro, go like outside. Go read a book. Hey, Lowell, can you tell me the 3 branches of government?
Harry, we're not gonna do the stupid shit. We're not doing the stupid shit. We're not
No.
doing the stupid shit.
The answer is no, by the way. He can't tell me the 3 branches of government. He can't, by the way. That's a funny
Harry, I
thing.
have
By the
a
way,
question. I have a
there
question.
wasn't 20 million less votes. You guys are just very
Yes, there was.
Really?
Yes, there was.
Do you want to bet? Are you looking up the 3 branches of government? Oh my God, bro!
No,
This guy,
I'm
this
getting
guy
on my
actually.
computer. I don't
Somebody
need to
get this
search that
guy.
out.
Somebody get this guy a book, bro.
Harry,
You know what your
I have a
Christmas present should be
question.
this year? Just a book, bro.
I have a question,
Or Hanukkah
Harry.
or whatever you celebrate.
I have a question. Why don't you talk to us about how Kamala Harris is in debt $20 million and she spent in 3 months, she spent $1 billion US. And you wanna
As
tell
opposed to,
us
like,
that this person is about to
euros?
fix the economy? You want to tell us that this
Wait,
person
are you arguing that Kamala Harris runs her finances of her campaign?
I
No,
would
Hollywood
expect
does.
so. Why the f-
Yeah, so,
Dude, this is her campaign.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris is not running the books. She's not sitting there running the books. And also, there are plenty of campaigns in history that have
If she's
outstanding
not-
debt.
if
Like, for
she is
example,
not-
Donald
if she-
Trump
if she's
has
not involved in the books of her
$750,000 in
campaign,
outstanding debt stretching back to
if she-
2016.
If she is not involved
Also,
in
by the way-
books of her campaign,
By the way, hey, numbnutses,
then
plural.
that's just
It's
wild.
plural, numbnutses. Listen up. Whoever just said that there are 20 million less votes, you maybe need to go back to kindergarten because with your intelligence, you might be a danger to society. In 2020, 155 million American votes. Right now, there are 147 million votes that have been counted. I'm not sure if you're aware of this,
Okay,
but
okay, so tell us how
155
many
is not
votes
20
Biden
million
got and
more
tell
than
us how many
147.
Harris
And
got.
also, only 95% of the votes have been counted. So there's still millions
he
more
did
votes
there.
coming
Look what
in.
He did there. He did
I
the
mean,
total
oh
amount.
my
He didn't do
God.
Specific Biden and Harris. We want to hear for Biden and Harris. Go specific there, Harry.
On what?
Break it down.
On what?
Go specific.
On what?
On Biden and Harris.
In terms of like accomplishments or what?
I don't know. I'm talking about votes. Accomplishments.
Okay,
He's done
yeah.
nothing.
So Biden got
He's
81
done
million
nothing.
votes.
She ruined the border.
Biden
She
got
ruined
81
the
million
border.
votes.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't go on a tirade on me. Biden got 81 million votes. Kamala Harris is currently sitting at 72 million votes, and only 95% of the country's votes have been counted. California's only counted 79% of their votes. Kamala Harris has received 8 million there.
Yes,
so it's
because we
reasonable to
trust-
assume
we
that
trust
Kamala Harris has millions
California
more
where
votes
you can
coming
vote
in.
without a
Oregon
state
has only
ID.
counted. Hey, please be quiet. I can promise you nobody needs to hear your voice. Oregon has only gotten 88% of their vote counted. Washington has only counted 94% of their vote. Oh, killer. Thank you. That actually came in clutch. So as I was saying, without Mr. Blabberface over here, 79% of the votes in California have been counted, right? Oregon's only counted 88% of their votes. Washington's only counted 94% of their votes. All of the votes have not been counted yet, right? There's still a million more votes coming in. Okay, so
Yes,
you
because
comparing
we
the vote
trust
totals right now,
California,
you
where don't
comparing the
need
vote
a
totals right
state
now means
ID to
nothing.
vote.
What?
Of course.
That's
But
not
all
going
our
to help.
states-
man.
Okay, hey, guys, I asked the question again. Do you have any evidence of widespread fraud?
I don't know, Harry. Sounds to me like if you don't need an ID to vote, then there is absolutely something going on. And
Really? So,
it looks
so
to me like she won every single.
okay, so by your argument, then every election prior to states having voter ID laws was rigged. Do you see how
Harry.
stupid that sounds?
Harry.
Oh my God.
Harry.
Oh,
I'm gonna give you a little. I'm gonna give you a little something.
it's
here,
so
okay?
embarrassing. It must
I'm
be
gonna
so
give you a
embarrassing
little
to like
something.
argue stuff like this. It's so embarrassing to
won
argue stuff
every
like this.
state she
Hey,
won.
Lau.
It's so embarrassing to argue stuff like
Okay,
this.
can you agree? Can you agree that every state she won, no voter ID was required?
I don't know the
and there
laws
could
in
be
every
a
single state.
possibility that there was voter fraud.
I
Could
don't
you agree
know.
on
No,
that?
we have.
There's
There's
no-
quite
so there's
literally
no
no
possibility.
evidence. There's no
There's
evidence.
no evidence.
Yes.
No
So,
evidence.
okay, there is a video. There is a video where it's in. I'm not sure. I think it's in Philadelphia. I'm not quite sure. Okay, and across from a voting station, there is a kind of this, it's an NGO, I think, okay? And they're promoting illegal immigrants to vote right across from this station.
What are you talking about?
There's an entire, he does these documentaries. I forgot his name. I watched it and I was just amazed.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
We're staying on track here, buddy.
Exactly. You're claiming that there's a mass. You're claiming that there's a mass conspiracy involving the federal government, but you can't name the three branches of the government. Make it make sense. How many continents are there? Maybe you can get this one right as a diplomat, huh? How many continents are there?
How many continents are there?
Yeah.
Harry, we're not doing this shit, bro.
No way you can't answer that question. It's so easy. It's so easy. Just please,
bro. We're not doing this shit.
Make me more confident in you. How many continents are there?
Way more than you have, my guy.
Man. Really?
Okay,
what'd you say? You said you've traveled more?
20 times more. God.
Really?
Oh my God. You don't even want to. Don't go there, my guy.
I've lived in like 3 different continents, by the way.
Oh, you lived in 3 different continents? Yeah. Oh my God, bro. I lived in 5, my nigga. So please relax.
Oh, well, now you gotta go. You can find something. All you have to do is just find something that bugs them. You find something that bugs them. This guy is bragging about his travels. So you say, oh yeah, I lived in 3 different continents. That'll get him snapping, dude. All you have to do is find their little weakness and they go off, man. All you got to do is find their weakness and they go off. It's how it works, everybody. It's a fun fact. Fun fact. What God, who are these people, man? Megan, thank you for the $3. Why do they want us to think this election was unfair? Their guy won. Exactly, Megan. I have no idea. Bailey, thank you for the $5. I live in PA, did not need an ID to vote. Exactly. Because, PA is a good place to live. David, thank you for the $15. We need to fight for our democracy. Happy people like you are leading the way and educating Americans. David, I appreciate you, my man. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. New York requires ID for first-time voters and signatures verified every election. Well, yeah, of course, signatures are used in, I think, every single state. Bonetta, thank you for the $1. Yo, Harry, thanks for all your work. I'm 18. You should have me back on Snap. I love politics. I'm low-key interested in debating and wanted to ask you some questions. And nice fit, by the way. Yo, Bonetta, I appreciate that so much. Happy to give anybody or have that conversation with anybody. Yo, Vanessa, thank you for the $2. Have you heard about the Starlink ballot count video? No, not valid. I can assure you that there was no funny business there. So anyway, Nicolette, thank you for the 10 cents. What music do you like? I kind of like a bunch of different stuff, to be honest. Kathleen, thanks for the $20. Again, you can also look on my Spotify if anybody wants to. I thank you for the $20. This is my second donation because I can't, because I wanted to write more LMFAO, but I can't say what I wanted to say since it's over 280 words. Well, Kathleen, I appreciate you. You can also comment on your own Venmo payment, so you don't have to keep donating if you don't want to. Catherine, thank you for the $1. Tell him this is from the RNC. Should have done it when he was here. Allison, thank you for the $5. Teacher from Nebraska, worried for her students. I'm so grateful for you because I've never been scared to go toe to toe with misinformed people, but you've inspired me and educated me on how to do it better. Well, Allison, number 1, so glad you're a teacher. Number 2, glad you're out there debating. That's awesome. Truly. That's really, really amazing to hear. And thank you for being a teacher. Maddie, thank you for the $1. What are your thoughts on Trump's policies for the Department of Education? I appreciate you and what you do. Trump wants to get rid of the Department of Education, which is, going to greatly affect, especially students who need special assistance in schools, low income students and things like that. That's Trump. That's his education policy. That's what I think of that. It's terrible. Sharon, thank you for the $25. Peace in America. That's the goal. Molly, thank you for the $5. Had to take a break from the lives for my mental health after this election. Feels good to be back. Thanks for still doing what you do. Molly, I appreciate you coming back here, taking time for yourself and, take as much time as you need. Seriously. Look at this person in the chat. Lily saying women for Trump. Is she requesting up? Oh my God. That's actually crazy, bro. Sarah, thank you for the $20. Keep it going, Harry. The fight never stops, whatever the outcome. Sarah and Michael from Kentucky. Exactly right. I totally agree. Leah, thank you for the $2. I already donated today, but I just needed to say that. Oh, Chandler made my night. Need more aware Republicans like him. I agree. And finally, Ashley. Oh, yeah. Ashley, thank you for the $2. I swear you get crazier people than Dean and Parker combined. Thanks for educating these bozos. Well, we try to do our part. And I'll do Cash App in a second. But anyway, Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
What state do you vote for Donald Trump in?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not Republican. I'm actually registered as a libertarian.
And you voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I also voted for Shapiro, so I kind of flip.
Uh-huh. So why'd you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump to protect women's sports.
What federal policy is Trump going to institute to do that?
He's keeping trans women out of women's sports.
Yeah, that's exactly the question I asked. What federal policy? Because that's not federal policy. You know that, right? It's like state policy. You didn't know that?
But he's like, if he's limiting though the amount of people that can transition under the age of 18, like that would help prevent.
People under the age of 18 don't get surgery or anything like that.
Yes, they do.
No, they do not.
Yeah, according to a 2022 report done, 220 adolescents from ages to 13 and 17 had a gender affirming mastectomy.
Yeah, so there's like very specific circumstances of which doctors, psychiatrists, and parents come together, and if they think that a surgery. Okay,
that's
so
fine. I'm
but wait,
not
hold
against.
on. If they think that a surgery,
saying that none.
hold on.
You're saying no. You said none.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're not talking about widespread. So we have these very rare circumstances where, as I mentioned, doctors, psychiatrists, and parents come together and they think that is the best course of action for this particular individual. But in terms of widespread, no, you can't just be a minor and walk into a hospital and say like, yeah, I want surgery. And even if parents approve in that case, it's still not likely. There has to be like a extremely strict regimen of hormone therapy, societal therapy, which is things like, respecting somebody's pronouns and things like that. But it's incredibly rare, like compared to the amount of people under the 18 that are trans, and of course people above the age of 18 are trans. Like those surgeries are incredibly rare.
I'm actually also with a woman, so
you're what?
I'm also with a woman, so I'm not like anti-LGBTQ.
I don't think you're anti-LGBTQ plus, but you're registered as an independent. If doctors and psychiatrists and parents are coming to the conclusion that this would be the best course of action for their child, or somebody above the age of 18 is coming to the conclusion that it's the best course of action for them, wouldn't you want the government to stay out of that decision? Isn't that what being a libertarian is about?
But like, you can't make a permanent decision like when you're a child. Like kids can't get tattoos for a reason.
Yeah, so that's why well, first of all, tattoos are not like medicine. There's no expert or doctor advising them this might be a good course of action. So it's just not comparable. But, and that's just incredibly rare. As we just talked about, you just acknowledge. Okay, make sure to double tap the screen on this new live. I appreciate you. Make sure to run up those likes. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes super quickly. If you're just getting in the live, double tap the screen, run up the bar. When the pink bar comes up, just fill it up once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, maybe 4. And also drop a follow if you haven't already. And what else? Oh, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. You know the drill. You know the drill. So anyway, but we're back here. If you are MAGA, if you are voting for Donald Trump, or excuse me, if you voted for Donald Trump and you're proud about voting for Donald Trump, I mean, golly, make sure to request up. By the way, you guys are running up the likes. We're like, it's sprinting right now. We just went from like 33 to 36 in like a matter of seconds. So that's crazy. I appreciate all of you guys. Have a bone to pick with you, MAGA. Don't be scared. I agree, Anthony. That's my guy right there. I agree. Very, very proud that I voted for him, says Autumn. Let's give Autumn an invite. Because, wow, she has a 10-year-old. Debate an actual debater. Yeah, anybody's welcome to come up right now, my man. Anybody's welcome to come up right now. I think it might be Chuck. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. Again, make sure to keep double tapping the screen. We're basically at 100,000 likes. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes. And, of course, spam those shares down there. Send it to a friend, family, loved one, or just copy link. It all goes a long way. And, of course, drop a follow if you haven't already. You know the drill. And, okay, Chuck, man, why you MAGA, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Barry? I don't have to say I'm MAGA just for a good amount of reasons. First off, just the economy overall. And, as soon as Trump got elected, stock market soared, and I won a bunch of money off that. So, I think that's great. And then he also was just better with a lot of policies, with surrounding girls, and protecting girls' rights. And I think that he's just overall a better candidate with that.
Hold on. Let's go backwards for a second. Trump is better with protecting girls' rights. What rights exactly is Donald Trump fighting to protect for women?
Guys not being allowed to go in girls' bathrooms and keeping guys out of girls' sports.
So I always find the bathroom conversation really funny because who's paying attention to who's in the bathroom with them? Like when you go into a bathroom, are you looking at other guys that are in the bathroom with you?
That's something that other people complain about. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you. This is a point that you made. So are you like, when you walk into a bathroom, are you scouting it out?
No, but I think girls are. I
right?
think they're pretty scared about that.
I don't know. Are you like paying attention? Are you like looking to check out people's genitals to see if they're in the right bathroom, buddy?
No. That's
so it's just like it's just a little weird, isn't it? It's just like a little weird for you to like be like,
that's not the main issue. That's just not what really comes to top of mind. It's mainly just the economy, and I think that.
Hold on. Do me a favor. You see this guy right here?
Yeah.
What bathroom should he go to?
I don't know. I don't want to dive into this. This is
no. Let's finish this up and we'll move on. What bathroom should this guy to go to? Like you see this guy in the street, what bathroom do you think he should be going to?
No, I mean it doesn't bother me.
What bathroom do you think he should go to?
I don't know, guys one, I guess.
Yeah, that's my buddy Cole Perez. He's a transgender man. So by your definition, like keeping people out of people bathrooms, should this gentleman be going into the bathroom with women by your worldview?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. That's my buddy Cole. Shout out Cole Perez.
What I'm getting at is, look at your background. Like Trump's a president now, or he's going to be the president. Why don't you just try to root for him instead of try to say he's terrible? Because when Biden got elected, I was pissed about it, but I was like, all right, let's hope he does well. But why don't you try to put it in a positive way? Just be like, all right, let's hope that Trump rallies America together and does a good job.
Yeah, so I'm fully rooting for his success. I want Donald Trump to do well. When Trump does well, the country does well. I just have absolutely no faith in him that he's going to do well.
Well, I mean, 2016 through 2020 is pretty good. What would you say didn't go well about that?
No. There was a massive pandemic that he mishandled. He didn't actually pass any major policy that made anybody's life better. And during the pandemic, he lied about it. His own medical advisor said that because of him and his actions, or should I say his inactions, led to hundreds of thousands of people dying unnecessarily. And then by the end of his term, he lied about an election that he lost and then tried to illegally stay in power. So I'm just not seeing many benefits of the Trump administration.
I mean, I think he handled the pandemic to his best of his abilities. I mean, he tried to cut travel off from other countries. People said he was racist for it. And then, what else did you want him to do? I mean, it affected every country. It's not like
I wanted him to be honest with the people and follow the science. If he would have just followed the science and recommended people social distance and use masks and encourage people to take vaccinations and things like that, that would have gone a long way in saving a lot of people's lives. Instead, Donald Trump actually knew that the virus was deadly, that it spread through the air, that it was transmissible from humans and things like that. He's on audio acknowledging it, but that's privately. In public, he was saying that, it's fine, it's going to go away by Easter. So he lied to the American people. He knew it was deadly, didn't tell us that he knew that, and continued to spread misinformation about it. He undermined, expert virologists like Dr. Fauci, who's one of the most cited virologists in the world, and said that he didn't know what he was talking about and that he knew better. He's just completely lied to all of his supporters. And we saw it in more Republican-leaning districts. More people died than in Democratic-leaning districts because people in the Democratic-leaning districts were listening to the science.
Yeah, I mean, but I just I think everyone did mask. It was kind of like a states thing, states that really wanted there to be masks, they were able to enforce masks. But then states like Florida, they didn't want masks, and I think they turned out mainly okay. I mean, I know there's a lot of deaths, but it's just I think that there wasn't that disproportionate.
Yeah, no, Florida as a percentage of population had a higher death rate than that of California. And this is pretty consistent across the United States. There are some anomalies because some states that were hit first and hardest might have had more deaths because of the initial hitting.
I haven't seen that anywhere.
The data is pretty clear.
What's your source on that? There wasn't a catastrophic amount of deaths in Florida compared to other states.
The CDC. There was a catastrophic amount of deaths across the United States. Over 1.2 million people died.
Of course, yeah. No, I know, but I'm just saying, I think the masks and the no masks, there wasn't really a correlation on which one worked and which one didn't.
Yeah, there absolutely is a connection. Yes.
I mean, you
can look up a number of peer-reviewed studies published by the CDC that talk about how mask usage greatly reduces the infection the infection rate of COVID or, spreading of COVID and things like that. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, but I just don't think that, if you really think about it, looking back, like it's staying 6 feet away from somebody wearing a mask. I don't know if it really did that much, but
it did a lot. I mean, so that was the initial science. So things have evolved over time, especially if you're outdoors. So if outdoors, 6 feet is not necessarily, or I shouldn't say it's not necessary, but masking like saved a lot of lives. If we didn't have masking, a lot more people would have died. And Donald Trump knew this. And he decided to lie about it for political reasons because his base was so riled up. Oh, you're making me wear a mask. This, that, whatever. They were so riled up about it. He played into it. And so he was lying to the American people, knew it was deadly, knew that masking was effective, didn't care, wanted to rile up his base anyway. I think that's wrong. Oh, he left. Dude just straight up left. That's funny. Dude just straight up left. A bunch of your payments on Venmo because I got banned and stuff like that. So I wanted to make sure that you knew I saw them. Eco, thank you for the $5. I'm worried for how the next 4 years will go, but I'm trying to remain hopeful. It's just scary. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to remain hopeful. We got to try. Delirious E-Girl, thank you for the $5. I'm Nurse Rachel on TikTok. I'm a registered nurse and master's student specializing in endocrinology. As a trans BIPOC woman, I bring both personal and professional insight to educational debates. If you need someone to join panels and help educate, yeah, let's do that. That'd be great, actually. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get you up here next time that somebody brings something like that up. Rob, thank you for the $2. Hi, I followed you for a long time. I wish I could send more. I'm unable to because I'm a caregiver for my wife who's on disability. She's bedridden, has total parental nutrition because her body can't absorb nutrients. Rob, my God. That is... I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. And wow. I read a bunch of the message you put below. Rob, that is, well, first of all, thank you for your support, man. That is tragic. I'm really sorry to hear that, man, but keep pushing through, all right? Keep pushing through, Rob. I appreciate you a lot. And Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Love your lives. You're also really pretty. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. I appreciate that. Allison, don't read out loud. I see that. Thank you for the $1. Christina, thanks for the $4 from Parker's Discord. How are you ever going to get a Discord? Maybe. I don't know. It's pronounced Echo. I got you. And then finally, Anaya, thank you for the $1 on Cash App. You've taught me so much. I've made red voters go blue. God, I love that. God, I love that, man. I love that. I love hearing that. All right, if you are MAGA, if you want to come up and tell me why you voted for Donald Trump, why don't you come do that? Why don't you come do that? You can tell me why. You can tell me why. Let's see. I'm looking in the box. Let's bring up Caleb. PayPal. I don't have PayPal. I only have Venmo Cash App. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. You know the drill. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes. Caleb, my man, you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir. I did. Oh, no. So reason I voted for him is the lesser of two evils. I'm a Christian man, and that's in my opinion, lesser of two evils. I thought he aligned more with my views, but I did have a serious question. I guess did you see all my comments trying to get joined?
I didn't.
Do y'all think y'all would have won if y'all would have had Robert RFK as y'all's candidate?
No.
Not at all?
No.
So, look, I'm not trying to start shit or talk shit. Seriously, how come you think that?
Because he didn't come close in the Democratic primary. He didn't come close when he was running as an independent. So, given his electoral history, I have no reason to believe that RFK Jr. would have been an effective candidate.
Well, the thing is, he was, one of his family was like a well-known big Democrat family. And on top of that, it was kind of one of the old school mind. Like, I know a lot of guys that were registered Democrat that swapped over on their voter cards to Republican because way back in the day, the mindset of the parties was flip-flopped. Well, then, here at Obama's term, it flopped around. Which this is a guy.
Yeah, RFK Jr. is definitely not in line with like old school Democrats. Like old school Democrats were not anti-vax and conspiracy theorists. So, and a lot of people appreciate public health.
On the guy that says he's anti-vaxxed.
He is. He's questioned the efficacy of a variety of different ones. So, no, I don't think that RFK Jr. being on like the Democratic side or like embracing Kamala Harris would have changed anything. And now he might be like running our public health system in the United States, which God help us all. I mean, seriously, God help us all.
Dude, that guy is like 70 something and fucking jacked. I mean, like, you can't take away from him knowing he knows what's healthy and what ain't.
Okay, so wait, just to be clear, should Mick Jagger run our health system?
No.
Because Mick Jagger's like 80 or like 75 and he's still like dancing around on a stage and performing. He's like incredibly in shape for his age.
Dude, that's all fucking sex and drugs, man. I mean, that'll keep a lot of people alive.
Definitely not that. It's definitely not that. It's just that he's an in shape, older man. But Mike is 81. Look at that in the chat. Somebody said Mick Jagger's like 81. So just like if your definition is, if you're old and in shape, that means you're healthy, which means you can run the health system of the United States, then man, the bar is literally in the goddamn ground, because you can just find a bunch of people who are older but really in shape and just say, well, why don't you go run the health system of the United States? RFK Jr., just because he's like in shape, which I don't think he's like jacked by any stretch of the imagination, but just because you think he's in shape doesn't mean that he's knowledgeable. Doesn't mean that he's at all comparable. It sounds like you might just like have a thing for RFK Jr., which, by the way, in this live, we don't judge. You can love whoever you want. But if you're talking about him being like chiseled, buddy,
making it a gay topic. Are you secretly in the closet gay?
No, I mean, you just seem to be a big fan of his, and I really don't judge. We accept everybody. You can love who you want to love, but you're talking about him being like chiseled and stuff like that. It just seems a little strange.
Hey, Bible says judge justly. So
what?
The Bible says judge justly.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with the conversation, but sure.
I'm just saying, look at the old person, the Biden's choice over
Rachel Levine.
And look who's
a doctor. Just to be clear, we're talking about a doctor versus somebody who's not a doctor. It's that easy. It's like you're like what I just don't understand, like genuinely, I don't understand the movement of MAGA toward like people who have no idea what they're talking about. RFK Jr. has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to health. He's not a doctor, he's not a virologist, he has no idea what this stuff means. And then suddenly you think that he should be in charge of running the health. What happened to appreciating competency? What happened to appreciating experience in America? It's so strange what you guys are doing right now.
Dude, I'm in the blue collar field, and experience is not appreciated. However, not going to get into that.
I think that any field you work in, experience is definitely appreciated. Any field in America.
No, dude.
What? But okay, so just out of curiosity, if you're getting open heart surgery, would you rather have somebody who's been doing open heart surgery for 20 years do your open heart surgery, or would you rather have a guy who looks in shape and is against traditional medicine doing your open heart surgery? Because that's what we're talking about here. What would you?
No,
rather?
That's not what you're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Severely overweight and transgender offering.
What are you talking about? Who the fuck? Who the hell even are you? What are you talking about?
Rachel Levine.
Hold on. I'm not talking to you yet. You zip it. Be quiet. I promise nobody needs to hear you speak. You answer the question.
You mean me?
Yes, you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to use names here. But anyhow, how did you get affiliated with the Biden administration, like the campaign?
Are you just not going to answer my? First of all, I'm not affiliated with them. I don't work with the campaign. Are you not going to answer the question? Like, would you rather have somebody who's experienced with 20 years of experience in open heart surgery doing your heart surgery, or not? Or would you rather have? Sorry,
dude, lost track. Well, to be honest with you, yeah, it'd probably come down to most experience. But when you're under, you can't speak for yourself. You ain't got a choice. Really and truly, the best insurance policy you have is Jesus Christ. Because all this over here is temporary anyways. Down here,
man. Oh boy.
But anyhow,
oh boy, in the chat. Oh boy.
So what state are you? Like, just not talking shit, please. Okay. Like, what state are you from? What size high school did you go to?
New York.
Okay, New York. Pretty good.
High school.
Okay, about how many graduating class?
Like 100.
Okay. So, I mean, has it just always been like at the high school you went to and everything, being so close, like over there on that side of the world? Like, I'm from I'm from Oklahoma, and which I wasn't an Oklahoma resident in this last election. But anyhow, like in high school during history class and all that stuff.
We're saying someone who's in trans. What?
Can you be quiet? We're in the middle of a conversation. Don't make me mute you again.
What?
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in a second. I promise. I'll talk to you in a second. I promise. As long as you're not like an incoherent weirdo, I'll talk to you.
So, but anyhow, no. That's the main thing I was really wanting to ask was if you thought you could have won with RFK, and
no,
also,
I don't think we could have won with RFK.
So, with that being said, with Miss Harris running, I'm not going to butcher her first name. So, with her, like, how does that make the Democrat Party as a whole feel that the person that they nominated in the primary, obviously he dropped out due to age. Hey, when you get too old to do a job, it is time to retire, right? But they didn't get to choose their candidate.
Well, you don't have to worry about it because you're not part of the Democratic Party. So,
was that offensive?
No, I'm just saying this is not something that you should be concerned about. You're not part of the party.
Well, I mean, it's just a genuine question. I'm actually like,
I feel good about it.
Wondering.
I voted for Kamala Harris to be the vice presidential nominee. The idea when you vote for somebody to be president and you vote for their vice president is that the person who's vice president would be next in line. Right. So Kamala Harris was next in line. She was endorsed by Joe Biden. The delegates surrounded around her, which was within party rules and party guidance. And that's what happened. This exact same scenario would happen in the Republican Party if Donald Trump dropped out.
Okay,
see you
so
again, Jillian.
If
but this has been litigated, man. It's all in the past. Who cares?
Step in and run in his place for the 2024 presidential election. Then how come Biden's getting to stay in office till January? Like, why is he still getting to be in charge with that?
Why would he not be president?
Status?
Why would he not be president?
Well, if he's too old to be president 4 or 5 months from now, then hey, what makes him fit right now?
He's not too old to be president.
That's not real convincing.
Okay, that's fine. I don't really care if it's convincing or not for you.
Well,
like you're not gonna, like nothing I say is going to convince you no matter what that he's like fit to serve. So if you don't think that's
touche, right?
What was that?
Touche, right?
Yeah, there you go. All right, man. I'll leave it there.
Above your head. Trump is terrible, or prove me wrong. Trump's terrible. So hey, goes both ways, I guess.
There you go. All right, man. You have a good one. All right.
Later.
Thanks, man. This conversation's surely going to be fun. Rebecca, thank you for the $4. You do amazing work. So do you, Rebecca. I hope you know that. Allison, as a queer woman and a future educator, there's no excuse for voting for Trump. I don't care who you are, where you are from, how old you are. Voting for him is against all of our futures. Thank you for fighting for us and with us. Your voice matters. You are gorgeous. Love you. Yo, Allison, I appreciate you. And thank you for keeping up the fight. You matter a lot. And understand that everybody here supports you and supports you in that fight. It's a team effort. You know what I mean? Megan, thank you for the $3. If Harris has taken on RFK in her campaign and cabinet, I honestly would have hesitated to vote for her. I would have questioned her judgment. Yeah, I wouldn't have hesitated to vote for her, but like that would be a very bad judgment call in my view. Virginia, thank you for the $5. Thank you for everything that you stand for. Just got my wisdom teeth removed, and these debates are the only thing keeping my mind off of it. Wishing you the best. Virginia, I wish you a speedy recovery. That's a tough procedure. So I'm hoping you're doing all right. I'm hoping you're doing all right. And Echo, I appreciate you for correcting me on that. And Trista, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Along with everybody else, I appreciate you. All right, Taylor, you seem like such a pleasure to talk to. You want to figure out how to unmute. Yo, Amy, that shirt makes your eyes beautiful. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate the $5 on Cash App. Peachy Baby, can you check my text on Snap? Darian, I will. If you slid up on my story, I should be able to see it. I will try to remember doing that. Mark, thank you for the $5. Dunning-Kruger effect USA is on display. Yeah. Let's give this person an invite to unmute.
Okay, so
so why did you guys? How many people am I talking to now?
Two.
So why'd you guys? What was that?
It's both me and my fiance.
Gotcha. All right. So why did you guys vote for Donald Trump?
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So that guy brought up some interesting points. This felt like the third primary election that they rigged in a row. I voted blue my entire life. They completely skipped the primary process. They didn't give us a chance to go for anybody else. The DNC changed rules. So anybody who was campaigning in New Hampshire and I believe Iowa, the votes would automatically go to Biden. No other candidates. RFK Jr., Dean Phillips.
They did the same thing for Trump in 2020, by the way.
They didn't appear on the Florida ballots. No other names appeared on there. They did it to Bernie twice. They basically installed Kamala. I heard your total argument against that guy, and voting for the vice presidential pick is not the same as the 41 million votes that Biden got. They should have had open primaries. 14?
14.
Who's counting?
It's a lot different.
So that's 14 million that went to Biden, did not go to Kamala. You can argue all day that that was his VP pick, so those votes automatically go to her. And if he dies, she's the next one in line. Yeah, that's totally fine. That's an argument. I don't think it's a fair one, and I disagree with you. And I think that the party who was screaming nonstop, this guy's a threat to democracy, completely subverted it for the third primary in a row, and I'm not going to reward them with...
Okay, so I just want to be clear that the Republican Party canceled primaries for Trump in 2020 in states like South Carolina, Nevada.
During the COVID pandemic.
What? Oh, well, okay. Well, that changes. No, it doesn't. Come on, man. What, come on. Donald Trump, the Republican Party, canceled primaries for Trump in 2020 because he was the incumbent president and people wanted to run against him. They basically shut all of that down. So if you have a critique of the Democratic Party for doing that, which in certain states made decisions to do that, which is, states' rights, by the way. If you have a problem with that, I'm sure you would have a critique of the Republican Party doing the exact same thing.
Sure. It's not for the third primary election cycle in a row. Single delegate dropping out and endorsing Biden. Bernie Sanders was ahead of everybody else.
So I'm not sure how familiar you are with like presidential history, but this happens all of the time in like every single election on both sides. When it's clear that somebody's not going to win the primary, they usually hold on. When somebody realizes that they're not. Elections and primaries have been unfair. It's like just like research presidential history, man. Like this happens all the time when people drop out and endorse a candidate that most aligns with them, or the candidate that's most likely
it doesn't matter how many times you say research presidential elections, man. Your example doesn't hold water.
So my example of this happening in 2016
of candidates dropping out and endorsing other candidates.
You're saying that in 2020 these candidates dropped out and endorsed Biden for collusion or something was unfair, but this happens all of the time in presidential elections.
Every single one except for Elizabeth Warren on the night of Super Tuesday to split the progressive vote.
So why didn't Elizabeth Warren drop out?
That's the whole
point. So take it up with her. Don't take it up with Biden. It's not the DNC. Do you have any evidence that the DNC was encouraging Elizabeth Warren to stay in?
You don't think that was the DNC? Oh, forgive me if I don't trust the DNC after the 2016 court case where it was ruled, yes, they violated their own bylaws and they're allowed to do it because they're a private entity.
My life who supported Trump. It's been lonely, but the debate lives truly keep me laughing. Thanks for your hard work. You're appreciated and loved. Well, Haley, we're still here for you. I hope you know that. So no matter what's going on in your personal life, we're still here for you. All right. Remember that you're not alone. You're not in fact alone. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live, but also make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all of the time. And of course, double tap the screen. We're like this close to 500,000 likes. So make sure to fill up that bar once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times to support the live. Also, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll try to bring you up. Let's bring up this. Her bio is that she's a mom from Florida.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. So I think I don't think he's going to be terrible. He actually wants, yeah. Well, he wants to make IVF like mandatory. Either the government pay for it or insurance companies pay for it, and I think that's a really good idea.
So that's I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's not going to happen.
What?
He's just like, he's not going to get it done. We just had the Republicans in the Senate vote against a bill that would protect a right to IVF. They also voted against a bill that would protect a right to contraception. So if you think that like Trump is going to be able to work with the Senate to protect IVF for like Medicare to fund it or like private insurance to be forced to fund it, then I have a bridge to sell you. Like, here's the thing. Here's the unfortunate reality about Trump in this campaign is that he made a lot of empty promises, which anybody that pays attention to the news recognizes is not going to happen. Like, if you think that Donald Trump is going to eliminate income tax in replacement of tariffs, then I also have another bridge to sell you. It's just not going to happen. But you fell for it. You believe that somehow Trump is going to be able to get this done.
I mean, how do you know he's not though? Like, he's got control of. Last time I checked, House and Senate. So. Mm-hmm. How do you know they're not going to?
Because the majority of Republicans just voted against a bill that would protect a woman's right to IVF. So do you think that these same Republicans are going to do that and then turn around and vote for a bill that would make Medicare fund it?
Insurances? Yeah. They might. Yeah. I mean, how are you going to know unless we see what happens?
Maybe. I mean, maybe the 0.000000001% chance it happens. But if you really cared about this, wouldn't you be voting for Democrats who wanted to just pass a bill that would protect a right to IVF and make it more affordable for people, as opposed to Trump, where the Republican side is obviously very much against that?
I would rather see it be mandatory to be paid for by insurance instead of having to make it more affordable, because even if it's more affordable, it's still going to be really expensive for people.
Yeah. It's like, this is like a truly a sad conversation to have, because like it's just so obvious that Trump is not going to get this done, and he has like a record of broken promises on some main campaign promises. Like, where's the wall? Did Mexico pay for it? Where was the infrastructure bill? Where was the healthcare reform bill? None of that happened under Donald Trump. But for some reason, you believe him on this when the voting history of the Republican Party tells us a different story. It's just like, this is insane.
No, I think, it's worth a shot giving him a chance, because I would love to see.
He had a chance.
I would love. Well, now that we have, it's 2024. We're in a new year, and it'll be 2025 when he takes office. So, things have changed. People, other new faces are in there. Like, I would, I am very curious to see if he can get it done, because I know a lot of people that can't have children and they try to go through IVF, and it is so costly and so expensive.
Yeah. I think that given that it's expensive, also factor this in, the fact that like a bunch of healthcare executives and healthcare companies were, lobbying Trump's campaign, giving him money. I don't think they're going to be very much in favor of that,
I don't know. It's worth a shot. And I pray that.
But is it?
Yeah, because I would love to see it be mandatory under insurance.
Yeah, but like, is electing Trump worth a shot? Because think about everything he's done before, all of his rhetoric, his criminal charges, things of that nature. Is that really worth it? Because Kamala Harris is saying, hey, I will protect your right to it, and I'll do everything in my power to make it more affordable, which is a far more realistic goal.
Her campaign is now in debt. So like,
so is Trump's.
His is not. I wouldn't trust her.
Yes.
No, his is not. He paid like, I think, $600,000 out of pocket or something. He paid like $600,000.
His debt. He's currently has like $750,000 in debt.
His campaign is in debt.
Some of that debt stretches back. No. Yeah, the campaign. Some of that debt stretches back to.
He paid for a lot of his campaign out of his own pocket.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
He got donations, but he paid for a lot of it.
Trump especially
the first go round. I'm pretty confident he paid for a lot of it out of pocket.
In 2024?
He paid for it. No, I don't know about 2024, but I know.
So why okay, so then what are we talking about?
I'm pretty sure he has. Like, that's what I've read, is he was paying for a lot of his campaign on his own.
Yeah, maybe in like 2016 he donated to himself, but in 2024 he hasn't done anything. And also, just want to read an NBC article to you, or at least the headline. In October 11th, 2024, cities seek more than $750,000 in unpaid bills for Trump campaign events since 2016. So, if you're like criticizing the Harris campaign for being in debt, which by the way is pretty common for campaigns that they go into debt, then you must be criticizing Donald Trump as well for the exact same thing, right?
Well, hey, then fine. I'll admit if I'm wrong about that, that's fine. But they're both he wasn't my first choice, but
Shouldn't have been a choice for you at all. I mean, he doesn't have any policy that's going to make your life better. Like, what do you think that Donald Trump's going to do to make your life better?
So I like I said, he leans more conservative, and as a Christian, I align more with those values.
So the guy that has cheated on every single one of his wives, has been found liable for assaulting women, has stolen, committed crimes, that's aligning with your values?
His personal life is none of my business, but what he wants to do politically, like the things he wants to do with the Department of Education, how he wants to
abolish it.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Hold on. Where does the United States fall in education? Like, we could definitely make some improvements to our education system, but getting rid of the Department of Education is certainly not the answer. What would be a better answer is reforming the way that we fund schools. He's going to send it back to the states.
No, because that makes no sense. Because I don't think we should put politics in it, right? Like, I don't think that handing it back to the states, I think, puts it at risk of politics. And also, I'm not sure it would get the same amount of funding that it would on a federal level. But also think about it this way. Wouldn't a better solution be reforming the way that we fund schools? So right now, schools are funded based off of mainly property taxes, right? So if you live in a super wealthy area, your public school is likely to be really well funded. You're likely to have all the resources you need. But if you live in a lower income area, your schools are likely to not have as much funding as they need. So why don't we reform the funding so that the state gets to allocate where money goes for schools and schools that need it most, so then schools can become even no matter where they're from, as opposed to abolishing the Department of Education, which does a lot with directives and special education and setting sexual assault guidelines for college campuses and stuff like that. Like, why would we do that?
We're not going to lose all of that. He's just going to send it back to the states, and because the No Child Left Behind thing that Bush Jr. or not George, George H. was the father and George W. Or what was it? Yeah. Yep. So he's the one that came up with that No Child Left Behind thing, and that was the worst thing that could happen to our education system. I mean, they literally push kids through that they're not ready. It's terrible. I don't know if you know much about it, but you should research that, because it's absolutely terrible, and it's just. And there was a lot of things going on as far as investing in the state testing. Kids, it's ridiculous to test the kids the way they do. There's a lot of money involved in the state testing. You have to just follow the money with that. But I think, we could definitely overhaul it. I mean, we already rank so low in education.
So then why would Trump be the guy to do that?
Well, clearly Biden and Harris weren't running on overhauling the state in the education system, were they?
I mean, why would we overhaul the system? What needs overhauling in the system? Just get rid of it all?
All of it. No, it needs
so what
to
exactly?
be fixed.
When you say overhaul, what exactly do you mean?
Well, the No Child Left Behind thing was terrible. That needs to go. And like I said, what are we ranked education-wise out of, all the countries? Pretty low, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we follow Trump's education policy, right? It doesn't mean that we overhaul and get rid of the Department of Education.
He's trying to get rid of a lot of the federal overreach and the federal government overreaches.
Like
what? Well, the Department of Education, he's going to, they're going to check into the FDA, RFK Jr. He's going to head up that. And there's a lot of foods. I mean, you can research it. There's a lot of foods and ingredients that are in American food.
How does this connect? Wait, hold on. Just go back to the Department of Education.
Oh, sorry. I was just getting he's trying to get rid of a lot of government overreach, and I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's great.
But what's overreach about the Department of Education?
Just in general, all of it. The Department of Education, the the FDA and Big Pharma, they're all just got too much power and too much control. So, and I like that he wants to get rid of a lot of the control.
I really Trump was president once, right?
Yes.
And none of that happened.
He didn't get. I mean, he was a one-term president. Now he's in a second one. Like
So
that's what
he's
his
also
goal
now
was.
a one. He's gonna he now has a non-consecutive term, but he can't run for re-election. So
Yeah, no, but
he couldn't get it done his first 4 years, but suddenly now he's going to be able to get
Well,
rid of all
that's why he's
the control.
appointing a lot of the people that he's appointing into these cabinets is because he's trying to get
But what's like overarching and overreaching about the Department of Education? What do they do that's like too much government?
Well, like I said, they implemented the No Child Left Behind
Okay,
thing.
so you keep saying like No Child Left Behind. Like what specifically?
It's a No Child Left Behind Act that George W. Bush
by the way.
did. Yeah, and it was not good at all. Like if you don't know much about it, you should definitely research more of it because it does more harm than good.
So anything else?
That
he's going to do? That he's going to? I mean,
like
in this
he's the
specific
RFK
instance.
that's going to go after big pharma.
No, I'm talking about the
and-
Department of Education.
Well, I mean, like I said, he's sending it back to the states, and I think that's a good idea.
What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Sending education back to the states?
Well, he's going to send. The states are going to have more control over their education system instead of the federal government.
But why is that a good thing?
Because our country was not formed to have so much federal government and
Really? So do you think it's a good thing that like kids in Iowa would be learning something different and possibly like a different version of history than kids in California? I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't. They're going to have curriculum. They're still going to have state standards.
Yeah.
And they're kind of already are. They're like California's got a different, doing. Some of the states are doing the critical race theory.
Critical race
Some
theory
of
is
them
only
are
taught in colleges and law school.
But there's a lot that there's things that are state standards and
Yeah,
Maryland
there's
that
state
are different in
standards, but you would
Florida.
agree like the Department of Education has like broad standards with what's taught and things like
they
that.
They don't really. It even that's like a local district and state level, like the state standards. The Department of Education doesn't really get too.
You don't think that
involved.
the Department of
They just
Education has
handle,
any
mostly handle
influence in that?
FAFSA. A little bit, but not a whole lot.
I think that they have a decent amount of influence. And don't you think that they have like a bunch of directives and things like that when it comes to curriculum and what's taught? And you don't think that, maybe having that be universal across the United States is a good thing?
They don't have as much as the states do.
Like, don't get me we have boards of education around the country that, they talk about curriculum and things like that. But they have like broad, like, oh, this is what we teach in the United States. It's the directives we have. Do you not think that that's a good thing? If we just get rid of the Department of Education?
I think everything should go back to the states. A lot of it, because our founding fathers wanted to get rid of big government. Like that's why they fought against the British. They wanted to get rid of the big government.
I don't know why the founding fathers are like relevant to this conversation. Like just because the founding fathers wanted something at their time doesn't mean it's good for 2024, right?
I'm just asking. You like that much government overreach? You like?
I don't think that the Department of Education is government overreach.
In general, like you like. I'm asking, like in general, you like the fact that the federal government, all these agencies have so much power and control?
I don't see the government having too much power or control over states right now.
No, the like the CIA, the FDA, like you like that there's.
Do I like
So
the FBI
much-
and the CIA?
No, I'm asking, like, you like that much government, overreach and government control? That's just
I
what I'm
don't.
asking.
You keep like this is like such a broad question. Like, do I want government overreach control? So I don't want government overreaching into like women's, doctors' offices and people's bedrooms and things like that. But I don't see like much government overreach in terms of things like the FBI and the CIA, or the Department of Education, or the FDA.
I just like that he's trying to.
So out of curiosity, the last thing I want to say about the Department of Education, the Department of Education does a lot in, preventing racial discrimination and in things in like education, right? So what are we going to do about that and ensure that everybody has access to a good education if the Department of Education doesn't exist?
We're still going to have our rights. Like, we're still going to have like Board of Education. We're still going to have all of that. That's not going away. None of that's going away. So we're still going to have that.
Well, Brown v. Board of Education said that you couldn't segregate in schools. but the Department of Education makes sure that, school districts around the country and states around the country are like following these laws. So like, how are we going to do that in a really effective way without a department that is headed by people that do that job in particular?
They're still going to have, like, each state, like, it's still a right in each state that they can't, come in and say, oh, we're going to do like segregation, and it's still going to be, they're still going to oversee, that's still going to be implemented, and that's not going to be able to happen.
So the laws will stand, but laws can stand if there's nobody there to like track them and enforce them. Then it's like the law is not really working then, right? So the Department of Education tracks this stuff and they follow it, and they'll bring this attention to Department of Justice if need be. Or they'll make sure that schools are in line with policy. They'll make sure that schools have an appropriate Title IX policy where people can file, it's Title IX, I think, where people can file, or they're able to file sexual assault allegations easily within their rights. So like, how are we going to be able to do that if there's no Department of Education? I just like genuinely, what is that?
The states are still going to have their own Department of Education. Like Florida has Florida Department of Education. Georgia has Georgia Department of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Like each state's still going to each state's still going to oversee that.
Do you think that like the Florida Department of Education has enough funding to be able to like track this as well as like the federal Department of Education would?
If they are doing away with the federal Department of Education, then yeah, because some of that money will go into the states and go to the states.
I don't think so. I don't think that money will suddenly then go to like, the state's Department of Education. Because then what's the point of that? Why wouldn't we just have a Department of Education federally? Like why? Like
because there's going to be no need for it. Like the states can handle it.
But there obviously is a need for it, right? There obviously is a need for the Department of Education.
They handle FAFSA and the loans and the student grants and whatnot. That's about the only thing that they really, really oversee.
So they handle, as I just mentioned, they oversee a lot of the some racial discrimination in schools and things of that nature, and they do oversee FAFSA and whatnot. But then what happens to FAFSA?
I'm not sure about then. Like I haven't researched that much about to know what would happen to the FAFSA.
Has Donald Trump ever talked about what happens to FAFSA? If
I don't know.
The answer is no.
So.
Right. So he's just saying like, hey, let's just get rid of the Department of Education. Let's get rid of their oversight. Let's get rid of all that stuff and then just see what happens. It's like, no, that's just bad policy. People on both sides of the aisle agree that, the Department of Education serves a role, and you could say, oh, maybe our education needs to be overhauled, or like maybe we need to make some different investments in education. Maybe we need to focus on more school districts than others, at least for the time being. That's fine. But saying you want to get rid of the Department of Education is just bad policy.
I mean,
that's all.
It's to me. Let's just see how it goes. Like, we're already so low in education. Let's see what happens.
That is a really bad way to look at it. Let's just see what happens.
Well, no, we're already so low. It can't get any worse than what we already are.
It can definitely get worse. It can definitely get worse.
I don't know. I think we just have to have faith that I think things will work, and I think things will be okay. It's done is done anyways. I mean, it's over. It's done anyways. So all we can do is just.
You can hold them accountable. That's what this is all about. Hold them accountable.
Obviously, if things don't go the way that we all voted for it, obviously, people will hold it accountable.
Well, Trump, I don't know about that because Trump already had a terrible first term. He didn't do anything. And folks like yourself decided not to hold him accountable.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it had to do with people had had enough of the last 3.5 years and they needed, they're ready for something else. So that's, I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't like respond to what I said. Like Trump was bad the first time and you just like, what, let's just like try something else and like just hope for the best. That doesn't sound like good voting policy to me.
I was happy with him the first time. My life was, everything was a lot better under him. We had more money. Things were
not because of him though. That's the problem. That's why I say like you got bamboozled. You got fooled into voting for Donald Trump. You think that under Trump you had more money and it was because of Trump. And if you vote for him again, he's going to be able to do that and get you more money and things like that. But if I ask you, like, what's Trump going to do to make your life better economically? What are you going to say?
I mean,
Exactly.
I like the tariff idea.
Why?
Because eventually he's only going to do a high one for China.
Nope.
And we already pay tariffs from other countries anyways.
No, he's not just doing a high one for China. He wants to do 10 to 20% on everything coming into the United States. Who pays the tariff? Does China pay the tariff, or who pays it?
Yeah. China pays it.
See, this is a problem. That is not how tariffs work. China, when we put a tariff on China, like a 100% tariff on China, which is Donald Trump has proposed, they do not pay it. The businesses importing the goods from China pay that tariff, and then that tariff is then passed down to the consumer. So you're saying I had more money under Trump, and you're complaining about prices. Well, God love you. Wait till Donald Trump puts in a 100% tariff on things coming in from China, which many things in the United States are made in China. My God, everything's going to double in price, and you'll be really unhappy then, because the businesses are passing it down to you.
And then eventually if people aren't buying their products because they're too expensive, eventually won't they have to lower their prices?
Then how are the businesses going to be able to exist? If they have a 100% tariff and like a bunch of their profit, and they have to lower their prices, so a bunch of their profit goes into paying that tariff, how are they going to be able to operate as a business? They won't have any money. They won't have any profit.
For China, like so I'm saying, like, so businesses coming from China, like importing goods in China, like, aren't they going to have to eventually lower their prices if people can't pay for their things?
Yeah, so the businesses in the United States that are importing their goods from China, they're raising their prices to meet tariffs, right? A 100% tariff. If nobody's buying their products because things are expensive and they have to lower their price of their products, then how is the business going to survive? Because then they have to eat into their own profits and their operating costs to then fund the tariffs just to get business. It makes no sense. They're not going to live. This is why Trump's tariff policy is so dumb.
I mean, I think he was trying to implement it the first go round. His first time, I think he was trying to nail China for the tariffs and trade wars, or trade anyways, the first time, right before COVID, I think is what was going on.
And look how that worked out. A bunch of farmers in Minnesota and Iowa, soybean farmers, got screwed over because China put in retaliatory tariffs, and it was incredibly difficult for farmers to send their goods to China, which is, in Asian countries generally, which are an importer of soybeans from the United States.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, it makes sense. Yeah.
So then why would you
that
vote?
might not be a good idea, but okay. So it's not a good idea. Because
Okay, so you'd agree that it's not a good idea, which I would agree with you. That's a terrible idea. But that's Donald Trump's key economic policy. That's what he ran on in this election, that he's going to put a bunch of tariffs. That's his main thing.
I mean, I just voted for him because he had not flip-flopped on as many things as Harris had, and that was just a deal breaker. Like, you can't, I mean, for one, she wanted to take away this app that you make a lot of money on, by the way. He wants to save it.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. I would have, look, if Kamala Harris would have got elected and TikTok would have got banned, I'll take one for the team, for our democracy. The country matters more to me.
But I don't know. Like I said, she'd flip-flopped on a lot of stuff for me. And I just wasn't comfortable with her, saying she would start a registry or a mandatory buyback. And then, I won't do that. Like, I don't know. That was too much for me to flip-flopping back and forth.
But wouldn't you agree that somebody changing their mind is a good thing? That leaders changing their mind is actually a sign of high intelligence, that they're not stubborn, that when they're presented with new information, they're willing to change their mind if the information, the evidence is compelling enough? I think that's a good leader. I think good leaders change their minds. I think bad leaders will dig their feet in the sand.
I mean, when it comes, if she was going to change her mind on something minor, that's different. But when you're talking about, the Second Amendment and constitutional right, and first she says she would start, if there wasn't a piece of legislation, there's a video floating around about it, says if there wasn't a piece of legislation on her desk within the first 100 days, she would do executive orders to do a mandatory buyback. And then she's like, oh no, it wouldn't be mandatory. I mean, something that big is not something that you could just flip-flop on. She just was like, I learned my lesson for something, a little minor thing. I changed my mind. That's one thing. But something like that big is like,
I think it's perfectly fine for somebody to change their opinion on a big topic. Like,
Not
no matter
for-
how big
not
or
for
small.
something that goes against the amendment in our Second Amendment, but that's just me.
I don't think an optional buyback goes against your constitutional rights. But if you want to talk about constitutional rights and somebody hindering them, then why would you vote for Donald Trump, who has said that people should go to jail if they burn the American flag? And he said that companies like MSNBC and other media outlets, which are not favorable to him, he wants to try to take them off of the air, which is like a direct attack on the First Amendment.
They're all biased.
Journalists' ability to do their jobs.
They're all biased.
Well, even
And they're all
if you
owned
think they're
by-
biased, even if you think they're biased, that's fine. You can think that they're biased, whatever. Which I would argue that MSNBC is far more reliable than any right-wing outlet, but I digress. Even if you think that they're biased, Donald Trump saying he wants to take them off of the air is a direct attack on the First Amendment, because the First Amendment protects people being biased.
But they're all owned by the same.
They're not owned by the same
Corporation.
people. The people that own, I think like Disney owns CNN, they don't own MSNBC.
But there's other like corporations, like BlackRock has so much investment in like all of these different companies.
I don't. BlackRock is, I believe, is an investment firm.
Yeah, and go look at what
But
all
it's
they're
not their
invested
money.
in.
It's not
But
their
go
money.
look at what they're all invested in and who's all involved in them.
It's not their money. That's the purpose of like companies like BlackRock, that the other people invest with them, and then through BlackRock they invest in certain companies. So like, I don't know why everybody's so scared of BlackRock and like Vanguard. Like, what is it's like buzzwords for conservatives. It's like people go through these companies to invest in companies, and it's not BlackRock's money. They don't own that money. That's not theirs. So aside from all that, Trump is directly attacking the First Amendment, wanting to take journalists off of the air. So if you're like, concerned about, constitutional amendments and articles being violated, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. And also, by the way, Trump is the guy who said he wants to terminate parts of the Constitution.
Which parts? When did he say that? I don't know about that.
He said, when you see frauds at this level, you're allowed to terminate all rules and regulations, even those found in the Constitution. I can look it up for you if you'd like. Do you want me to look it up for you?
No, I believe you.
Okay. He put it on Truth Social, and he was talking about fraud in the alleged fraud, non-existent fraud in the 2020 election, saying that, seeing fraud at this level allows me to terminate the Constitution. What? I
don't know. I don't have Truth Social, so I don't know.
Neither do I. You can just look up an article on this.
Well, I'll have to go and research that a little bit more then.
I hope you would have looked at that before you voted for him.
Well, like I said, I'm not gonna vote for somebody that keeps flip-flopping on that. Like that was just me with her. So.
Okay, so wait, just let me understand something. So you wouldn't vote for somebody who changed their mind when they're presented with new information, but you'd vote for a felon who couldn't give a rat's ass about the First Amendment and has even threatened to jail or take journalists off of the air, and has also said he wants to terminate the Constitution. That's not too far, but somebody changing their minds is just a step too much for you.
A little bit. Just a little. And listen, if it's not better in a year or two, like I will be happy to come back and concede my decision. I will be happy to admit I did wrong.
Well, by then it might be too damn late. So
either one, it was terrifying. So it was both terrifying. Either one.
It was not. Kamala Harris was not terrifying. She's dedicated her life to public service as district attorney, then attorney general, then senator, then vice president, then president, running for president. That is not terrifying. That's experience. That's qualification. Like, we would have been perfectly fine. You as a conservative would have been just fine with Kamala Harris as president. But me as a Democrat and you as a conservative, there's no guarantee with Donald Trump. There's just no guarantee. I don't want, try, God love you. Try next time you try to buy an iPhone, which is imported and from China, made in China. This is 100% more expensive. They're already super expensive. It's starting like $1,400 to get an iPhone. Try $2,800 next time Donald Trump, if he puts in his tariffs, if he does that.
I don't know, but thank you for being so respectful.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Katie. Thanks for coming up. All right.
Bye.
Appreciate you. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Autumn, thank you for the $10. Thank you for having these insufferable conversations to help educate people and fight for what's right. We appreciate you. Autumn, I hope I appreciate you too. Man. Taylor, thank you for the $5. People like Katie are why we need the Department of Education. Jeez. I appreciate that. Angela, thank you for the $5. You should get Dean in here. Katie said crazy stuff in his live recently before getting kicked. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No Child Left Behind ended in 2015 and was already redone to Every Child Succeeds. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about a follow-up program. So thank you, Rebecca. Shout out, Rebecca. Appreciate the $1. Killer, thank you for the $2. I love to support you. Sorry I'm broke and can't afford important DMs for a while. Please check IG DMs or SC Law. Got to come up with puppy money for my B-days, my kid's B-day. You're always in my priorities. P.S. Said that shirt was fire at the start. Now you got to chase the girls off. Love ya. Thank you, Killer. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $2. Rebecca again with another $10. My kid has green eyes. That she does. Sydney, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As a 19-year-old who back in September was uneducated, but because of you, Dean and Parker, I learned a lot and used the info to debate my dad. Oh, damn right, Sydney. Hell yeah. Get out there and debate. I love that. Yeah, hell yeah. I love to hear that. Thank you for being here. Yo, Anthony, thank you for the $1. Hey, Harry, just want to say thank you for what you do. Much love, brother. Hope you're well and take a break when you need it, man. Take care. Yo, Anthony, I appreciate you. I love your profile picture. It seems to be a picture of your kitty cat. He's adorable. I have a kitty cat that looks just like him. Yo, Carly, thank you for the $4. What's up, Carly? Good to see you. Yo, this Harry guy is cute. I appreciate you, Carly. Yo, Joelle, thank you for the $5. Keep doing what you're doing by being an activist. It's truly inspiring. Joelle, keep fighting as well. Keep fighting. Everybody stay in the fight. It's going to take all of us. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk, yeah? Let me know if you're MAGA. Come on up. Tell me why. How do you not get exhausted with these people? I get having these conversations, but geez, trust me, I do. This is no easy. This ain't easy, man. Omaha. Let's bring up this guy. Oh God, there's two people coming up. We'll do two people at once. It's fine. Allison, thank you for the $1. Okay, you got it. And finally, on Cash App, Victoria, thank you for the $1. Black and Decker moving to Mexico, make Mexico great again. Shalonda, thank you for the $5. You're an amazing educator. I learned so much from you. Shalonda, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Appreciate you a lot. Of course, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. We're only 150,000 away, so fill up that entire bar when it comes up. And make sure to follow on all platforms: Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. All those links are in my bio, but I have the same username on every platform. All right, Miss Molly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. You vote for Trump?
I've been listening to you for a long time, and it's been very interesting.
Oh, I appreciate
I enjoy every minute of it.
Thank you.
In fact, I'd like you to explain to your audience why Biden didn't eliminate the tariffs. Why didn't he do an executive order?
For sure, because Democrats don't disagree with certain types of tariffs. Targeted tariffs, we have no problem with. So, for example, targeted tariffs on the electric vehicle industry. China wants to import a lot of their electric vehicles in the United States.
I have an electric vehicle. I have one.
Okay.
It's not what you want. It's not what the American people should want.
Okay, congratulations.
Okay?
Wait, can I
spend a whole 2 hours charging this car?
Can I finish what I was saying? Yo, thank you for the whale diving, Miguel. I appreciate you. Can I finish what I was saying? Thank you. So, so targeted tariffs on like the electric vehicle industry, the Democrats actually agree with. So China wants to import a lot of their electric vehicles into the United States, but we in the United States are trying to move toward it. Companies like Ford, Chevy, and things like that are trying to make those vehicles here in the United States. So to protect our industries and incentivize people to buy American electric vehicles, we kept that tariff, have increased tariffs on China in that specific industry. But for broad tariffs, like 10 to 20% on everything, and 60 to 100% tariffs on things coming in from China, that's really dumb.
Okay, it's still happening though.
Okay,
it's dumb in your opinion, but it's still happening.
Okay, but it's just going to hurt you. Do you not understand that?
No, it's not going to hurt us.
Okay, who pays the tariff?
It's not going to hurt us.
Who pays the tariff?
The tariff. The other company pays the tariffs.
Who pays it? When we put a 10 to 20% tariff
right now.
Thank you, Hope, for the subscription. When you put a tariff on a country, who pays the tariff? The country that the tariff has been placed on, or who?
The country pays the tariffs.
Wrong.
But you guys are trying to say, no, listen, let me talk.
Wrong.
You're trying to say we pay for it.
Yes, we do.
Don't have, right now, as we speak, you can get a T-shirt for $3 from China. Okay, for $3. The tariffs are in place right now.
Yeah, not broad tariffs.
No, all of them are in place.
No, there's
He
not
never did
tariffs
an
on
executive
everything
order.
coming. No, there's not tariffs on everything coming into the United States. That's not true.
Mr. Biden did not eliminate not one tariff.
Yes, he did.
He did a lot of it.
Yes, he did.
Eliminated. No.
Yes, he did.
He kept all the tariffs in place.
That's not true.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's not true. Do you have any evidence to back this up, please?
Absolutely. Yeah, yes, I do. I actually
by
know
all
very
means.
well. I do
By all means, go
my
ahead.
research.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
do not come on here. You know what? One thing I do have to say: these poor
So
people
in
that come on your
2021,
show
how about this? How
are
about this?
So silly.
I have an article. I have an article for you
There's
from.
a website that you go to. No. You go to a website that's. You know what it is?
How about Peterson Institute for International
No,
Economics?
you go to it. No. I already seen the website you
Okay.
go to. Those are rigged.
They're rigged.
Okay?
How can a website be rigged? What the fuck?
Because there's a situation where they're making
So
these websites give false information.
the article's titled "Biden and Europe Remove Trump's Steel and Aluminum Tariffs." In 2021, Biden did this. A bunch of tariffs have been removed.
Tariff that he eliminated, not one.
Okay, so this article is fake.
To eliminate the tariffs on aluminum, how would that work when you're building a car with aluminum? How would that work? Tell me.
How would it work?
How would you build a car with if he eliminated the aluminum, then he would everything on that car would be eliminated, and it wouldn't make any sense.
I don't think you just don't understand how tariffs work. I don't know what you're talking about. That like if you remove the tariff on aluminum, how would that work? It's like the tariffs.
Everything
I don't even know what that
from
means.
another country, when it gets to the ports, they tariff every damn thing that comes
That's
from
just
the ports.
not. So wait, you think that there are tariffs on everything coming in from other countries right now?
Everything coming in.
Yeah, you are so goddamn delusional.
Not fuel.
Like it's fucking insane.
Not fuel. No, they're not tariffing fuel because they're buying from other countries. The thing
Just
is,
like
is
Trump
the Green
did?
Deal. Listen, the Green Deal here.
Molly,
they're trying to say
Molly,
that,
can
I'm
you
in
stop?
California.
Can you stop screaming?
You know what? I am so happy to be on your line because some of these people, they leave your life and they're dumber for coming on. They're dumber for coming on.
Okay.
The thing is
So,
that
is that
when they
so?
don't
That's a
tariff
no to my
fuel-
question. That you can't stop screaming. Can you just Molly? Can you do just like a?
I'm from California. You're trying to go with the Green Deal.
It's congratulations.
Deal
You're from
is not-
California. It's a great state. But just take a breather.
How's
Just
it
breathe
different?
in, breathe out.
Okay.
Just breathe in, breathe
If
out.
I
Okay.
burn a pile of crap in my backyard and you breathe it, but yet you don't want to breathe it. But if somebody does it overseas, somebody there's going to breathe it. And that air continues to this air.
Yeah, so
it's all a circle.
Exactly. So that's why we want to be part of the Paris Climate Accord, which is a global agreement to reduce fossil fuel use and stop polluting the air. And you know what happened to that agreement under Donald Trump? He pulled out of it.
It wasn't making sense.
What? Okay.
It wasn't making any sense.
You cannot complain about, air, pollution in other countries coming to the United States and air being polluted generally, and then supporting Donald Trump pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord. What was not making sense about the Paris Climate Accord?
Because these climate control people were trying to ban a cow taking a shit. That's why. That's what it is.
Oh my God, we're so
Cow
cooked
that
as a
was
country,
pooping.
dude.
Yes, we're
We're so
farmers.
cooked as a country.
I know all about this. See, you're not talking to some ignorant dumbass that calls your place.
I beg to differ. I actually
have
beg. I
farmers.
think even
We're
this guy up
farmers.
here begs to differ. I think this guy up here is like, golly, what the hell is this
That's
woman talking
fine.
about?
That's fine.
Look, my brother's up here is laughing. He's laughing.
Even
Even he's on the same side.
Yeah.
No. So cows produce a lot of methane. That was the conversation around
methane
cows.
gas. Methane gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the conversation around cows. Nobody was banning cows.
That was part of the program. That was
is not
part of
what
the
program.
Clean air.
What the Paris Climate Accord does not call for making cows go extinct. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself?
They eliminated so many dairy farms that you.
No, they didn't.
You know what?
The Paris Climate Accord.
Oh my God!
The Paris Climate Accord only limits. The Paris Climate Accord is a global agreement for countries to hit a certain reduction of their fossil fuel output. It does not call for eliminating dairy farms.
Why are we buying fuel from other countries?
It must be nice.
Why?
It must be nice to live your head up there. You got a
no.
monkey and it's hitting
Go ahead.
big
That's funny.
clacking things
Oh my
together.
gosh.
That's what you got going on in your brain up there.
Oh my gosh! You know
this is
what?
how many? Hey, Molly, what are the three branches of government?
What? Executive order, executive branch.
Executive order.
No, not executive order. The executive orders is the one that he signed to eliminate.
Just keep going. Just keep going. What are the
Let's talk about the fucking border.
What are the three
Let's do
branches
the
of government,
border now.
Molly? Molly, what are the three branches of
Now, let's do the
government?
border.
What are the three branches of government?
Branch,
What are the three
executive
branches of
branch.
government? What are the three branches of government?
You know what? I do know.
You
that.
don't know.
But right now, yes, the executive branch. There's two other. There's the
Legislative, judicial.
branch.
Why would you tell her?
and judicial.
Legislative,
I was-
judicial.
I
I'm
was
trying to help
saying
her
it.
out, man.
I
Oh
was
man,
just
come
saying
on,
it.
bro. Let her embarrass
I said
herself, man.
legislator. I said right now. I want to talk
How
about
many-
the border.
Molly-
now.
Molly, how many
'Cause
continents
I
are
don't
there?
have that much time because you want to talk to some idiot after me. I want
Why would
you
you
to talk
insult
about
him?
the
He hasn't
border.
even said anything.
I want you to talk about the border.
Yeah, how am I
Please.
talking?
Idiot, you're the one screaming.
Okay.
Like
okay.
what?
Okay, good. I'm the only one here with sense.
Fuck yeah.
I'm screaming.
Yeah.
You guys saw what you
MAGA's
guys did
beefing,
to the other
everybody.
girl that
MAGA's
just left.
beefing.
I'm not.
Bro,
I saw
MAGA's
what you did to
beefing.
the
Hey,
girl that
I
just
will say
left.
there is dumb MAGA, and she is part of it. Like,
Yeah,
she is part of it. I'm
exactly.
more in the middle.
That's, you know what? I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
Let's
I can take
go.
all
MAGA's
the criticism.
beefing, bro. Oh my god,
Biden
dude.
signed executive order to cancel everything that Trump put in to control the border. Everything
Okay,
he
like
put
what?
to control the border, but he did not end the tariffs.
Like what?
He
Like
did
what?
everything else but the tariffs.
Like what? What did he? What executive orders did he put into place that overturned like
He
major
signed
Trump
to
border
end-
policy?
He signed 15,000 people a year could come in, but yet he left the border
50,000
wide
people a
open.
year?
15,000.
50,000. Wow, 50,000 a year? 15,000
a year. That was just
15,000
for
people could
shits.
come in a year?
Yes, yes.
50.
Yes.
Do you hear yourself? You're saying
Yeah.
that Biden signed an executive order saying that 15,000 people could come in.
But no, that was part of the new bill that they tried to pass through.
Okay, so
That
the new
new
bill that they tried to
get
pass
through,
through.
that they
Molly,
blame on
please,
Trump
Molly,
for
please stop
canceling it?
screaming. Do you ever do you get a headache from screaming this much? Like, go take some Advil.
No. You gave the other
You
girl
don't?
besides me. The girl that left had a headache. I do not.
I'm so
15,000
sorry to
people, they
anybody.
wanted to come in.
Is Molly? Is there anybody in the room with you right now?
Everybody's asleep. Everybody's
And
asleep.
you're
You know
screaming
what?
like this? I'm so sorry to anybody that lives with you.
I live in a mansion. I live in a very
I'm
nice
sure you do.
house.
I'm sure you do. Just
You know
like
what?
we're trying to go
Yeah.
have cows go extinct. Same level of truth here.
Exactly. Us farmers that
Exactly.
didn't
Right.
die
Exactly.
under your program
Exactly.
are still here.
100%.
Us
100%.
farmers that lived through this know more than you do, little boy. A lot more.
Okay. So yeah,
You're
just to be
very
clear,
young kid.
just to be clear, you
And
didn't
it's
know the three
very-
branches of
it's very
government.
disrespectful. It's very disrespectful for you to give misinformation on here and then
You're
make
not. You're
fun of
just still
people.
screaming. My man up here had to tell you what the three branches of government were.
I already told you. I'm still trying to get you to talk about.
Okay,
the border.
Molly. Let me ask you this: how many Supreme Court justices are there?
There's 13 of them. Well, 10, and there's three. There's three extras.
There's 9, bro.
There's 9. Okay. So wait, sorry. What were you saying about me not knowing anything? What were you saying about
Let's
that?
go to the border. Let's go to the border. You know
Yeah, I
that.
thought so.
You know
I thought
what?
so. Okay.
You know
so
what? I'm talking
Should
about
honestly
the
just
Supreme
kick her
Court.
so we could talk.
No, well, you could kick me, but I'm still going to. I know what you're doing to people. You're embarrassing them just like you just did now, right here. Okay, there is.
You embarrassed yourself. I just asked you a question about a basic U.S. government question.
Well, I was confused with the jury. Okay, I'm talking about jury.
Confused with
Yes,
the jury?
When you're
What
a jury,
juries have
in jury
13
duty,
people?
There's 13. There's 10, and then there's 3 extras. Juries. When you go,
That's not
in
even
jury
true.
duty- Yeah, there is. Yeah, it is.
No, there's not.
always.
There's not. There's not.
There is. There's
No.
alternative people. Yes, there is.
No, there's
people in case one of the jurors-
alternate jurors. There's alternate
Yes.
jurors, but there's not one alternate juror.
There's 3 of them.
No, there's many of them.
Well, when I was there was 3 on the side waiting for one of us to
I don't
get
know.
sick.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what planet you're living on, but you're living on a planet where apparently like Democrats are trying to make cows go extinct, whatever that means. So anyway, let's talk about the border. You're saying that this new immigration bill that Biden, Harris, and all these Republicans, by the way, Republicans that were endorsed by Donald Trump were proposing would have allowed 15,000 people to come in every year.
Yes.
Yes. 15,000 people a year is like nothing.
That's too much.
50. Do you know how much like 15,000 is? Like, it's like, Are you trying to say 150,000, 150 million? What are you trying to say?
Did you not see the people in New York City that were protesting this election? Did you just see? Go give them a job. Go try to find a job for 15,000 people. Go try to find them a job. Just a job.
We could definitely find a job for 15,000 people in the country.
As soon as the companies come back to the U.S., yes, you can. But not for the illegals.
So wait, like just to be clear, like Trump had.
There's people here with no jobs.
Wait,
There's veterans that are homeless.
I just want to make. Hold on. How many people came in under Trump? I don't even know if there's like an official number. Let's see if they have.
Around 400K a year.
400K a year? Okay, yep. I'll take your word for it. So under Trump, there was like 400K people coming in a year on average, according to this gentleman.
I doubt it. They were going well. And they were
your fellow Trump supporters lying? Do you see?
They were getting. I know all about that. They're actually getting deported faster than they were coming in. They were getting deported faster than they were coming in.
How's that possible?
Because they were capturing them, they were deporting them, and then they were coming back in again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
the same
there was
400 people under 1,000 people.
I promise you don't need to be speaking right now. It's okay. You can take a breather. So 400,000 people coming in a year under Donald Trump. And you're mad that this bill, by the way, you're wrong that this bill would have allowed 15,000 people to come in every single year. I don't even know how to respond to like such a crazy piece of misinformation. Like that is such a low number of people coming in per year. Like we normally have like hundreds of thousands.
It was a permanent order. It was to be permanent. That's why they canceled it, because it was to be permanent. And
what part of the bill said that?
There was a border law already.
Just one second.
There was a border wall going up. Okay, don't tell me that you don't know Trump was building the wall.
So you know that border bill that Donald Trump sank also included funding for the border wall.
There was
hundreds of millions of dollars for it. Hundreds of millions of dollars.
He's not even in there. How can he sink it?
He bragged. He said, "If the bill fails, please blame me." So.
But he has no control. Those Republicans.
Yeah, in terms of legislative control, he has no legislative control. But we all know that politics is not just about who's elected. Somebody that's outside of politics can have massive influence on politics. For example, Elon Musk. He's not elected. Yet he had a massive influence on this election, and the donors outside on both sides of the aisle have massive influences on elections. Oh, please, her Wi-Fi is going.
But that doesn't mean. You know what? Tell a kid what to do. They can do what you tell them.
I don't know what you just said, to be honest.
You know what? You need to stop. You need to stop for a minute doing. Yeah, you need to stop misleading people. Is what I want. That's all
you just said that you just said that only like 15,000 people would be coming in. I don't even know how to respond to such an insane piece of misinformation. Like that is not what that's not even what the bill did. And if we could pass a bill if we could pass a bill that like 15,000 people only would come in per year, that would be the Republicans' dream, right? That would be the Republicans' dream, but it's not possible. That's not a thing. There's not even, and a bill can't even mandate that. I don't even know what this person's talking about. I don't even know how to respond to such a crazy piece of misinformation. It's like somebody telling me that the moon is fake. Like, how do you even like go about talking to somebody about that? Like I don't even know, man. By the way, Molly, we can't hear you when you go off TikTok live. So maybe you're leaving right now. Maybe you're in the process of leaving. I don't know. Oh, she's back. Goody.
No, I really appreciate. No. I really appreciate you bringing me in. I just hope that you don't continue your like let's fight, because the fight is over. The fight's gone. You can.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, bless your heart.
And
bless your heart, Molly.
Is this guy a MAGA? Is this new guy that's behind me a MAGA?
Yeah, I voted for Trump. Yes.
Yeah, very good. You know what? I'm so glad you did. The thing is about what you're doing here is that you're babysitting this kid. And you're trying to tell him that he's not doing misinformation when you know damn well if you listen to him for 10 minutes.
Who are you screaming at right now? Who are you screaming at?
I've seen you do misinformation, and I've seen you get caught.
Drunk.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I might
Molly,
be drunk.
are you sober? Are you sober?
Yeah, I'm drunk. You're fucking drunk.
You are?
Drunk. Uh-huh.
Why not? You're not sober.
Why don't you pass that on? Yeah, no. Say Molly is drunk now. That's another lie for you. You know,
we're asking you a question. Are you sober right now?
I am not drunk. I don't drink. Okay, but anyway, it doesn't matter. What if I was drunk?
Maybe it would make
sense. Yeah,
maybe it'd make you a more
right?
tolerable person. I don't know.
No, you don't know how long we've waited for Trump to come in.
So Molly, what I was going to say to you is that if you think that the fight is over, oh, bless your heart, because there's we have like 9,300 people watching right now, and that's only people who are here now. We're more fired up than ever to fight against freaks like you. We're more fired up than ever to fight against freaks like you. You think we're going to lay down and give up to freaks like you? You're goddamn wrong. We're back in this fight. We're here together. We're doing it together. God love you, because we're still in this fight no matter what you think, Molly. You take your conspiracy theorist ass and go for a swim and never come back, quite frankly.
The Senate's ours, the House is ours. I mean,
Molly. Elections happen. Elections happen. You know, elections come and go. Elections come and go. You have the House and the Senate and the presidency right now for sure, no doubt. But Molly, last time I checked, there'll be a midterm in 2 years, and we're coming. The Democrats are coming, and if you don't think we're going to put all of everything into it, you're goddamn wrong. And what's going to happen, Molly? What's going to happen when everything goes up? The prices of things at the grocery store become far more expensive, and nothing really changes, and our health deteriorates, our education doesn't change, prices don't go down. What's going to happen? The American people are going to blame you and the Republican Party because you don't have anybody to blame. You can no longer make Biden your scapegoat. You can't make Senate Democrats your scapegoat any longer. We will blame
excuse me.
You, and they will blame you at the ballot box, and we will sweep you these upcoming midterms.
Tell me if Biden was ever capable of holding office. Tell me, please. I'll shut up now.
He was capable and beat your guy by 7 million votes.
Oh my God. Did you ever see? Okay, that's perfect. You know what? Someday that's going to come out. You understand that? Do you understand that?
Someday. Yeah, and someday it's going to come out this is going to happen. That's going to happen.
What I know about this, but I know somebody in California that drives a bus, and he knows a lot more than you. And you know what? When Elon Musk starts offering $1 million, when he starts offering $1 million for whistleblowers, this is gonna go down.
Bro.
Watch.
Yeah, no. Bro, she goes, I know somebody that drives a bus, and you better watch out, buddy. I know somebody that drives a bus in California. You better watch it, buddy. What the fuck does that mean?
It's a electric bus.
What does that even mean?
It's an electric bus. And then Kamala.
It's an electric bus. So you know somebody.
She drinks. Why did you ask Kamala if she was drinking?
You know somebody that drives an electric bus, and what does that mean?
Never mind. It's going to come out. But I want you to ask Kamala what was she doing drinking during the election? I mean, during the campaign. Tell me.
She wasn't drinking during the campaign. And also, like, if she had like a glass of wine at night, are you like mad at that or what?
You think she's okay? You think she's okay to run a country?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah.
I'm a woman. Why would I go against another woman? Why?
I don't know, because you're like a freak. You think that like up is down and left is right, and
that's right.
You know.
Yeah, you must. Okay, then you and I have a lot in common. Then we have a lot in common.
I don't think that up is down and left is right.
Well, in my opinion, you do.
Let me ask you this. So when Donald Trump talked about Hannibal Lecter endorsing him, what did he mean by that?
Hannibal Lecter? I don't know anything about that.
Oh, of course you don't know anything about that because you're so engulfed in the Trump cult. Let me pull up Trump saying Hannibal Lecter endorsing him.
Hannibal Lecter? What is that?
You're the character from Silence of the Lamb.
Okay, if it's not a real person, please don't insult me.
That's exactly why it's so weird.
Stupid.
Trump, listen.
Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lamb? The late great Hannibal Lecter was a wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friend for dinner. Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner. This poor doctor.
That's a joke, okay? Can you not take a joke? Can you not take a joke?
Why is Donald Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter? What context makes that okay?
Well, that's exactly why I didn't remember it, because it was a joke.
So, in what context does a presidential candidate bring up a fictional character?
What context did somebody get on there and tell somebody that did you come out of a coconut tree?
I don't even know how that's response to what I just said.
In a context
I don't even
of what came before you.
I don't even know how that's just response to what I just said. What context does Donald Trump bringing up Hannibal Lecter make sense?
The same shit.
What does it make sense? How does that make sense? How does that make sense at all? Donald Trump says that Hannibal Lecter endorsed him, and he's bringing up Hannibal Lecter at rallies. What does that mean?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke. Oh, okay. So when Donald Trump was bringing up, have you ever seen that clip of Donald Trump talking about boats sinking in batteries and things like that? What does that mean?
boats sinking and batteries. Why don't you tear apart what Biden says? Go look through Biden's conversations. You can't make them out.
I can make them out just fine. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna play a clip for you, and you tell me what Donald Trump. I'm gonna play. It's a minute.
Biden too, though. You gotta play Biden too, though.
Sure. Happy to do it. We'll go to a random Biden speech after this. I'm gonna play you a clip of Donald Trump, and you tell me what he means when he's talking about
kicker
this.
because this is getting nowhere, bro.
Yeah, I know, probably. Just listen.
Hold on to yourself there. Why don't you hold on to yourself, boy? Why don't you go do something with yourself, fucker? The fuck?
The fuck do you do?
Fucking idiot. Fucking, you think
I'm sorry, but like these are the type of people on both sides. These are the type of people on both sides that just need to stop talking about politics.
You're a fake MAGA. You're not even a MAGA. What are you doing here talking to this kid?
I'm about to talk policy with him, but you're talking about fucking Hannibal Lecter. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Are you going to have good policy to dismantle what he's trying to do?
I mean, it's going to be better than what you're saying. I don't even know what you're saying.
No, I'm just
you're just screaming.
I've probably been listening to him longer than you. And so I'm already ticked because I've been listening to him for months. And every time I listen to him, I see something where he knows he was lying and he doesn't admit it. And then he moves on to another subject. There's another kid on here that every time he gets caught in a lie, he thanks the audience for the gifts. Oh, thank you for the $20. Oh, thank you. Oh, my God. When he's caught in a lie.
Dude, she's like crashing out on live right now, dude. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
You're crashing out on live.
Trouble, you guys
listen,
automatically go to thanking somebody.
Can I play this clip for you now before you freak out anymore?
Only if you promise to play the Biden one too.
You're having like a breakdown on live right now. Like, are you okay? Should you doing a wellness check? My God, jeez. All right, listen.
Well, why don't you go do a wellness check?
Just stop talking. Just stop talking.
I never asked this question, and it must be a very short period of time. So I said, "Let me ask you a question," and he said, "Nobody ever asked this question." And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people do a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of
So Molly,
are you more concerned about the guy
Molly, stop. Can you tell me what he means right there?
About the shark?
Can you tell me what he means right there? Like, what is he talking about? What policy position is he talking about?
The battery's more dangerous than the shark.
How does that have to do with politics and being president? And also
because he doesn't think that these battery motored cars are, and I have one, so I know they're worthless.
Wait. How do battery motored cars connect to sharks in the water?
Because you're safer by a shark than you are with one of those batteries.
But what does that have to do with boats sinking?
It was a joke.
What does that have to do with boats sinking?
Because he's trying to say that are you healthier with a battery in your possession while you're touching water?
You understand that you have a battery in your phone right now, numbnuts?
Am I near a body? Okay, what's your point?
Because you're saying that Donald Trump is arguing that you're safer with sharks in the water than you are with a battery. You understand you have a battery in your hand. You're holding a battery right now.
Those cars and those boats with big batteries, there's not just little tiny batteries.
This is brain numbing.
There's like 10 batteries.
This is brain numbing.
10 batteries in high voltage.
This is brain numbing. This is brain numbing. A friend of mine
lost their whole house because of one of those cars.
So not once did he mention the word car, by the way.
He was doing.
You just made that up. Also, even if he did mention the word car, it still makes absolutely no sense. If Joe Biden would have said this, you would have lost your goddamn mind. You'd be, you have no idea what he's talking about. But then since Donald Trump says it, you love
Joe
it.
Biden doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
See, he would have made sense for once in his life.
Really? So let's just do this. Let's go to the most recent Joe Biden speech, and you get to pick like a random time in the Biden speech, and we'll go to it. Okay. So how about 1 day ago, Biden spoke at Arlington National Cemetery. The speech is 12 minutes long. So pick a time frame between like a minute and 11 minutes to make sure that we're getting him speaking.
Why don't you go back to go back to the debate.
Wait, let's go to his most recent speech, because this is the most recent time that Biden has spoken publicly. Just pick a time between like 30 seconds. Just pick a time between like 30 seconds and 11 minutes.
You're saying I'm drinking? He was doing something else.
Molly, just please stop talking. Just pick a time frame. My God.
2 minutes. 2 minutes in.
2 minutes?
5 minutes in. 5 minutes in. I better chance. 5 minutes in.
5 minutes in. 5 minutes exactly. Let's listen to him for like 30 seconds, and you can tell me if you think that he sounds worse than Trump talking about batteries and sharks.
He was happy that he screwed McCain.
I'm proud Jill and I, our entire family felt. Like so many of you, we also remember how hard it was when he was deployed. Empty seats at the dinner table, missed holidays and birthdays, prayers of hope and worry, repeated every morning and every night. Just as we ask everything of our veterans, we ask everything of their families. English poet John Milton wrote, and I quote, "They also serve who only stand and wait, as so many of you have." So for all the military families, to all those with a loved one still missing or unaccounted for, to all Americans grieving the loss of a loved one who wore the uniform, Jill and I want you to know we see you, we thank you, and we'll never stop working to meet our sacred obligation to you and your families.
Okay, very nice. Did he check his watch? He checks his watch.
Wow, I mean, do you disagree with anything he just said?
I agree with him, but the teleprompter helped him quite a bit. Let's be honest.
So both of those speeches I just showed you of Trump, he had teleprompters in front of him.
No, Trump goes off the cuff. Trump does not need a teleprompter.
Which is really bad, because it turns into him talking about Hannibal Lecter. So.
Okay, let's go there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you know what? I appreciate you working for them.
Yeah.
I appreciate. I'm going to listen to your. By the way, you better be good, the next guy, because I'm going to be listening. Hey.
Next person.
Oh, Molly. Hey, Molly. Get the hell out of live and don't come back, okay? Yeah, Molly, I'm sure that now you feel so much pressure because Molly's watching. Oh, God, what are you going to do? Before we get into it, make sure to drop a follow, everybody, if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time, all that good stuff. We also got to 1.5 million. Let's try to get to 1.7 million likes. I appreciate that a lot. Double tap the screen and also Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Oh, and follow on all the platforms, link in bio. Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff is in the link in bio. Okay, man. Sorry about you had to suffer through that.
Nah, bro, it's all good.
So what can I do for you, man?
So I would say, are you willing to be open-minded? Because I feel like I see a lot of these debaters online, they're just kind of condescending. They don't really like to be open-minded about anything. I'm very open-minded. If you prove me wrong, I'll happily admit it that you proved me wrong. But I mean,
I'm open-minded for sure. I do these debates not to just dunk on people, but to hopefully find some common ground,
For sure. But so a couple of things I disagree with. I disagree with Kamala Harris's proposed tax policies. I think Trump's were much better. I think the economy was better. I think the immigration policies were better. I can happily name them for you if you would like. Mm-hmm. But those are just a couple things. I think his future plans as well. And I'm a big, I work 50 hours a week. So, I mean, I'm a big no tax on overtime supporter, I'd say. So that's a main reason I voted for him as well.
So I'm trying to figure out where to start. We can start with the economy. So what about Trump's economic policies to you are better? And you said you didn't like Kamala Harris's. So what about hers do you not like?
So she proposed a 28% tax policy, I believe it was, right?
On the corporate tax rate, yeah.
On the corporate tax rate, yep. And I think Trump's right now is 21. Mm-hmm. And I'm a true believer that the higher the corporate tax rate is, I do think it will fall onto the consumer, because I do think once you start making those corporate companies pay more in taxes, they will higher their prices on, groceries and goods like that. So I think we do end up paying for it in the end, and I think a lower tax rate is needed.
But how does that make sense though? Because, prior to Trump, the corporate tax rate was at like 35% under Obama, and there wasn't like a huge rate of inflation every single year. Corporate tax rate's been very high historically, and there wasn't like massive amounts of inflation or anything like that.
So you're saying like his tax rate didn't cause inflation or anything? Is that what you're saying? Because I do agree, like the economy was, I'm not saying the economy was bad under Obama in any sense. I think the economy was good and it was okay. But I think Trump's policies like accelerated the growth that was already happening. Because you saw, record low unemployment. You saw like millions of jobs created. And then I think Biden likes to take credit for all those jobs, like from the bounce back jobs in COVID. And his short term, like we did see substantial growth in GDP as well, like a strong stock market. And I think those are just a few things that like signaled that the economy was going in a better way than it is now.
Yeah, but we have to ask ourselves, like, what caused that? And there's no actual correlation or data to suggest that Donald Trump's tax policies did. Like, if you look at unemployment, if you look at GDP, if you look at wages, they all kind of went up in a steady way, in a linear way, which indicates that it was a trend that was just being continued. There was no like exponential growth in anything. There was not an exponential growth in jobs. Matter of fact, we actually have some evidence and data that says that a lot of companies just like raise the salaries of their highest earners, their CEOs, their board members. They did more stock buybacks. They just kept a lot of money for themselves as opposed to reinvesting in their businesses and creating jobs, which is like the intent of trickle-down economics. And the London School of Economics actually did a study on trickle-down economics, which is what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was. And they found that over 50 years, comparing countries that did and didn't, their unemployments, their wages, GDPs were virtually the same. So there's no real benefit of it aside. And the only difference between these two countries is that the countries that gave taxes to or tax cuts to wealthy people, their wealthier just got a lot more money and their poorer got a lot, not much of it at the end of the day. But countries that didn't, they were pretty stable in terms of income inequality. So but I don't see any evidence to suggest that that tax cuts for wealthy are beneficial.
But I believe lower taxes benefits, like it doesn't just benefit, I feel like, the higher class, like Democrats like to say. I think it does. I think it does also help the middle class and the lower class as well, because the tax policy, that's like, because you said you don't think trickle down economics works.
Yeah.
Like you think you're to be like, because I have heard that before, but I've also heard it explained in a way that it makes like a lot of sense. So I'm just, I don't know.
So I think that like in a perfect world, trickle down economics sounds good, right? If the intent is like, if we give these big companies and these wealthy people a tax cut, in a perfect world, they'll invest more into their workers, into their businesses, and create more economic opportunity. Like intuitively, that sounds good, but in practice, it doesn't work. Makes sense on paper, practice, it does not. What happens?
You're saying the companies just don't reinvest the money.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Is there do we have any way of knowing that? Because I would hope. I think a lot of businesses put a lot of money back into the business. They don't just keep it all for themselves. Obviously, they're going to keep some when the tax policy goes down. I think any business would. They would hire their pay, hire their salaries, all that when a tax policy goes down. But they would also reinvest a lot of it to the business as well, because that's what makes small businesses thrive. Is a lower when you can put more money back into your business.
Yeah. So so of course, like businesses will reinvest for sure, no doubt. But for the most part, they won't take that excess money that they're making and actually invest it back into their business. They'll take the majority of the excess money that they're making and give it back to themselves and give it back to the wealthy people. And I would highly recommend, this is a CBS article I was pulling up while you were talking. It says 50 years of tax cuts for the rich failed to trickle down, economic study says. It cites the London School of Economics. They did it over a 50-year period from 1965 to 2015. Compared countries that passed tax cuts in a specific year, such as the United States when Reagan did it, to countries that didn't. And it's, as I mentioned, per capita gross domestic product and unemployment rates were nearly identical after 5 years in countries that slashed taxes on the rich and those that didn't. But it did discover one major change. The incomes of the rich grew much faster in countries where taxes were lowered. Instead of trickling down to the middle class, tax cuts for the rich may not accomplish much more than to help the rich keep more of their money and exacerbate income inequality, the research indicates. So this study It's pretty comprehensive. It's over 50 years. So I'd highly recommend you kind of look into that stuff. But so the data that we have suggests that it does not work. That's all.
Okay, for sure. I mean, I'll definitely look at, because, mine's always been, the lower the tax rate is, the better it is for, middle class. I'll definitely look more into that. But I also think we can't ignore the border crisis. And I think the border crisis is a big problem. And I think...
I'm happy to talk. One last thing I want to talk about. I just want to quickly say about the econ is that we, like Democrats, actually agree with middle class tax cuts. So if you're a low income earner or a middle class earner, Democrats want to give you a tax cut. Kamala Harris was running on giving 100 million Americans a tax cut, whereas Donald Trump was running on giving super wealthy a tax cut. And he said, let's give certain people a tax cut, but he didn't do that the first time he was president. So anyway, yes, let's talk about the border. What's your
just one thing real quick? But I do think his no tax on tips and no tax on overtime that he wanted to implement would help a lot of middle class Americans, full time workers. And I don't think that's debatable. I think we can agree that's a good policy, because I know Kamala Harris has a similar no tax on tips policy. I know she also ran on that.
Right. So I think that no taxes on tips in the way that Kamala Harris wanted to do it was productive, because she wanted to close loopholes to make sure that wealthy business people weren't reclassifying their income as tips so they could take advantage of it. Trump has never talked about any such reform. So I think that would be a good thing. But I also think that there might be other ways to go about helping middle class workers than no taxes on tips. And the problem with Trump's policies is that he wants to get rid of taxes on Social Security, taxes on overtime, taxes on tips. He's even talked about just getting rid of income tax generally. The question is, where do we make up that money then? Because we'll be losing billions upon billions, possibly trillions of dollars in revenue for the federal government. And that money goes into things like education, infrastructure, healthcare. So military, funding the military, right? So how do we make up that money?
And that's a good question. I think we make up that money by, and I know a lot of Democrats don't like it, but I think they're better in the long term. We make up that money by him placing his tariffs on China and other countries. Yes, we make that money back. We make people, we make businesses come back and manufacture domestically instead of manufacturing in other countries. And tariffs, these tariffs that he's implementing do work in the long term. We won't see it in the short term. We won't see the effects much in the short term. And I think that's what people are overlooking. I think that's why we're they're so bad, they're inflationary. But I think if people did a little bit more research, it's more for the long run and more for manufacturing jobs.
But think about it. So Democrats, as I was saying to the last individual, we're not against targeted tariffs, but we've never in the United States had broad tariffs in the way that Donald Trump wants them, and we've never had as much industry in the United States and abroad than we have in this moment in time. So putting a broad 10 to 20% tariff is nothing we've ever done before, and it's 100% inflationary. And the idea that every business that makes their goods abroad and then imports to the United States is suddenly going to be able to move their manufacturing back to the United States and do that here is lunacy. And you might say, well, it might be short term. I disagree. I think it's going to be long term. That pain is going to be felt because a company like Apple, for example, can't move their manufacturing to the United States in a year. Right? They probably can't do it in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years, just move everything back to the United States while companies like Walmart and Target are doing the exact same things. And then who is going to work in all of these different factories? Because it's not like we import things from just one country. A lot of our stuff is made in China, but we have factories all around the world for different companies. It's where are we going to get all these workers? We don't even have enough native-born American workers right now to fill these jobs. And then on top of that, Donald Trump wants to deport millions of undocumented migrants who are working jobs. So it's there's no way that we could fulfill this stuff.
But the thing is, you asked how will we make that money back from those taxes? He wants to get no federal income tax, no taxes on overtime and all that stuff. But and I think the tariffs, I think a lot of people are looking at it. They won't. I think it'll cancel out well, and I really do, because if you look at Trump's tariff, they're aimed at reducing the trade deficit and making imported goods more expensive for other countries. They're not aimed at trying to lower prices for the consumer, because tariffs, obviously, I agree with you, they do make things more expensive, but I think canceling it, they will cancel out with the taxes.
Yeah, I've also seen, I don't know if I can.
But I mean, we can get to another topic as well if you.
Yeah, I don't know if I could pull this up right now. But there's also studies out there that show that if we got rid of all these different taxes that Donald Trump is saying we get rid of, the tariffs that he would implement wouldn't even make up for all of the lost federal revenue. So we'd still be down in federal revenue, and people would still be paying significantly more at the grocery store and to buy basic goods that they buy for whatever. So it's like a double whammy. It's a double whammy. So anyway, that's the last thing I wanted to say.
Okay. But how do you feel about like the border crossings? Because it's very evident, like under Trump, it was an average about 400,000 per year illegal immigrants coming into the country. Under Biden, it's been, I believe it's like around 1.5 to 2 million per year that he's been in office.
Well, I think these are all encounters, right?
What'd you say? Encounters?
These are encounters at the border, right? These are not people coming in.
It could be. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but
whatever. So I believe it's encounters because that's how the Border Patrol calculates it. But I think that the border the immigration system has been a problem for some time now. And right now, funnily enough, like border crossings are lower than they were under Donald Trump in like 2021 and parts of 2019 as well. So they're pretty stable right now. But I think that the Republicans now own the problem at the border because the Democrats and the Republicans came together on a bipartisan immigration bill. They came together to negotiate this, to work together on it. It included a lot of great provisions. Donald Trump killed that bill. He sank it. He says, please blame me if that bill fails. So if there's a problem and the Democrats are trying to solve it, but the Republicans are blocking the solution to that problem, I think they own it.
So in that bill, there was a lot of money going to Ukraine, Israel. There was a lot of money going towards it. I think that it was about 75% of the money in that bill. So only 25% of the money, and they were just going to put more federal agents on the border. That's all that bill was. It wasn't this big like, oh, we're going to give the border this much of funding and this much stuff. It was more so they could pass their Ukraine and Israel like money spending. And I know that they in the Paris Accords, I know they actually passed that. Even I think later in the thing. And I actually did agree. This is something I came because I was on here with I think it was Dean. I think I was debating Dean on this. But we actually came to an agreement that it is a political move by Trump. But I also think politicians make political moves all the time. Political moves like Democrats have made political moves in the past. And I don't think we should look down on a political move by a candidate who's trying to win a presidency.
Oh, I definitely think we should. So the bill was, first and foremost, it was not just a bill that like the majority included Ukraine funding. They actually separated the bills. So the Ukraine funding, the foreign policy funding was eventually passed and voted for overwhelmingly by both parties. And then was signed into law. And then what was left was the immigration portion of the bill, which Republicans still said no to. And it wasn't just hired for dealing with asylum, dealing for drugs, and just hiring more Border Patrol agents generally, but it also expanded immigration courts so we can address asylum claims quicker. It gave the president the ability to shut down the border if it's being overwhelmed. It had a mandatory cap to shut down the border if it's being overwhelmed. It invested in technology at the border to scan for drugs coming through, which is ports of entry where most drugs come into the United States from our southern border. So all these different things, and it also made it harder for people to seek asylum when it didn't actually apply to them. It raised the standard, and all of these things in this bill, and Republicans still sank it. And would you agree that the problem at the border is a national security issue?
Sure, I think we can agree on it's a national security issue.
So that's the point, right? It's like, I understand there's politics and you want to win a presidential election, but I think that there's few things out there that you don't play politics with. And I think national security is one of them. And we both agree that Donald Trump was making a political move, and he did that. He cared more about his campaign and his poll numbers than our national security. He played politics with our national security. And I think that's wrong. And I don't think that he can claim to care about the border if he's doing something like that.
I do agree with you there. It's wrong. Like I'm not like the last lady, like total Trumper, like Trump till I die. Like
yeah.
I'm more like JD Vance and then Trump. Like that's sort of why I thought the vice presidential candidates on the Republican side were better. So I'm not like this Trump like ride or die guy. So, gotcha. But so there's just one thing I wanted to touch on the border as well. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got into office, they undid 64 executive orders that Trump did, and it was border-related executive orders. And then right after that, we see border crossings just like shoot through the roof. So, like, is that not related? Are we not? No, why is that not related? Right.
Yeah. I don't know if that's actually accurate that there was like 64. I always hear that. I've never seen anything to support that. But here's the thing. Yeah, if you don't mind, if you have like another device, that'd be great.
I'll look it up.
Let me just show you something. This is a graph that Donald Trump himself has shown at rallies. You've probably seen this graph before, right?
I've probably seen it. I mean,
it's one that Donald Trump, it's actually the graph that Donald Trump was turning to when the first assassination attempt was taken on him. So, the thing is that if you look right here, right, like where it says 2021, there's like a J.
Sure.
And it stands for January. Oh my God. Sorry. The phone's glitching. 1 sec.
January of 2021 you're talking about, right?
Yeah, you can see that border crossings before Biden even took office were already going up, and they were going up in a pretty exponential way, right? Like there's the low, and then from there it just kept going up month after month after month after month, and then Biden inherited this, and then it obviously exploded to something that was unsustainable for the United States. But the point is that Biden inherited a system and an immigration system that already had an influx of people coming in, and the numbers were going up pretty rapidly over a short amount of time. And that's not because of Biden. No executive orders being overturned changed that. It was because of the pandemic and people being forced out of their home countries.
So you're saying the pandemic forced
yes, 100%
that millions of Americans to come to our country, not Joe Biden's because it realistically was an open border policy. They didn't enforce remain in Mexico, which was a big Trump policy, and that's what helped keep border crossings low during his first 4-year term.
Remain in Mexico only was signed in 2019, and it only affected 70,000 people. So this was not like a broad policy that Trump was using. And by the end of his administration, it wasn't even in use because it was mostly wrapped up in legal challenges. So
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
But I think both sides agreed on it that it was a good policy. So I just don't understand why Biden wouldn't want to continue that policy, because both sides did agree that remain in Mexico is the law of the land. And it raised the refugee cap. They created a task force to reunite separated families, provided more pathways for legal immigration. I mean, like that, I think that's what most people look over in the remain in Mexico policy. It wasn't just keeping these illegal immigrants in Mexico and just leaving them there. Like, I don't think people realize that.
But you can increase the pathways to legal citizenship without forcing people to stay in the home countries of which they're trying to get away from. And, we have data on Remain in Mexico that out of like the 70,000-ish people that it affected, there were like at least 1,200, 1,500 of those people were attacked, sexually assaulted, or even killed after being sent back to the countries of which they're seeking refuge from. So it's just an inhumane policy. It wasn't broad policy, and it doesn't solve the problem, right? The problem is right now is asylum and the way that the asylum law is written. It doesn't solve the problem, and it certainly doesn't solve anything when it comes to giving a pathway to citizenship or a better pathway to come in legally. It just put people in a bad situation.
But I think the problem is right now there's would you agree there's way too many people coming in here undetected illegally? Like you agree that there's way too many people coming in?
Yeah, but it's important to note that the majority of the people who have come in recent years are seeking asylum, so they're actually coming in legally.
Sure, most of the people, right? Mm-hmm. But I think we need to enforce harder border security because of those lower percentages of bad people, right? We've seen murderers. We've seen how much fentanyl is coming into this country. What?
You can't say that drug on live. You might get removed.
Oh, crap!
You might get removed.
No,
I know.
I got banned on my other account for saying it too.
Well, here we can conclude here because I don't want you to get your account taken down. Point is that I agree that we need more border security. We need to hire more agents and things like that. But I don't think that happens with Trump. I think that immigration bill that Biden and Harris were supporting was the way to go about it. It was bipartisan. It was mostly a conservative bill, and Donald Trump killed it anyway. So,
okay, so but you don't you don't agree that the drug I just mentioned that's a huge problem, and it mainly started under Biden's open border, because it really is an open border. He undid 64. I still haven't got that link. I got sidetracked, but
no, you're good. You're good.
He still undid those 64 executive orders on the border. he actually did stop Trump's wall, but then they ended up doing it again because they realized it was a good policy. Like, we do need a border.
They didn't start doing it again.
They didn't?
They didn't start. They didn't allocate new funding. There was new funding. There was funding that was allocated for the Trump border wall.
Okay, that's probably what I meant.
But it had to. So anyway, yeah. But I don't think the border's open. Like, Biden is still deporting hundreds of thousands of people, and Biden actually deported removed, I should say, a higher percentage of people encountered at the border than Donald Trump did. You can look up a Cato Institute article on that if you'd like. But anyway, final comment, thoughts, because I don't want you to get your account banned or anything.
I just think that's like mainly the reason people voted for Trump. I think they felt like their country would be safer. I think they felt like I feel like they felt more money would come into their paychecks, and I feel like we just need to stop like the hateful rhetoric that all Trump supporters are like. They hate women. They hate all this because I don't think that's why people voted for Trump. I think people voted for Trump for like those reasons I just stated. They want to make the country safer, and I think Trump wants to do that as well. I don't think, like, as much as we like to say Trump's like a felon and whatever. I don't want to say the word on here because I don't know. But and I do want to speak on his charges because I do think they're a little bit like they over prosecuted him in a way that I think was unfair. Because what was his charge? Can you tell me his charge that made him a felon?
Yeah, falsifying business records in the first degree.
Yep. So, and do you know what? That's actually a misdemeanor in the state of New York.
Not in the first degree, though.
In the first degree, you're saying?
Yeah, that's a felony. In the first degree, it's a felony.
But do you know that in most other states, it is a misdemeanor? And in New York, it was a misdemeanor, and his case is past the statute of limitations, so it shouldn't even have been tried anyway, but they ignored that rule.
No, it wasn't past the statute of limitations. So it's falsifying business records is a misdemeanor in New York. But if you do it to further or conceal another crime, then it becomes a felony. It's a Class C felony in New York. And it wasn't past the statute of limitations because since it was a felony, it had a longer statute of limitations. And New York law says that, statute of limitations only kicks in if that person has been in the state for those consecutive years. But since Donald Trump was out of state for multiple years when he was serving as president of the United States, the clock was quote unquote paused, right? So then he came back to New York, or then he was out of his presidency. Then the clock started again and they could indict him. So they already took this to court and judges rejected the argument that it was past the statute of limitations.
I didn't know they took that back to court. You've educated me on that for sure. But so I found the link that I also wanted to mention. So Biden signed executive orders reversing Trump's immigration policy. He said, I'm not making new law. I'm eliminating bad policy, which means he's eliminating Trump's policies on the border. And right after that, right after he gets in and undoes those, you showed me on the graph, right? Yeah. And sure, maybe they were starting to go up, as Trump was leaving office. Sure, we can agree on that. But right as Biden went in, it just increased at a rate that we've really never seen before, besides since maybe the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, but we haven't had a pandemic like this before. A global, we haven't really had a global phenomenon like that in a really long time. So that really played into it.
So, but it's still going on today. There's still people crossing the border at a rate that we've never seen.
No, it's not. It's actually it's leveled out a lot right now.
2022 to 2024. Yes, it has gone down since COVID for sure. But I have the graph right here. And so what we're in, 2023, 2,063,000, it says, U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions and expulsions.
So those are apprehensions, right? Those are people that they've encountered. It doesn't mean that these people came into the United States.
They encountered at the border, right? Non-citizens.
So here's what I was looking at. Yeah, so they encountered at the border, right? They encountered, but it doesn't mean that they came into the country. Here's an article from Forbes published August 10th, 2024. July immigrant border arrests were lower than Trump's last month in office, indicating that less people are coming to the border. There's also an NBC article on it. Attempted border crossings.
You're saying Trump's last month was more than Biden's last month? Is that what you're saying?
No, that month, that specific month with their arrests was lower than the last month under Donald Trump. when, Trump proclaims that the border was secure and things like that. Also, an NBC article here for you from October 8th, 2024. Headline is attempted border crossings dropped to the lowest level of the Biden presidency in September at fewer than 54,000 apprehensions. The number is also the lowest since August 2020 during the Trump administration. And it's similar to totals in 2018 in September, in 2019 and 2020. So it's actually leveled out a lot right now.
So you're saying Biden's like last year or so is comparable to Trump's last year? Because I know a lot of people on the left, they like to try and compare like this last year to Trump's last year, and it does, like, there's similar numbers there. But when you take into account their whole 4 years of presidency, the numbers don't lie that it's clearly in favor of Trump. Was less crossings, less illegal immigrants coming into the country, and I think we can agree, like, when more people are coming into a country, that means, there's a lot of good people coming into the country, right? They're working jobs, they're working all this, but there's a lot of bad people coming into drug shipping, so-called these. Well,
actually, the majority of people that were convicted of drug crimes in recent years were native-born Americans, because a lot of native-born Americans will cross the border into Mexico, get illicit substances, and then bring them back into the United States for distribution. So it's actually the majority of people doing that are native-born Americans.
No, I know what study you're talking about for sure. Like I agree on that, because the cartels, they hire citizens of the U.S., right, to ship these drugs into the country, right. We also can't ignore the 400,000 missing children, right. That's a big deal, and there wasn't that many missing children, and there wasn't this much drugs coming into the country under Trump. And I feel like people just kind of overlook that, and they say, like Trump's policies didn't cause it. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's not a very, like, when people try and bring up the border for Democrats, I think it's just very simple, clear cut of who was better on the border.
I don't think it is so simple and clear cut, because I think that Biden, he got banned. He got banned. I knew that was coming. We have a bunch of people. Hannah, I'm gonna try to speed run these to the best of my ability, but we will get through them. Holy. All right, we're gonna get through them. Ready? Hannah, thank you for the $1, because I want to say thank you to everybody. Well deserved after Molly. Excuse me. P.S. Green on you. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate that. Roxy, thank you for the $1. Stop allowing them to just talk. Well, I think that guy was nice, so we could have like an open dialogue. But for like the person before him, Molly, yeah, definitely. Megan, thank you for the $10. For the girls that boys won't have discussions with, please tell an ignorant boy I hate them. Talk your talk, Megan. Hell yeah, talk your talk. Yo, Sydney, thank you for the $3. Just decided that I want to change my degree from criminal justice to either political science or economics. What do you think would be best for someone wanting to learn? I don't know. You have to find out what's best for you, man. You have to find out what's best for you, Sydney. It depends on what you want to pursue in the future. But I like it. Virginia, thank you for the $3. You deserve the world. Haha, this is so entertaining, and it's absolutely hilarious how some people just embarrass themselves. I learned so much from you, though. You're inspiring. Also, your eyes are super pretty. Thank you. They're green. Green. Yo, Virginia, I appreciate you. Thank you. And Sophie, thank you for the $1. Remind Miss Molly to take her. I can't say that on live, Sophie. Are you kidding me? Rachel, thank you for the $5. Harry, please. I'm in clean energy. You made a post about the EPA person. I need the source of that green energy photo so I can show my boss. We are concerned about the IRA going away because all of our jobs will be gone, and I can't find that source. It's the National Environmental Scorecard. So if you look up Lee Zeldin's National Environmental Scorecard, you can find it. I think it's from the League of Conservation Voters. I believe that's who compiles it. So look up the League of Conservation Voters and you should find it. League of Conservation Voters. Yeah, it's this. It's the League of Conservation Voters. This is one of the screenshots that I used in my TikTok. So there you go. Kristen, thank you for the $5. Education, entertainment, and concepts of a prayer for MAGA. Kristen, you're far too kind for them. You're far too kind. Ami, thank you for the $3. I'm still laughing at Goody. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. Thank you for the free entertainment. Well, Elizabeth, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Megan, thank you for the $2. Still fighting for us. Well, we're all going to stay in the fight together, Megan, and I'm glad you're part of it. Alexa, thank you for the $5 to get on Molly's level of drunk. I don't think there's ever reaching that level, Alexa. I don't think that's possible. Leslie, thank you for the $5. Molly needs a blank. Can't say that on TikTok Live because why is she so mad? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Oh my gosh. Jake for the $2 to buy a blow dryer to dry the spit off your forehead from MAGA Molly convulsing and swallowing the mic on her phone. I know her screen is covered in crusty foam. Golly, you just cooked her, brother. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Megan, thank you for the $3. I just know there's a niece or nephew of Molly somewhere dreading Thanksgiving with their crazy aunt. You guys are going in on Molly, man. I appreciate that, Megan. Jonathan, thank you for the $15. Thank you for speaking up. I'm a former MAGA PragerU influencer and a Turning Point USA member, and now a registered Democrat. I was scared about sharing my story for 3 years, and now I'm sharing my story of getting out of the cult. We should chat sometime. I've got crazy stories. Jonathan, that is insane. Definitely would love to chat, man. That's crazy. Golly. Brittany, thank you for the $1. Pookie, I'm so sorry you have to deal with people like this. Keep up the good work, though. Just give me a chance romantically. Now that's sliding in well. I appreciate that, Brittany. Alexis, thank you for the $3. Thank you for doing these lives, Harry. You give me hope. I'm a young mom and my son who has an IEP, and I'm so nervous for what's going to happen to the Department of Education, even though we're a blue state. Well, I appreciate you. I hope you can keep the faith. It's a tough time, but I'm keeping you in my thoughts, as we all are. I hope you know that. Lee, thank you for the $25. Good golly, Miss Molly. What the actual F, Harry? We're all losing brain cells right now. Yeah. Tell me about it. Leslie, thank you for the $10 because Molly said I am dumber for watching your lives, even though she doesn't understand how tariffs work and didn't know how many Supreme Court justices there are. So, Jessica, thank you for the $5. Please remind MAGA about the Articles of Confederation. The states did have all the power at one time and it didn't work. That's also a really good point. The Articles of Confederation. I like that. Nicolette, thank you for the 15 cents. She thought she ate with that tariff question. Yeah. Lauren, thank you for the $20. She sounds drunk. Many people thought that. Yo, Bren, thank you for the $5. MAGA loves to tell us to shut up and accept the outcome. Nope, we will never shut up, and we will continue to fight, especially for women's rights and women's health care. Always love me some Harry debates, and thank you for your support of women. Bren, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you a lot. You know that. I always appreciate you. Emily, thank you for the $1. Thank you for your work, your patient, kind, and an inspiration. Emily, thank you so much. David, thank you for the $1. Trump won, so exiting. Let me in your live. We know you're scared to debate me, Trump. Okay. Sierra, thank you for the $1. Do you think Biden had a better chance at winning? I have no idea. Katie, thank you for the $1. Thanks for educating us. I'm ready for Thanksgiving debates against my family. As am I. I'm ready. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Exacerbating, isn't it? They never actually hear what you say. It's always but. Keep up the fight, my friend. Jennifer, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. At least Katie was honest, but yikes. Yeah. Autumn, thank you for the $10. Thanks for having these insufferable conversations to help educate people. I think okay. We made it through. Do, thank you for the $5. When will you create an OF? Never. Sorry, my man. I hate to break the hope. Linda, thank you for the $25 with no message. I appreciate you. Dave, thank you for the $5. Ask her what continent she's on right now. She'd probably say Pangea. Dave, thank you for Anaya, thank you for the $1.11. I'm worried about Kamala drinking, but not the grapist. Yeah. Seriously. Naley, thank you for the $5. You make life easier. You make life easier as well. Hope you know that. Cameron, thank you for the $2. As a poli-sci major, thanks for everything you do. And thank you for everything you do. Daisy, thank you for the $1. Harry's cute. We get it. Crying in Boston. I appreciate you, Daisy. Addie, do a cat reveal. He's not here with me right now, unfortunately, although I would. And Victoria, finally, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you as well. Sorry, I had to catch up on all of those because Molly was screaming at me for like 30 minutes. She was screaming her face off at me. Just a very angry person. I'm debating if I want to do one more or not. How do I donate? Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support. I'm debating if I want to do one more. All right, we'll do one more. But hey, listen, we'll do one more, but you have to do something for me. You have to make sure to follow, of course. Drop a follow. We post on TikTok all the time and do videos and lives, and make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. We're very close, 100,000 away. Also, make sure to follow on every single platform: Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat. All of those links are in my TikTok bio. I appreciate all you. And yeah, all right, everybody. If you're MAGA and you want to come up, you don't debate Charlie Kirk. I've said many times that Charlie Kirk is welcome to come in here and debate anytime that he wants. If you're MAGA, want to come up and tell me why. We can bring up this guy. Let's see. I don't have. Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
33 and a half.
What?
You got. Well, I'll be 34 in like half a year.
But why do you? Who does 33 and a half? Like, I feel like once you're above the age of like 6, you don't do 6.5 anymore.
I'm autistic.
Oh,
and I'm
sorry.
also being super descriptive.
Okay, I apologize. That's my bad.
I'm also not like a super MAGA, right? Like, I've been a Democrat my whole life. But how can you look away from MSM control of what boomers and people who are glued to paid advertising? How can you even take any of that as valid? You know what I mean?
No, I don't know.
Also, sorry, real quick before you unload on me, how old are you? Because I'm new to this. I just actually installed TikTok like 2 days ago.
Oh, I'm 22, but you have to be above the age of 18 to be on TikTok Live, so that's why I was asking your age.
Yeah, no, I'm an ancient fucking tree. Cut me open and count my rings.
Oh, come on, you're in your 30s. That's not old. Come on. So what's your question generally?
Well, for me, it's like I actually want to know. All right. So I don't know as much as I should about the policies, but I do know that Kamala ran like the worst campaign in the history of the United States, pretty much.
I disagree with that. I think Trump's campaign was worse than hers.
I mean, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. It was pretty bad. Like that was pretty garb, but that is the only thing that I will submit to you about any of this, because there's not like bro, I don't even think Kamala could feel her face for the past 2 months.
I don't know what that means either, but what I do know is that Donald Trump not only accused Haitian migrants of eating cats and dogs, which is insane with no evidence, but he's also a felon. He's also a sexual abuser. He's also a proven fraudster and things like that. It's not conjecture. It's fact.
No,
like,
on his part, I'm saying on his part, it's conjecture.
I don't think that's his conjecture. He repeated multiple times, which led to bomb threats to many different buildings, hospitals, schools in Springfield, Ohio, and it made them shut down and like do sweeps every single day for weeks straight.
Their population has like pretty much doubled over the past 4 years.
Yeah, and the governor of Ohio and the mayor of Springfield have talked about how the Haitian migrants are actually really hardworking people, and that they're there legally, that they're not undocumented. So Trump's like spread a lie about them. But also remember, like parts of Trump's campaign has been having his speaker at his MSG rally like call Puerto Rico garbage.
Dude. He has like 32 kilobytes of RAM in his brain. Like he can't keep like more than 2 thoughts in his head at a time. But that doesn't mean that. Yeah.
Isn't that a bad thing? Especially if somebody wants to be president of the United States, they can't keep more than 2 thoughts in their head.
Well, I mean, it depends on the compression of the file, but I mean. There's like it doesn't mean that you're innately bad. Like, so rewind, because I've been here for like 3 hours and I have a whole notes file I can't even open up right now that I would like to talk to you about, because I genuinely like, I've been a leftist my whole life. Okay. And this is the first time in my life I haven't voted, and that's where I'm at. And so, dude, there are so many things to question about this election, from having no real primary for our party to what is it, baby? You want a back rub? What's wrong?
What'd you just say?
I said, what's wrong, baby? You want a back rub?
Yeah, you have a good rest of your night, all right? I don't do that weird shit here. You have a good rest of your night, bro. We don't do that weird shit here. You're good, bro. Go ahead on out, bro. You're good, bro. You'll be all right. Have a good one, bro. Yeah, we're good, bro. Well, I'll pass on that, dude. You're good. Nicolette, thank you for the 10 cents. A picture of your cat. Yeah, I can show you. Let me get a picture of my kitty cat. Let me find a picture of him. Where is the last picture I took? Here, look at him. Sorry. I do that when I see cute animals. They're so cute. I love my cat, man. Yo, Ella, thank you for the $2. Trump is more worthless than the broken Wow. I definitely cannot read that on TikTok live. Kayla, thank you for the $2. Cheers to men who support women. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Kayla. I appreciate you. Kathleen, thank you for the $10. More below. And yes, I'm donating again. I will definitely read your message for sure. Kathy, thank you for the $5. Don't know how you deal with all these people after day. They make my brain hurt. Keep educating them. I appreciate that. And Meadow, thank you for the $2. I won't answer that question on TikTok, but I'll like your message so you get you know. If you're MAGA, I'll do another one because that guy doesn't count. Essence, thank you for the $2. Q&A live, I definitely do that for sure. Yanni, thank you for the $2. Thanks for schooling MAGA. We try. And Tyler, thank you for the $1. Oop. If you're a MAGA, let me know. I'll bring you up. If you voted for Donald Trump, let me know. I'll bring you up. Yeah. Also, make sure to drop a follow. You know the drill. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio, all that good stuff. Yay on 2 million likes. Yeah, we just hit 2 million likes, guys. That's crazy. I appreciate the love on the live, man. It means a lot. Chris says, I'm a MAGA. Bring it. Let's see if Chris is in the box requesting up. We'll try to get him up here ASAP. Chris. I don't see him up here. Don't see him up here, but we'll try to find somebody else then. Let's put up Kendra. I don't know if she's still. Hold on now. That lighting. I don't know if Kendra's still here. Her request might have expired. I think it did. Witness says he's MAGA. We'll give him an invite. Jeff says he's MAGA. We'll give him an invite. Oh, here comes Jeff. Hello. Oh, my brother over here is on MAGA Mobile. He's on MAGA Mobile. He is, you know, that's the worst cell provider in the United States. MAGA Mobile, everybody. God, it's bad. You can't, you get 1 bar of service. You could be right next to a pole. You get 1 bar of service. It's not working. Just terrible provider. Don't do it. Let's put in Mayor Bear. MAGA Mobile. It's the worst cell provider. Trust me. Take my word for it. Hello? Just not here. They're not here either. So we have MAGA Mobile. We have Ghost Requester. MAGA Mobile sponsored by Elon. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's bound to fail. Annoying. I just invited you. Rocky says he's MAGA. Wait, I was there. Oh, let's give him another invite. We'll give him another shot. Okay, there we go. Hello?
Hey, I'm just literally here to say that we're fucking doomed.
Yeah, I know. I feel that.
I've been watching you for a long time, so much respect.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I feel I share your sentiment. But I'm hopeful.
Yeah, holy shit. It's so painful. I don't know how you do it.
It is so bad. It's
so bad.
Oh, God. It's really difficult to talk to these people, but, got to try at least, right?
Oh, my God. Shit. Well, good on you. Thanks for letting me up.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the support. I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
We like that person, Mayor Bear. Rocky, what's up, man?
Hey, man, what's up?
You said are you the guy that said you're MAGA?
Yeah, I just typed it up. Just came to me all of a sudden. MAGA.
So would you describe yourself as MAGA?
Probably not. Not really, but.
Okay. Did you vote for Trump?
Of course I did.
Okay. Why?
Only choice.
You had a great choice with Vice President Kamala Harris.
No, not a choice at all.
That's a great choice. Very experienced, very qualified. It's dedicated her life to public service. I don't see what's the issue.
Let me just say one thing. I do give you credit for even showing your face. I haven't seen the other guys. The Parkey and Deanie Weenie,
Parker and Dean.
Deanie Weenie, where they can't be found. I haven't seen them.
They go live all the time. They go live literally every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I missed them.
Yeah, I think you missed them.
I thought they were hiding out somewhere.
Nope, they're live. They're still dunking on people just like you.
Okay, my bad.
You're forgiven.
No, but I don't know. What else you want? What else you want to ask me?
I still haven't gotten a real answer to my question of why you voted for Donald Trump.
Jeez, just so many reasons. I can't name them all.
Oh, there's just so many you can't name them, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Really. Seriously.
That makes sense. And
it should.
It doesn't. That's that sarcasm in my voice. Like, can you actually name anything here?
Oh man, just starting with the border. I mean, the biggest. That's my biggest.
How is Donald Trump better on the border?
Well, you're probably seeing it right now with the people he's appointing.
I'm not seeing it right now because Trump sank a bipartisan border bill, so I don't understand how you could say that somebody who blocks border legislation would be good for the border.
So tired of hearing that tired border bill, which was a joke.
Really? What was a joke about it?
It was a joke.
What was bad about it?
It was a what do you call it, a Trojan horse with crap in it that.
So what crap was in it that was bad that you disagreed with?
It wasn't going to stop.
Really? So you don't think that like rewriting the asylum laws and hiring thousands of new Border Patrol agents and creating and investing in state-of-the-art technology to scan for drugs coming through the border and giving the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border, you don't think that would have helped?
Well, it sounded good on paper.
It would also be good in practice.
No, Democrats.
What? Like what? No. So wait, just to be clear, in when it comes to the law, you disagree with rewriting the asylum laws. You disagree with hiring thousands of new Border Patrol agents. You disagree with expanding immigration courts, and you disagree with giving the president the ability to shut down the border if it's being overwhelmed, and then having an actual maximum amount of encounters they could have at the border before it's legally required to be shut down. You're against that?
I don't think any of that stuff is going to happen.
Well, it was in the bill that Donald Trump blocked. So,
well, I don't know that much about the bill, to be honest. I really don't.
Okay. So then, why would you say that the bill is bad and that it has a bunch of stuff in it that you don't like?
Just what I've heard.
Okay. So, all right. And I've also heard that unicorns fly around.
I know. You be sarcastic all you want.
I will take any opportunity to be sarcastic to Trump supporters.
It's fine.
So that's the point, that Donald Trump claims to care about the border, but he blocks a bipartisan border bill that would have done a lot of the things I just mentioned to you. That's not good. That's not good.
Okay.
Any further comment on that or anything else you want to talk about? Or
no, I'm just happy that we got Trump back in office.
Oh, sure you are. Even though you don't know what he wants to do, don't care about Kamala Harris's policies, that.
Whatever he does is going to be 100 times better than what Kamala would have done.
Do you know any of Kamala's policies, or?
She didn't have any.
Okay, so she had a bunch of policies that she talked about, but do you disagree with any policy in particular of hers?
She became a chameleon all of a sudden. She was going to take over Trump's policies.
So still didn't answer my question. Do you have any policies of Kamala Harris's that you disagreed with?
I don't know her policies.
Oh, so what the? Oh my God, dude!
Except when she said she's going to do everything Trump is going to do.
So she never said that, and she didn't steal Trump policy. I don't know where that talking point even came from, but I can't even fathom this. Like, you're celebrating Donald Trump coming back into office, but maybe Kamala Harris has policy that you agree with. Like, let me ask you this: would you agree with giving 100 million middle class Americans a tax cut? Yes. Okay.
Maybe.
Would you agree with building 3 million new homes and giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 tax credit?
I'm not sure about
Or down
that
payment
one.
assistance. Excuse me. Down payment assistance.
I'm not sure about that one.
You don't know about that one? Would you
I'm
agree
not sure.
with 3 million
I'm
new
not sure
houses
I
being
agree.
built?
Not sure I agree with it.
Would you agree with 3 million new houses being built?
Sounds like more handouts.
It's the federal. Okay. What about the increasing the small business tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000? So a small business's first $50,000 is not taxed. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't have much.
What do you
to
mean
say
you don't
about
know? What the fuck? What do you mean you don't know? Are you just taking like intentionally vague decisions, or excuse me, positions, so that you don't have to agree with Kamala Harris on something? You can just acknowledge good policy. Like building new houses is good policy that brings down the price of a house. Giving first-time home buyers, typically lower income Americans, $25,000 in down payment assistance is good policy. It incentivizes them to buy a house, and when people have a house, they're better off financially. Giving 100 million Americans a tax cut is good policy. Giving small businesses a tax cut, removing some of that red tape, is good policy. These are good things. You can just say like, "Yeah, I agree."
Maybe.
So you're okay. See, this is the problem. You can't be like, the Democrats can have good policy that you agree with. Like, why are you so partisan to the point where you can't just be like, you know what? Yeah, like those are good policy positions. Like, I just don't get it.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Except we got the right guy, elected this time.
Can you name me 5 policies that Donald Trump got passed through Congress his first term?
No, I can't.
Yeah. So tells you everything you need to know. All right, Rocky. We'll leave it there.
No.
You have a good one. All right. Okay, I'll just kick him. Oh my God. I don't understand. How can you be like, oh yeah, Kamala Harris sucks, and then I ask you like, what's your policy? What's your policy? You don't even know, bro. It's so painful. Let me I'm gonna butcher your name as well. I'm so sorry. Clarice, thank you for the $1. I live in Idaho. My whole family is MAGA. Any advice on how to navigate that? I don't have your arguments ready. I think that's the best way I could give you any advice. Yo, Emily, thank you for the $1. Fellow childless cat lady. You and me both. I appreciate that. Amber, thank you for the $5. You're the reason I've registered to vote and grew an interest in politics. Thank you for educating me and many others. Amber, thank you for telling me that. And I'm so glad that you registered to vote and got out there and did that. That's amazing. So glad to hear that. Allison, thank you for the $2.22. Don't read out loud. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Allison, I appreciate that. Izelle, thank you for the $1. Green-eyed king. Thank you. I don't know. Some people out there say that blue eyes are better than green. I might be biased. Taylor says, add me back on Snap. And she sent $1. I can do that. I also respond to people a lot on Snap. So if you're interested in that, add me on Snapchat. It's fun over there. My Snapchat, I'm not even joking. My Snapchat right now consists of like mid workout photos at like 1:30 in the morning, and like the occasional like midday photo. I'm trying to be better at it. Deborah, thank you for the $5. Can you do a segment on Social Security for seniors? Definitely, Deborah. We can make that happen. Thank you for the $5. Gunner, thank you for the $4. Hey, Harry, weird request, but could you give me an answer to some things on Insta? I'm not comfortable with some things, and what your opinions on some things, if it's okay. My Insta is, God bless you. I can definitely, 100%, I'll do my best to get back to you. Thank you. Cindy, thank you for the $1. What's your favorite food? I gotta be honest, like a dollar slice at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, after you just came out of a bar, it's different, man. I'm not gonna lie. MJ, thank you for the $5. Thanks for everything you do. Love the orange kitties. You should do a Snapchat just of your cat. Oh, don't say that out loud. I apologize. Well, crap. I'm sorry, MJ. I'm sorry. Brock, thank you for the $5. Can you please do a video on the new governor-elect of Indiana 2025 and post positions on politics, please, if you can. Thanks. Love your channel. Brock, I'll definitely look into it. I don't really know anything about the guy, to be honest, but I'll look into it. Tracy, thank you for the $5. I would love to know the level of education the callers have. Maybe we'll start asking. Susie, thank you for the $20. I'm curious to get your thoughts on why you think Putin released Melania's blanks on Russian state TV. I have no idea. I didn't even know about that, to be honest. Mara, thank you for the $1. Let me hold on. I don't even know what that means. I have to follow up with her. Tahira, thank you for the $2. I told you this shirt looks good on you and it's your color. It's because your eye color is green as well. Tahira, you give the best recommendations. I appreciate that. Gary, thank you for the $5. Thank you for what you, from someone in the LGBTQ plus community, sees you being an ally. Well, I appreciate that, Gary. Of course, ally for sure. Lee, thank you for the $15. If nothing else, you'll come out of this with a wife. So, hey, it's I appreciate that. Azia, thank you for $1. What's your type? Oh my God, bro. Yeah, what? I can't answer that on live. What are you kidding me, bro? I can't answer that on live. Isabel, thank you for the $1. Your cat is so cute. I also have a ginger cat. Ginger cats are great. Ginger cats are great. I can't answer that on live, man. Tyler, thank you for the $1. Why didn't you do the Jubilee debates with Dean? I got invited. It just didn't work with scheduling, unfortunately. And Essence, thank you for the $2. And Isabel, about to Google how to change my vote. Isabel, thank you for the $1.11. Appreciate you. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. We'll have a conversation. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. I appreciate you. Let's invite this guy. Right. Oh, here comes two of them. I don't mind the 2-on-1s, to be honest. Ryan, hello. How old are you, bro? I'm pretty sure you're
Oh, I'm 39.
You're 39. Annoying. How old are you? Hello, bro. Okay, that guy's not here. All right, Ryan. It's just you and me, man. All right. Why are you MAGA? Why'd you vote for Trump?
Well, I really kind of liked how he ran everything before, and I just aligned a lot more with his policies. I really didn't like how Kamala ditched interviews, ditched press conferences. I mean, if she had somebody like you debating for her, I think she might have won.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment there, but I would argue that Trump ditched far more than Kamala Harris did. He didn't want to sit down with 60 minutes. Kamala Harris sat down with 60 minutes. Normally, for presidential elections, both candidates do. He ditched them. He dodged them. Didn't want to do it. Well, he didn't do the second presidential debate with Kamala Harris. He ran from her.
He sat down with her before. He didn't really care for how it went. I mean, I think he had a lot of different reasons why he didn't do that. But I mean, you can't argue that he took a lot of interviews, a lot of press conferences.
He did a lot of interviews with outlets that already like him. So he had this streak where it was I think 2 weeks away from the election or something like that. Don't quote me on it, but he did 30 interviews in a row. Every single one of them were with conservative news outlets. 30 interviews, conservative news outlets. None of them were nonpartisan, nothing like that. 30 in a row were outlets that were favorable to him. Whereas Kamala Harris sat down with Fox News. She sat down with 60 Minutes. And she sat down with more left-leaning outlets as well.
Well, he sat down with people that were going after him too, like when he sat down with the three ladies. I mean, he was getting roasted throughout that whole thing.
One of those journalists was a Fox News journalist, and the others were from ABC. They were not biased against him. And Kamala Harris did the exact same interview.
Well, I mean, she did some interviews, but I mean, she really did no press conferences.
Why does a press conference mean you're qualified for the presidency?
Well, I don't think that's the only reason. I just think she didn't come off very prepared to me.
Okay, now that's absurd. She didn't come off prepared. Did you watch the presidential debate between her and Donald Trump?
Yeah, and I would tell you, I actually don't think he won that debate. I mean, I would say that, but I mean, I'm not gonna. it's not going to all come down to just a debate, you know?
No, I know, but I'm just showing you an example of her being prepared and him not. That was the story of this campaign, that Kamala Harris was constantly prepared. For the Fox News interview, she was prepared. For 60 Minutes, she was prepared. Donald Trump even himself acknowledged that he didn't prepare for the presidential debate, which I think is bad for somebody who wants to be president of the United States. I think we should want somebody who wants to be prepared all of the time, no matter the circumstance, not somebody who just kind of wings it. Like, this is not like a high school math exam. This is a country we're running here, the most powerful country in the world.
Right. Well, I mean, so can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So, I mean, going forward, you know, you're good at these debates. I'm sure you'll keep doing them and everything. But I mean, do you kind of look at how this election went and think that maybe you'll change your messaging going forward? I mean, I get that he's a criminal, sex offender, certain talking points you have. But I mean, at the end of the day, the American people didn't care about any of that. They didn't care about the abortion. They didn't care about any of it.
Yeah, I just disagree. I don't think that it was the American people didn't care. I mean, remember, 72 million people voted for Kamala Harris. Right now, it's like 72 for her, 75 for Trump, and her vote total is still going up. So I don't think it's an issue of, the American people didn't care. And I certainly don't think the American people didn't care about reproductive rights. But in terms of I know I will not change how I describe Donald Trump, because these are the facts. He is a criminal. He is an abuser. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I will not just remove that because... And I also don't think that that's like a winning point for Trump.
But at the end of the day, I mean, you have to kind of admit a lot of stuff that came out after him was politically based. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean,
not at all.
And at the end of the day, when you go to a jury with 12 people, not 10 like that other lady thought, but I mean, you go to a jury. I mean, you pretty much went to a jury of 150 million people, and not everybody buys the sex offense, the business stuff. It's just some do, some don't. But I mean,
I don't think it's that. I don't think that people didn't buy it. I just think that there are a lot of people out there who, not in bad faith, they don't pay attention to politics all that much. And they know that Donald Trump's a felon. They know all this stuff about him, but they just want to they just want the economy better. They want to just have more money in their pocket. And they, I would say, wrongly voted for Donald Trump. But I don't think it's that people didn't care. I think a lot of people care that Trump's a criminal. And I've talked to Trump supporters who are like, yeah, that's a step too far for me.
Well, I mean, I'm sure some do think that, but I mean, do you really think you take that out of the state of New York that is highly liberal? Do you think, and you take that to somewhere like, Texas or somewhere that's to the other side, do you think he would have caught that same kind of case?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't.
The evidence against him is just, every single case against him is overwhelming. And that's the thing. Like, we truly as a country elected a criminal, which is mind-blowing to me. And the evidence in the case he was convicted of, overwhelming. And the evidence was documentary. It was via testimony of people that knew him. There was audio recordings. I mean, all of this stuff was overwhelming evidence against Donald Trump. His own buddies testified against him in that trial. And then in the January 6th trial, in the documents trial, in the Georgia trial, the evidence is overwhelming. Like, if he were to go to trial, he would have been convicted.
Well, but I mean, at the same time, as a part of that criminal case, they use his business records and everything, saying he inflated them. Which, I mean, I guess that's not
the criminal case.
All subjective. Well, his falsifying business documents was what he was convicted of.
Yeah, but that's the inflating value of the assets was a different case.
But there's not one bank who he defaulted on a loan for. So, I mean, at the end of the day, not one person was impacted from that, right?
Well, it doesn't matter if a bank wasn't defaulted on or the loan wasn't defaulted on. If you defraud a bank, you still committed a crime, even if you pay them back the money. Like, I don't think we should set a precedent where, hey, if you steal money and you lie to banks to get money, but you give them the money back in full, then it's like, okay, we can overlook that, because I think that's pretty bad standard to set in society.
Well, I mean, I get your sentiment, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's subjective. It's like if I go to sell a classic car and I think it's worth $30,000 and you come along and you tell me, hey, I want to give you 20, it's not worth that. I mean, it's kind of along those lines,
But not really. I mean, it's not. But when you're, valuing properties to banks and trying to get a loan based off of the value of your property, that's not subjective. When you're like engaging in a private transaction between two people, that can be subjective. You can say like, oh, this phone I have right here, I think it's worth 10 grand. I'll give you 10 grand for it. You can like subjectively value this at something higher. But when you go to a bank, you have to get an appraiser, have a proper valuation on your properties. And it wasn't just that Donald Trump lied about the property valuations that he got from appraisers. He lied sometimes about the amount of floors in his buildings. He lied about the amount of apartments in his buildings. He even lied about his own houses, saying that his apartment in New York City was 30,000 square feet, but in reality, it was only around 11,000 square feet, which can be a difference of tens of millions of dollars worth of real estate in New York City. So he just lied to these banks, right? He just straight up lied. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know the ins and out details like that either, but I mean, like I said, if not anybody's getting defaulted on, and I'm sure Donald Trump didn't go around and take the measurements either. I mean, I don't know how off it is, if it's 20,000 feet or square feet or whatever you're saying, but I'm just saying, if he's worth money. I don't think he took any loans with the intention to default on anybody. I mean, last I checked, he's worth over $5 billion.
Yeah, but he still lied. I mean, whether you're a super rich guy or a middle class worker, I don't think you should be lying to banks. So just because Trump is wealthy doesn't mean that he should be doing that. It's also important to note that the judge in his decision wrote about how Trump having access to this money gave him opportunities that you or I wouldn't have. So the money that he lied about to get allowed him to build more properties, make more money for himself and his family, invest more in his businesses. And your average guy out there who's a blue collar worker can't do that. Sure. So it's Trump's a total scammer, and we elected him to be president again.
I just think too, from what like I said, you may know more of the nitty gritty details, but from a lot of stuff I've seen, I think that case was more than likely going to be tossed on appeal anyway, and we'll see what happens in a couple weeks on it. But I mean, it's not looking like even it's going to stick.
No, I think that so currently he has to pay close to $500 million in business fraud fines, but I think the most that you're going to see out of that case in terms of reduction will be the fee. I don't think it's going to get thrown out. I mean, thank you again for the gifts. The evidence is once again overwhelming in this case against Donald Trump.
So if we can kind of switch over to the other one, because I know you call him like a sex offender a lot, even though he's not in a criminal court, maybe in a civil.
Yep.
But what is your thought on? And like I said, I'm not coming from where I have tons of evidence on it, so I'm not going to speak. But from other things I've seen, there. When you have 30 years in between something, I don't know what was the evidence there that after 30 years allowed him to really be able to defend himself on that,
So it was a number of things. It was E. Jean Carroll herself testifying, a psychologist testifying, workers at the store, Bergdorf Goodman testifying. Donald Trump had a sit-down deposition, which was entered into evidence. I don't think I mentioned this, or her friends, E. Jean Carroll's friends testified that, she relayed the story identically to both of them. I think her therapist testified as well. And there was also some outside evidence that eventually was not used in the case. But for example, Donald Trump, E. Jean Carroll kept the dress that she was wearing the day that she was assaulted by Donald Trump. And they tested the dress, and they found that there was an unidentified male's DNA on the dress. So they politely asked Donald Trump to turn over his DNA for testing to see if his DNA matched, and he refused for over 3 years. And eventually he said, oh, no, I'll give my DNA over, but the discovery time had passed. And he obviously did that to make it seem like he wanted to give his DNA over, but he didn't really because he dodged it for 3 years. So the question to me is that if Donald Trump didn't do it, then why wouldn't he give his DNA over for testing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and I'm not one who would say, I don't for a minute think that Trump didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels and probably cheat on his wife. But I don't know that he didn't do that either. But I mean, to prove rape to me after that amount of years seems like a tough one. I mean, it
happens all the time. Look, a lot of women don't come forward for quite some time.
Right, but I mean, at the same, and that's probably true, but at the same time, you think about it, and I'm not defending this, so I mean, I don't want to to come off like that. But just like, think about you, like, let's say you move up through the years and you become famous politically, you're doing this, you got a big following, and, you're 30 years down the road and somebody from college says that, you did something on the wrong side of things. How are you going to be able to defend against that at the same time? If it wasn't true.
Because look, like, it'd be one thing if some random person accused Donald Trump of assault and they had no evidence, right? That's one thing. Like, if somebody today came out and said, oh, Donald Trump assaulted me, 20 years ago, but there's literally no evidence, that makes it a hard case, right? Whereas, like, with this, there's plenty of evidence that Donald Trump did it, right? Plenty of evidence that Donald Trump did it. And so it's not just like some random person.
Or that he raped her.
What was that?
Plenty of evidence that they had sex or that he raped her.
I would say evidence of assault. The fact that, like, a psychologist testified that when E. Jean Carroll was recounting her experience with Donald Trump, the assault of her by Donald Trump, that she exhibited all the behaviors of somebody who experienced trauma, right? And the fact that her friends testified under oath that she had, repeated the story identically to them about what happened. The fact that the Bergdorf Goodman employees testified that on the floor that they were on, which I believe was the 7th floor, that a lot of workers weren't there on Thursday nights, and that there weren't a lot of security cameras there, or any at the time. It all makes it very plausible, likely, and again, like, why did Trump not give his DNA over? If he had never knew her, which was his claim, he never knew her, never met her, why not give your DNA over? Why not exonerate yourself?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty positive, Trump is a cheater in some fashion on his wives. I don't know who he was married to at the time. I don't know if it had something to do with that. But I mean, the guy, and I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying, 30 years, it becomes pretty hard to defend yourself. And I don't know that, how concrete any of it was. I mean, it does become harder for somebody to defend themselves the more years that go by.
You have a presumption of innocence. So if you have a presumption of innocence, so it's theoretically easier. If there's lack of evidence because of time, it's easier to defend yourself. This case was just strong against Donald Trump. And you factor in his past behavior, the fact that he's bragged about assaulting women on audio. Like, this is not out of the realm of possibility for Donald Trump. This is not out of Donald Trump's outer bounds, of who he is as a person.
Can you at least concede the fact that, she did say kind of question, and like I said, I haven't went front to back on everything, but from what I have seen, there is things that she said that was questionable too, that could leave, if it went to a criminal trial, that might have not, looked great. I believe she made a statement before, like, rape is sexy or something that. See, I might be misquoting it, but
yeah, it's a complete misquote. What she said is that she believes society views assault as sexy, that there are people in society who view it as that. And it's like, it's gross.
Okay. Well, I still, I'm not, trying to bash on an accuser for sure, but I just do think that things get harder to prove. And I don't know why he didn't come forward with that, but it just does get harder to prove after a certain amount of years, like, if I think back on somebody going even 20 years back on me and me not remembering, it's going to be pretty hard to even maybe remember,
But she did prove it.
Well, and
she did, and Trump now has to pay her a bunch of money for not only the assault, but also defaming her. And she did prove it. And Trump is now a civilly held sexual abuser.
Well, I see what you're saying in a criminal sense, but as far as a registered sex offender, he's really not. He's not criminally.
He was not convicted criminally, yes, but in a civil court, he was held liable and has to pay her money.
Yeah, and maybe he will. I'm sure that'll sift through years of appeal because, I doubt he's going to lay down for that one. But I still, my sentiment without having to defend that anymore is, I think when you have so many years pass and, some of the things that really kind of were looked at as witch hunts against,
but it doesn't matter. Like,
the American people were definitely thinking that, that the other side went after him criminally where maybe he didn't deserve it.
But the years pass doesn't matter, quite frankly. She had the evidence to prove it. She went to court, she sued him, and she did. So if it happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, she proved it in court. And Trump is a sexual abuser. And also, this is, a guy who, as I mentioned, had bragged about it on audio. He's bragged about walking in on young girls changing at his beauty pageants. He's talked about dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He called his own daughter voluptuous. And he said, he was asked about another assault allegation against him, one of the 26 against him. He said, no, I wouldn't have assaulted her because she wouldn't be the chosen one, implying that there might be a chosen one for him to assault. It's like, he's just a bad guy.
I get the sentiments, and I understand some of the things he said, but then again, answer me this: like, I don't see your side speaking out when you have another known sexual abuser, Bill Clinton, out on the campaign trail, who's been accused of rape in Arkansas. And well, before, when he was governor, he was accused of rape. Hillary was one of his biggest attack dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that any accusation against anybody should be looked into. So if it's Bill Clinton, look into it.
I mean, and he was also in, I don't know if, I mean, you're not a father, so I mean, I guess you can't relate. But I mean, if one of my daughters, who is 22 years old and was working at the White House and was maybe afraid that her career wouldn't advance if she was doing something, and he's having sex with the interns, and he did go through a big investigation on that, and it's kind of just seems like forgot about.
Well, that was two adults engaging in consensual activity, which is something that Donald Trump is not familiar with. So when, adults are engaging together, you can disagree with it, but those are two adults making decisions that are best, they want to do. Do I think that Bill Clinton should cheat? No, not at all. But, this is Trump, who has cheated on every single one of his wives. And again, Bill Clinton has not been held liable in any court of assaulting anybody. But I want to be clear, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, if you assault somebody, you should be held accountable. So if Bill Clinton was found guilty of assault, right, I would still say that he should be held accountable. I would still say that that's wrong and that he shouldn't be elected to hold office.
Well, but you guys
can't say the same about Trump.
Well, do you know what I'm talking about with him?
No, I don't know. I haven't looked into the allegations of.
Do you know who the special prosecutor was even back in the 90s that investigated him? You don't?
No, I've not looked into the allegations against Bill Clinton because, he's not running for any office.
Right. But I mean, he's still out on the campaign trail, and it's still somebody who, there's some weird shit there, man. I mean,
why do you I don't understand. Why do you take issue with Bill Clinton, but you vote for Trump? Like Trump arguably, I don't know what you're talking about with Bill Clinton, but arguably Trump has more allegations, worse allegations, and he's actually been held liable in court for assaulting a woman. But you vote for him, but then you simultaneously take issue with Bill Clinton. It just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's not that I'm taking that much of an issue. I'm just kind of pointing out the hypocrisy here, and I really think.
So you don't take an issue with it?
I do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I really think if you don't know about the 90s and what he went through and the process and what he went through as the governor of Arkansas, because that wasn't consensual, that was a suspected rape. People did think that she had an overwhelming amount of evidence. So I mean, that wouldn't even be somebody if I was the Harris.
Yeah. But here's the thing:
on the campaign trail.
I don't know what you're talking about with Bill Clinton, but again, if Bill Clinton did something wrong, we, the Democrats, would condemn him and want him to be held accountable. Well, you and the Republicans overlook it.
He was impeached, right?
I'm aware he was impeached, but that was for consensual activity.
Okay, but listen, he was impeached in a Newt Gingrich-controlled Congress, and he was acquitted in a Democratic-controlled Senate. So they really didn't. Back then it was, nobody should, worry about the sexual escapades of another. But I mean, for Trump, he pays $130,000 to a porn star and he catches 34 felonies.
Yeah, because nobody was taking issue with him paying off an adult actress. That's not the crime he was being accused of. That's not even a crime. You can pay somebody off for their silence. It's perfectly legal. What he did was he lied about what the money was for on business documents. He said it was for a legal expense, which it was not. And that in and of itself would just be a misdemeanor and probably not charged in New York. You might get like a fine or something. But he did that to further conceal another crime. And he was doing that to influence the 2016 election. It was election interference. That's what Trump was doing. So, yeah, that's a pretty goddamn serious crime. That he was, I mean, morally, it's reprehensible, the fact that he was cheating on his wife and has cheated on every single one of his wives, including the wife that he currently has. But he was committing a crime, and he's been held liable for assaulting a woman. And we, the Democrats, if that happened to a Democrat, we'd say that's bad. But if it happens to Republicans, you celebrate it and say it's a witch hunt.
I mean, I possibly, but I mean, I've been around a little bit.
What do you mean possibly? He's your profile picture.
No, well, it's funny about that, man. I'm only on TikTok because I've been enjoying listening to your debates on here. That's the God's honest truth, man.
I appreciate that.
I don't agree with some of the stuff you say, but I have been a fan of watching yours every night. I think you run a good show. I enjoy watching people come up. A lot of them, I don't think are the brightest people. I wish you'd get them off there sooner, but I did that actually so you'd pull me up. I've been in your request for like the last week and stuff, and
gotcha.
So I really just got on TikTok, so just to explain that one to you. But
gotcha.
I just think, like I said, I've watched Bill Clinton go through that, and it wasn't the same kind of accountability. I have watched excuses come on both sides. I mean, it does happen. And I think at the end of the day on this last election, you had people who, I know you're firm in your beliefs and everything, but you do have a lot of these American people. I'm just explaining why I think the election went the way it did. You do have a lot of American people who looked at some of the stuff that's happening to Trump and think, even if he did do it, even if he fudged this or fudged that or did something, there was a big witch hunt that went against him. And I think people, when it came down to the election, I don't think people wanted to see an American president going to prison. I really don't. I don't think
I don't know who you're talking about, man.
I don't think I'd want to see Biden go to prison. I think we look like a banana republic when we do that. And I think a lot of people thought the same.
But then well, I don't want Biden to go to prison because Biden hasn't broken the law. But then we become a country where as long as you have the title of president, you can't go to jail. You can't be held accountable like anybody else. That, in my view, is a bad precedent to set for the country, because Trump is somebody who tried to overturn an election illegally, something we've never seen before in American history. And it's a deep conspiracy of which he engaged with multiple different parties, submitting false electors, calling state legislators, pressuring them to do that. It was a whole thing. Right. Then in New York, he interfered with the 2016 election. It's not just documents. He interfered with the 2016 election to help himself and help his campaign. And he did the same in Georgia with the election interference. But what I would argue is probably maybe at the same level as the January 6th crimes is the document crimes. He had nuclear secrets in Mar-a-Lago, lied to the FBI about having them, withheld the documents, acknowledged on audio that they were classified, that he was not allowed to have them, kept them anyway. And he was indicted for that. That's retention of national defense information. The 22-year-old Alex Teixeira, who released national defense documents on Discord and was charged with some of the same crimes that Donald Trump was just sent to 15 years in prison today for having less documents than Trump did. That's a very serious crime.
Well, he wasn't a president either, but
but it doesn't matter. If you're out of the office, you no longer have access to these classified documents. So the point is that Trump is really, really bad. He's a criminal, and so it's not just like he did little tiny things.
I mean, we can get onto that too, but do you really go through and think that, and maybe that Biden is just such an innocent? I mean, his nickname's the big guy. I mean, I've heard audio too. I've heard audio of that, and I don't come on here to make anything up. Look at all the stuff his son's in. You think Biden's just got clean hands in every single thing with that?
Because there's no evidence that Biden has committed a crime. And also the big guy you're referencing was Tony Bobolinsky. The person who wrote the email, the big guy, 10% for the big guy, even came out themselves and admitted that, that wasn't Biden. Also, they've had a bunch of different people, Republicans in the past 2 years, launch this impeachment probe into President Biden for, his son's business dealings abroad and his involvement in them. They brought in a bunch of people, Hunter Biden's business partners, Hunter Biden himself, to testify to this. And mysteriously, you don't really hear about that investigation anymore. Why? Because they found nothing. They spent millions of dollars and found nothing.
Well, he was convicted of one case and he pled guilty to another. I mean,
that's Hunter Biden. I'm talking about Joe Biden.
I know. He's a convicted felon now himself. So
he is.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying though, is like, and maybe you're right on the facts, but I'm saying a lot of the American people don't. You have lots of details on stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're well versed in everything, but I'm talking about the election, and you got a lot of American people out here who see stuff like this on that side and just think that Trump is overly targeted. And maybe he has done wrong stuff. Maybe they all have done wrong stuff. But I'm saying, I think at the end of the day, in this last election, you had a lot of people who looked at everything and thought, even if he did something, there's been a lot of political interference in this election from the other side in the Department of Justice.
I just disagree. Like, if somebody has that view, I think that's an ill-informed view. I think that's a view based off of, like, maybe you heard a Fox News host say something, because in reality, the facts against Donald Trump are just overwhelming. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who don't want a criminal to be president. Right.
But and there's a lot of people who don't believe he is a criminal too, though.
And I think that those people who don't believe is a criminal are ill-informed. If you don't think that Donald Trump's a criminal, or you are making the argument that the cases were politically motivated and that he was persecuted, I'm not confident in that person's political knowledge. I'll put it nicely.
But I mean, come on, man. If the American people had to take a history test to vote, we'd be down to about 1 million people that would be eligible to cast their ballot. So I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just saying, the look at the end of the day was a lot, and a lot of people are ill-informed, but a lot of people, I think, that's kind of why I brought up in the beginning, like the messaging and everything, because you do have people who, like it or not, do think that, they went after him in hard ways with, like I said, overly zealous at best, I
mean, I think we can't be a country that prosecutes based off of how it looks. We have to be a country that follows the law. And if you're a district attorney or an attorney general of a state or attorney general of the United States, you have to follow the law. That's the oath that you swore to uphold. And you dedicated your life to this. So whether it's Trump or somebody else, even if it's a bad look, even if you're going to get flack from a political side, you should pursue the law. And if you have the evidence to indict, you should go about doing that. Now, I'm not saying that if Donald Trump littered or jaywalked, that he should be indicted for any of these things or even get a fine for any of these things. I'm not saying that if Donald Trump falsified business records 30 years ago, just as a misdemeanor, he should be prosecuted. But if you're committing felonies and you're trying to overturn elections and you're withholding classified documents, you have to be held accountable.
So 4 years ago, or not 4, I guess it's 8 now, but back in and maybe you were probably too young to even vote then, but I'm sure, you seem smart. I'm sure that you have knowledge of it. I mean, what was your thought on some of the stuff with Hillary Clinton and wiping her emails and everything? I mean, that was, if they would have been able to have enough evidence, there would have been a criminal case there.
Yeah, but they didn't. That's the whole point.
She was very good.
James Comey testified under oath in front of Congress. This was investigated multiple times by the FBI, by the way. But James Comey testified under oath in front of Congress that they did not have enough evidence to bring a criminal case against Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. They just didn't have enough evidence. And he called her reckless. He called her irresponsible, but not criminal. And that's the difference.
If 33,000 emails would have been available, that could have been a different case, So
not even
clean in that,
Not even. What they were investigating is, did she mishandle classified documents criminally? And they did call her handling irresponsible, but whether they would have had access to the emails or not, they had access to a lot of these emails, and they weren't criminal. I mean, remember, a lot of these, or they investigated and they had access, and they found that her handling of these emails was not criminal. Remember, Donald Trump told the Russians, hey, if you can find these emails, you should publish them. And then what did Russia do? They did. So these emails were not like lost. The FBI had access to all this investigation, all this data. They're very good at what they do. That's half
true. I mean, she was running server docs that were not government appropriate. So, I mean, I don't know what you'd call that, but there's a good chance that what she did was borderline criminal,
Well, that's why they investigated it, and they found that there was not evidence of criminality. They could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt in front of a jury that Secretary Clinton broke the law. But the difference is, there was not enough evidence for Secretary Clinton. Irresponsible? Maybe. Criminal? No. With Donald Trump, there was overwhelming evidence.
But can I ask you this? So you say that, he had to come out right before the election and and because he couldn't let the election go without saying, hey, we don't know what's coming of this, but there is a possibility of a criminal case here coming against her. I mean, you remember that part, right?
I do remember that speech. I don't know if I don't think that's what he said. I think he said he's reopening the investigation, but he didn't say that there's a possibility of criminal charges. He just said they're reopening it.
Well, it was, and like I said, it's 8 years. I don't know the exact wording, but I mean, that is kind of how people took it. So even if you're right and they go through all that and they come out the other side and they say there's not enough evidence. I mean, I'm sure if Trump got in there, appointed his attorney general and everybody to, hey, I want you to open this back up and do this, and she's, charged with 30 something felonies, I think the other side would be saying political persecution, just like you kind of have people over here saying. And like you say, maybe it is ill-informed, but it's the sentiment of what ill-informed people and just your average American people are looking. When you have somebody with, I mean, man, there's people that are out here doing crazy stuff and they get like a felony. And then you have Trump, who's like, maybe he has done stuff wrong, but 90 something felonies. You have a lot of people looking at it like, man, what a waste of taxpayer money.
I don't know I can't imagine somebody thinking that, because here's the thing. If it's not, Biden's attorney general did not indict Donald Trump, right? It was, and all these investigations that involved the Department of Justice, so there were only two, the January 6th investigation and the classified document investigation. There were special counsels appointed for them. Special counsel Jack Smith investigated both of these things, independent from the Department of Justice. He's not Merrick Garland. He's not an appointee of the Biden administration, right? So he investigated. And these indictments went through due process. So it wasn't like Jack Smith thought one day, you know what, let me just indict Donald Trump. No, he went to a grand jury, presented the evidence to a grand jury, and the grand jury found the indictment. Then they indicted Donald Trump. Trump tried to get it all thrown out every single time. He was rejected because the evidence speaks for itself. And he got due process. If Donald Trump's attorney general indicted Hillary Clinton and there's not enough evidence to prove it, then I think a lot of people, both left and right, would be like, yeah, why would you do that? That's really stupid. That just seems like you're actually going after them. And if, the attorney general indicted Donald Trump and the indictment says, well, I don't like him, I'd be like, well, that's stupid. Why would you do that? But that's not what the indictment said. The indictments had overwhelming evidence of his guilt.
I mean, and like I said, but you can't agree that he's went after very, very hard, more than probably anybody that people have ever seen. And I mean, that's what people are seeing.
Because he's committed more crimes than anybody in American politics before, or at least modern American politics. I can't speak for like politics before like the 1930s in terms of crimes committed.
So what is your theory then on somebody who, I mean, I think we can both sit here and agree that Trump's filthy rich, right?
Yep.
And so what, at the end of the day, why would somebody with all that money care to do stuff like that? Well, I mean, I'm asking for your opinion on that. Like, sure. Why would somebody do 90 felonies when at the end of the day, I mean, he doesn't need this.
Well, there's a motive in every single one of these cases. That's what's nice about them. And it's not like, a murder case where you need to really establish motive, but there is a motive that we can all see. In 2016, with his felonies that he got in recent years, his motive was that he wanted to win the 2016 election. So he covered up his payments to Stormy Daniels to help himself win the election. That's his motive. With the January 6th cases, trying to overturn the case in DC and Georgia, obviously his motive was to stay in power. He wanted to remain president of the United States and did everything he could to do that. With a classified document case, he wanted to keep a bunch of these documents. He wanted to have access to these documents. He wanted to keep them in his house. And you might say, well, why does that make any sense? Well, we can see that the motive is established by the fact that he fought so hard to keep the documents that he knew he couldn't have. So I think there's plenty of motive all over the place as to why he does this.
Well, on the documents, I mean, and I'm no law scholar or anything, but I'm just going to go off of, what they've said is that he had the authority to declassify too. I mean, and I think that would have probably been the defense going to trial for sure. Mm-hmm. And who knows how that would go. We're probably never going to know now.
I know how that defense would go really badly, Because, yeah, the president of the United States has the authority to declassify whatever document they see fit. With certain nuclear documents, you have to go through a different procedure. But broadly, yes, they have declassification authority. But the problem is that none of these documents, nobody had any idea if they were declassified or not. So Trump is saying, oh, I declassified all of them. But there was no evidence that they were declassified. Normally, declassified documents have like markings on them to indicate that they've been declassified, although that is not necessarily a requirement. But here's the kicker. Donald Trump is on audio acknowledging that the documents he had and that he was holding in his hand were not declassified. So if he would have gone to trial and said, hey, you know, all these documents, I declassified them, the prosecutors would have just gotten the remote out, press play, and have an audio of Trump saying, these are declassified. I could have declassified them. I didn't. Now they're super secret.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know about all of that. I'm saying, I mean, maybe that is the case. I mean, we may never know on that, you know. But
well,
I mean,
we can take a good guess. Take a really good guess.
I do know one thing, and I mean, I'm sure you're not going to agree with it either. But Alan Bragg did run with if I get in, I'm going to charge Trump. And I mean, you had one of your last guests who I don't know all what he said. I think he said that part, but you were arguing back and forth with him, and they did have to change certain things to charge him.
No, they didn't.
To upgrade to a felony.
No, they didn't. It was always going to be charged as a felony. You want me to do it for you? What's the article called?
NBCnews.com investigations, 13,000 immigrants convicted of homicide living freely in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, do you think we should deport those people? I mean...
Yeah, I think they should also be sitting in jail first. Yep, right here in your article. A spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security said the data sent to Gonzalez, the congressman it was sent to, is being misrepresented. It goes back 4 decades, long before the Biden administration. So you were wrong. These people did not come
where
under.
Where is that in the article? I don't see that in the one I'm reading.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, let me see.
It says the paragraph starts with a spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security.
We must have different articles. I don't see the spokesman. Oh, wait. Oh, so the data sent to Gonzalez. It says a spokesman says the data is being misrepresented. It goes back 4 decades, long before the Biden administration. It says that in there, yes.
Yep. So this data, these people did not come in under the Biden administration, or at least 13,000 of them did not come in under the Biden administration. And many of these people are sitting in jail right now.
Some did come through. Right.
I'm not saying that some didn't, but some also came through under Donald Trump.
And that's an issue. I mean, well, that's an issue.
That's an issue, sure.
Right?
So you would agree with making it harder for people to seek asylum and giving billions more to Border Patrol, and giving the president the ability to shut down the border and expanding immigration courts and all of those things, right?
I don't believe. Okay, if that is purely what the bill says, purely, yes. However, I don't believe that's everything in there.
That's everything. That's everything.
Okay. This is why it's tough for me to believe that, if I'm being honest with you. The Trump executive orders he passed, Democrats fought like hell against them. Like, we don't want this bill. We don't want there to be a border wall. We don't want there to be deportations. Like, they fought like crazy against this stuff.
Yeah.
Why now are they trying to act like they're being strong on the border?
Because we don't agree with inhumane immigration policy. We agree with strong immigration policy, but it's not one or the other. It doesn't have to be inhumane to be strong. We can have strong immigration policy that actually treats these people like people. So Remain in Mexico, where it affected only around 70,000 people, and a couple thousand of these people were targeted by the gangs that they were trying to flee and maybe assaulted, killed, or sexually assaulted. Yeah, that's a pretty inhumane immigration policy. Ripping kids out of their parents' arms and separating them to the point where many of these families have still not been reunited is pretty inhumane. So we can do both. We can have humane immigration policy, but strong immigration policy. That's what Kamala Harris is talking about. Whereas Trump is just like, yeah, that guy that overstayed his green card, yeah, he's working a job. He's a productive member of his society. He's paying taxes and stuff like that. Yeah, let's kick him out. Why?
Those aren't priority deportations. Priority deportations are the criminals.
Hold on. He said 11 million people are going to get deported, the largest deportation effort since Eisenhower. If you don't think that he's coming for those folks who just want a better life, and they're working hard. They're working their asses off to have a
Our
better life.
citizens want a
And
better
you're-
life too.
And we want that for everybody. We want that for everybody. But if somebody's here working in the United States, making our country better, working the economy and making the economy better, there's no reason why they should be deported. But Donald Trump is saying, hey, let's just like all these 11 million people, many of them working jobs, let's just have this huge gap in the workforce and just kick them all out. Even the ones who have never even gotten as much as a speeding ticket. Let's get them out of here. That's what Trump's plan is. Whereas Kamala Harris is saying, well, you know what? Maybe you are in the country undocumented, right? Maybe you are. Right. But if you're here and you're a productive member of your society, you're working hard, you're doing your thing, maybe you should have a pathway to citizenship, because that's what America is all about, right? We're a country of immigrants. And if you're here and you want a better life, why the fuck not, right? But Trump is saying the opposite. So don't vote for that. That's all.
So let me just ask you this here, right? If people aren't here legally, if someone's here been here 15 years and they're being a productive person,
yeah,
obviously I don't think that's going to be a priority deportation. However, there are criminal gangs in this country actively, and these people are not supposed to be here. And there are policies in Democrat-run areas about not allowing federal law enforcement to get these people. Sanctuary cities are protecting violent criminals from being deported from this country.
Not criminals.
Well,
to be clear, sanctuary cities are intended to protect people. Like if undocumented migrant got pulled over and got a speeding ticket, right? Theoretically, that officer could then submit that person to ICE, be like, hey, we have an undocumented migrant, and they get deported. Basically, these sanctuary cities are saying, yeah, we don't think that somebody that does that and just gets like a speeding ticket should be deported just because they got stopped unluckily. And that's what sanctuary cities do. But if you like kill somebody, the Democrats are like, yeah, get the hell out. Or alternatively, get prosecuted in the United States, sit your ass in jail for the amount of time, and then get the hell out.
I think we agree. I think we really agree. I really do.
I think you agree with Kamala Harris. I don't think you agree with Donald Trump.
I don't agree with this stuff because, okay, this issue, right? Okay, we've had the most people illegally enter the asylum. Look, they claim asylum. There are people abusing it. Let's not say there aren't people abusing it. Okay, 4 times the limit. We've had 10 million plus
encounters
come through the border.
No, encounters. There's not been 10 million people who've come in. 10 million encounters.
Let's get an exact number on what we know. Let me see.
Go for it. And while you're doing that, I just want to point out in the chat that I think this is always very interesting to me how I think this gentleman right here actually agrees with Kamala Harris a lot more. I think there are a lot of Americans out there who agree with Kamala Harris more than they know. They're people just don't know her policy, unfortunately. So, unfortunately.
This is from the BBC right here. Let's see this. Okay, it says, this is BBC. It says, since January 2021, when Joe Biden came to office, there have been more than 10 million encounters. About 8 million came over the southwest land border with Mexico.
Yeah, so 10 million encounters. But I also don't. Can you read what's the article called? That 8 million number sounds wrong to me. What's the article called?
How many migrants have crossed the U.S. border illegally? BBC.com. It was written by Lucy Gilder. And it says under Trump there were 2.4 million encounters on the border. So it's 5 times more, four times more under Biden.
Yeah, I don't know. That 8 million number seems weird. I don't know let me see where they're getting that data from. That's weird because when I click on you can even do this yourself. You can tell me if the number comes up. But when I click on the 8 million, it shows me that the page doesn't exist. Can't find what you're looking for. It might have been removed. I've just never seen that 8 million number before. That doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, it says you can't find the page you're looking for. It might have been removed or otherwise unavailable.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know where I haven't even heard like Republicans cite that 8 million of 8 million people came in and it's like proven by X source. But aside from that, like, again, we've there's certainly no doubt, certainly been more people who have come in under the Biden administration, and there's certainly been more encounters at the border and certainly more migration under the Biden administration. But that's not because of Biden policy. It's not because Biden is like, let's just open the border. It's because of the COVID pandemic. And again, Biden has been calling for immigration reform for a while now, and Republicans just don't want it. It's crazy.
But it's hard for me to believe that because he undid Trump's executive orders. He undid a bunch of these.
Which are bad executive orders.
He undid Trump's executive order to, where is this one here? Terminated the national emergency, February 11th, 2021.
Yeah, good. I mean, I don't think we should have a national emergency for immigration. And that was what Trump declared, a national emergency just so he could get money for his wall. And he took that money from our military, specifically the Pentagon. I think that's insane. And I don't think that Biden should continue that.
Didn't want to pass his bill. I mean, it goes both ways. The Democrats didn't want to pass Trump's bill either.
Yeah, but I don't think if Congress won't pass an immigration bill, you shouldn't go rob the military of their funds just so you can focus on your little fun project. It's like, that's insane. Like, get a better bill, right? Or start, elect better people then. I don't know if it's just something like that. Like,
look, we can agree both sides play politics, right? And to be honest, reading the border, like the border bill that was, what was it, 2023, the one about the 5,000 encounters a day, it would have been an improvement to what we have now. I'm not going to disagree with that. Politics were played, right? But politics
by Trump. By Trump. So Trump played politics with an issue you identified as national security. I don't think you should vote for somebody who plays politics with national security.
Okay, but Democrats did the same thing with Trump's bill. They did the same thing with Trump's immigration bills.
But here's the thing. Here's a difference. We would agree that immigration bill that we talked about, that Kamala Harris and Democrats and Republicans agree on, is a good bill. But if somebody is using an issue and giving an extreme solution, quote unquote solution, that doesn't mean that we should just pass it because it's something surrounding that issue. It actually has to be good policy. Trump's, what he was proposing with a new border wall and no reforms to the immigration system, is not good policy. That's just like, why would we do that? Why would we put money there as opposed to giving money to Border Patrol, hiring more agents, and expanding immigration courts? We have a fence already. It's like, it makes no sense.
Well, I think if it was me and you in charge, we could probably find a reasonable solution. But the problem is, both sides, like, let's be honest, both sides play politics. If it's not convenient for them to pass something, they're not going to do it.
I don't recall the last time the Democrats played politics with an issue that's surrounding national security. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, everybody plays politics. It is politics, right?
Yeah.
I totally agree. But the fact of the matter is that I've never seen anything like this. And I'm young. I'm 22. So maybe there's things I'm missing. But I've never seen anything like this. And I've never seen people just like so willing to overlook somebody playing politics with national security. That's insane to me. Insane to me.
Well, I think when we say the specific bill, right, I will agree the bill could help, 100%. The bill would have helped. However, there are executive actions that Trump had that if Biden reinstated, it would also improve the situation.
Okay, what specifically are you referencing?
Okay,
are you in Mexico?
Let me go through all these here. Okay.
Well, like you do that.
The one for the border wall, right? National emergency. Well, we wouldn't have had to do it if the Democrats would have passed a bill, right? So we have the like another one, right? I mean, this was Executive Order 13888. It enhanced state and local involvement in refugee resettlement, right? So back in September 26, 2019, an executive order was passed that said state and local governments had the power to not allow resettlement or refugees in their jurisdiction, right? Now, this isn't directly related to the physical border, but it allows areas that don't have much money to say, we don't have the resources to take these people in our area, right? And it gave local to state governments the authority to reject people from coming there who were going to be on welfare. Because I think what we agree is, like, if you come here, you can support yourself, you can be productive, great, no issue. I don't think, though, if someone comes here, we have to put them in a hotel. We have to give them SNAP benefits. We have to give them all this help, and we ignore our own citizens.
They don't get SNAP. But also, I just want to point out that this happened under Trump, right? Like undocumented migrants generally were also given, housing or food or support under Donald Trump as well. This is part of the Department of Homeland Security's policy. There's like a fund every single year that Congress appropriates. Democrats and Republicans vote for this. That does this. So this is just like the way that the federal government works. And both Democrats and Republicans have recognized that illegal immigration is never going to be zero. So having a country where we're not just having a bunch of migrants sit on the street and starve to death because they can't get jobs because they're undocumented, or asylum seekers who have certain restrictions on them getting jobs in their first couple of months of being here, that makes sense. And we should not be electing people who are not pragmatic and are just so extreme in their rhetoric. And you might say, well, maybe Trump's just joking. I don't care. I don't care if he's joking. I don't care if he's exaggerating. He's not serious. He's not a serious individual. And you might agree with Trump more on policy, but like, this is such a clear choice in my view. I don't even know, man.
I mean, I think honestly with politics, it's very political. It's in the freaking name, both sides, they appeal to their base, and like there's some things that are left wing that I agree with, right? Like, I mean, I agree with I don't even think Kamala Harris is this far on this, but I think billionaires, right? If you're worth $1 billion, like my plan, and I've thought about some plans that I would like. If you're a billionaire, there should be a 1% wealth tax every year. There's $6.22 trillion worth of billionaires to combine. They're worth that, right? 1% of that a year is like $62 billion, right? And instead of having it in the government, give that as an allocation to teachers in their state as bonuses. Sure. I think that's a genius idea.
Great. I'm there with you. I think we should increase Title IX funding and give teachers a big ass raise. They deserve it.
I do. I mean, they do. I mean, there's, and the problem is with politics is like everybody plays politics. Like, I mean, you're probably going to be in office one day. Maybe one day I'll be too, but we could probably find some freaking reasonable things that work, with common sense. But the thing is, like, no one wants to do this stuff, but it's common sense.
No, I agree. I mean, I actually respect the hell out of you for saying that. But then again, that's completely at odds with who Donald Trump is. Right, like Kamala Harris, and this is the last thing I'll say because I should talk to other people. But we're having a conversation, so I appreciate you doing that. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and this is one of my favorite stats. 4 of the 7 pieces of major policy they've passed has been with Republican support. Republicans have crossed the aisle and said, you know what, this is good policy, let's vote for it. That's not the same with Trump. He did not even try to reach out to the other side. He didn't want to, doesn't want to now. And if you're like, you know what, I think we need people who are willing to come to the table, then Kamala Harris is your candidate. Because one of the things that the Biden administration did as their first actions in office was with the American Rescue Plan. Biden had Democratic majority in the Senate, Democratic majority in the House. He could have said, screw the Republicans, I'm going to pass the bill that I want to pass. He said no. He brought in 8 Republican senators to sit with him and the vice president in the Oval Office to try to negotiate over this bill. He didn't have to do that. He could have said no, but he did it. And that's bipartisanship. That's working with the other side, trying to come to a reasonable middle ground. And I think that's great. I think that's when our government works best. And if you want more of that, I'd say go with the candidate who has a track record of that. Don't vote for the candidate who does not have a track record of that. And I'll leave you with that.
All right. Well, fair enough. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, man. I appreciate the conversation. Have a good one. All right.
You too. Have a good one.
Thanks, bud. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. 2 more home football games. You should come out. I can hook up with free hotels and tickets. Rebecca, please. That's too kind. I appreciate you. I would love to go to a college football game. But what I will say is that the individual in question who you're referencing, gorgeous. Just, I mean, my God, it's like crazy. JW, thank you for the $25, my man. Welcome back. I miss you cooking these MAGA. Deep fry them. JW, my man, I miss being live. It's always fun debating MAGA. So I appreciate you here, and I appreciate the $25, my man. I appreciate that a lot. Ben, thank you for the $5. Harry, you're doing so much for democracy. Keep it up. You make us proud. Early voting began in Connecticut today. I cast my ballot for Harris and to resend Chris Murphy to the Senate and Joe Courtney to the House. Also, go Yankees. Damn right, go Yankees. Come on now. Damn right. I love that, Ben. Thank you for voting, my man. I appreciate that. Raina, hey, Harry, I watch you all the time. Love what you're doing. Please don't waste your energy on stupid people. Kamala for president. Yeah, Raina. It's tough because like that last guy was great. Like he was like genuinely good faith. I don't think he's trying to be rude. Definitely, he obviously was not trying to be rude, but there are a lot of people who are so annoying that I'm just like, yeah, I really want to like cook you, and then it's just not worth my time. Amara, thank you for the $25. Keep being awesome with your political knowledge. Amara, you keep being awesome. Thanks so much for your support, and keep watching. And it really means a lot. And thank you for coming in here and all the time. And it really means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. Bro, what the JW? Thank you for the $100 showing my daily support. Welcome back. JW just said 25 and now 100. This guy is always supporting the live. Yo, I appreciate JW so much. Please fill the chat with JWs. Excuse me. W for JWs. He's a great guy. Again, always supporting the live. Fill the chat with W's for JW. That's my guy right there. Thank you, my man. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're awesome. I hope you know that. WJW in the chat. I need the entire chat filled with W's right now. Thank you so much. Amber, thank you for the $10. 500,000 doors knocked in PA this weekend and 20,000 for my office. Let's fucking go. Harry for Prez. Amber, you're amazing. You're awesome. You're fantastic. That's insane. That's an insane number. You should be incredibly proud of yourself. And 20,000 from your office? God, you're awesome. Kaylee, thank you for the $5. Hi, Harry. This will be my first time voting, and my mom and I are both voting for Kamala. Thank you for all that you do and keep educating these people. Kaylee, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for doing that. And thank you for voting for Kamala. Ladies, gents, boys, and girls, KO, thank you for the galaxy. I post on Snapchat, I post on Instagram, I post on Twitter, I post on YouTube. All of those links are in my bio, especially Snapchat. I'm posting on there like every day. It's fun. It's like more day in the life stuff. So all of those links are in my bio, username in my bio. So go out on Snapchat and all that stuff if that interests you. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 400,000 likes. Just fill that bar. Austin, thank you for the subscription. Fill that entire bar up, and it helps boost the live when you like it. And also drop a follow if you haven't already. So if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. This guy's spamming MAGA, which we'll give him the opportunity to come up. Juliano, I think his name is. I think I caught a glimpse of it. I'm not 100% sure. I might have misread. He's not requesting up in the box, so I can't invite him. He's not requesting up. That's all him. That's all him. I can't do anything about that. But if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. What? Oh my God, bro. What the hell is this, man? Tap, tap. Look at that guy in the chat. Tap, tap. Yeah, damn right. Tap, tap the screen. Oh, this guy just dropped. Den is trying to come up. Let's see if Den wants to come up. Is he in the box? Is he in the box? He's not. He's not in the box. I can't invite you, Den, for some reason. Lovey, I'll give an invite there. Eminem, I'll give an invite there. All right, let's bring this person up.
I recently did just pick up a minimum wage job, but I wanted to know what your thoughts on that stuff were.
So just to be clear, like Trump doesn't support raising your minimum wage, by the way. Like Kamala Harris does. She wants to raise the minimum wage that you're making right now. Trump was asked, has either said, no, I don't agree with it, or dodged the question. So just to be clear. But what I think about it is that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz would be significantly better for the economy than Donald Trump. And so if you're like, well, how do we like start investing in folks like me? You're working hard. You're just trying to, stay afloat. How do we start investing in folks like me? Not by not giving tax breaks to billionaires, which is what Donald Trump wants to do, and instead give tax breaks to people like yourself.
Well, I also do think that you have to work for your position. Like I worked at Wawa for 2 years and I gained over $1 over those 2 years.
Love Wawa. Oh my God. I love Wawa. Sorry, continue. Sorry.
Sorry. I grew in the company. I gained money. They also have great like compensation and benefits and stuff. So that's fine. But like a lot of jobs now don't start at minimum wage. They start, well, I'm in PA. I don't know about other states, but I know that in PA, most retail jobs and stuff, they start at like 11 to 15. It depends on where you live. But the minimum wage is what, $7.25?
$7.25, yeah. Yeah. I mean, so like, wait, what's the argument? Like, are you saying?
I wanted to know, just like, you already kind of said, like, Kamala helps with the jobs and the economy or whatever.
Look, these are two ways that she's going to help you. She wants to raise the minimum wage. So the job you're making would be at least $15 an hour. I mean, my God, it's crazy that it's still $7.25. At least $15 an hour federal minimum wage. But also give a tax break to people like yourself. Make it easier for you to buy a home. First-time home buyer, you're not a billionaire. Make it easy for you to buy a home, which creates generational wealth. It makes it easier for you to live a financially stable life. Trump has no policy. He's not told us what he's going to do for folks like you. He's been very clear about what he's going to do for the rich. He's saying, yeah, I'm going to give you a tax break. He said it at Mar-a-Lago and bragged about doing it, saying you're all really wealthy. We're going to give you another tax break. Doesn't mention hardworking folks like yourself, whereas Kamala Harris's entire economic agenda is focused on empowering people like you and making your life easier. So I think that, first of all, you live in an important state. So Pennsylvania is really important. Your vote matters a lot. So I'd vote for people who actually talk about the things that matter to you, not the people who talk about Hannibal Lecter and boats sinking like Donald Trump does.
Yeah, but you also have to think individual states are different. Like in PA, that's one of the highest tax states. I think it's number 5 of highest taxes. And I believe I get state tax taken out and county tax taken out of my paycheck.
Probably.
I know like other states are different, but I don't know. You have to think of that. Like the president can't just sit and go between each individual state and be like, oh, well, you're going to get only 3%. Like that's not how it works. You also have to think of your representative and your senator and stuff like that. And I know a lot of people in PA, because the Amish are voting, the Amish are for Trump, and a lot of them there's an Amish guy that's running for representative, I believe. And a lot of people are voting Democrat for representative in PA, but they're voting for Trump for president. I see signs everywhere.
That makes absolutely no fucking sense.
I see signs everywhere.
I'm not saying that you're being dishonest about it. I'm just saying that if somebody's voting for a Democratic representative and voting for Trump, that makes absolutely no fucking sense. I mean, look, I don't even know how to respond to that. Like the Amish voting, it's like maybe they support Trump. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we have to be honest about who Trump is, what policy he supports, and he doesn't have policy, and he's a really bad guy. And to your point about taxes, yeah, like it's federal taxes you would only affect. So your state taxes, like that comes up to your state legislator and your governor, who, by the way, have been a fantastic governor in Josh Shapiro. But in terms of federal taxes, all she wants to do is just make your life easier, right? And whether you live in Idaho or you live in Pennsylvania, you're more likely to make more money in Pennsylvania. Thus, your tax will be different for you. Whereas in Idaho, you're less likely to make as much money, and your tax will be different. But federal taxes are across the board, and we should have a fair federal tax system, not one that's just skewed for the wealthy. And I think you'd agree with that. Donald Trump apparently doesn't.
And then the last thing I just wanted you to talk about is, could you just make one good point about a good Kamala policy that would sway all these people in the comments to vote for Kamala?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I spoke about a couple of things here, whether it be like, the $25,000 first-time home buyer credit to make it easier for you to buy a house, or expanding.
She could actually do that, but okay.
Well, she's going to try, and I think like trying to make it easier to buy a house is better than not trying. Maybe it's building 3 million new housing units in the first 4 years, whatever it might be. There's a bunch of policy, but I think one of the main things that people should be thinking about, especially a woman like yourself, is reproductive rights. Everybody's like, I have exceptions, and like, in this instance maybe, and maybe in some of this instance I wouldn't. Everybody has that view until it's them, until it's your sister or you or your daughter or your girlfriend, whoever it might be. Then you're like, damn, I really wish I had access to reproductive care. Or maybe you're like, I wish I just had open access to contraception and IVF if I want to start a family. When you're in that instance, you'll be like, God, I wish I had that. So you have to be thinking about those possibilities. Kamala Harris is all about you controlling your body and making decisions. And then she's not even saying like, hey, everybody get abortions. It's just saying the government should not be involved in that decision. Whereas Donald Trump is, I'm the most pro-life president ever. Oh, we got to ban abortion. Women should be punished, he said in 2015, for getting an abortion. So I think that's something you should think about, because it might be you one day. God forbid. Seriously, God forbid. But it might be you. So.
Okay. Thank you for your knowledge, I guess.
Thank you for being involved, even if it's not for my candidate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Have a good one. God, man. Come on, bro. Hello, Alexis.
Hello.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born?
2006. I just turned 18 in September.
Well, happy belated birthday. Why are you MAGA?
Okay, so I'm not here to argue, I promise.
Well, you can argue if you want. I don't know.
Well, no, I'm not an arguer. I'm from Tennessee. I was raised in Tennessee. I've been to Democratic states. I've been to Republican states. I've traveled a lot. But the biggest thing that I just wanted to talk about, I'm Christian, and I know a lot of people aren't. That I understand that, but I'm putting that out there. A lot of my morals and a lot of my respect and my beliefs it resorts from that. That's just how I was raised. I'm literally from a small town in Tennessee. Like, it's so small, you would be shocked. You probably have a cultural reshock. But I just wanted to, like, you were talking about abortion, and I know that there's a lot of issues when it comes to taxes and stuff like that. I just wanted to understand what you think, like, is so good about Kamala as a respectful and, like, just good-hearted person, what she does that isn't so, oh, well, this is what you need to focus on, the reproductive rights and stuff like that. Like, you don't need to focus on that. Focus on the person instead. Because I don't know. I saw the clip of her at the rally saying that the person was at the wrong rally when they screamed, Jesus is Lord. And that's where you just lose my respect.
So, to be clear, they were Trump supporters screaming at her. And also, like at any event, if you're at a concert, a speech, a rally, if you're screaming like Jesus is Lord at the person, like you're gonna get kicked out. You're like disturbing everybody else. You can't do that. And I'm sure that if a couple Muslim people went to a Trump rally and were talking about Allah and they were screaming that and they were kicked out, I'm sure you'd have no problem, right?
I've never seen that. I've just seen people praise him.
I'm just saying, like, hypothetically.
Okay, yeah.
They were praising Allah and they were kicked out. Would you have a problem or no?
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't.
So if they're Muslim and getting kicked out, then you don't have a problem. But if they're aligned with your religion, then you have a problem with them getting kicked out. Point is that both would be disruptive.
Judge.
Point is they're both disruptive. So you can't just like disrupt an event just to talk about your religion. It's like you can have the right to believe whatever you want. You can have the right to believe whatever religion you please. But that right does not allow you to interrupt a political rally or speech or concert or comedy event, whatever it might be. So I'm not sure that's something you should be holding against Kamala Harris. But in terms of her character, or like you're just saying, hey, let's focus on the character. Let's focus on the character. Kamala Harris is a dedicated public servant, has dedicated her life to people. Right? She was a lawyer fighting for your average American who'd been scammed by big banks or fraudulent colleges or fossil fuel companies who polluted rivers. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is a guy who's cheated on every single one of his wives.
You point out the bad things of him and what he's done.
You're talking about character.
I know, but like everybody wants to go for he's cheated on his wives, he's done this, he's done that. That don't matter in people like my eyes. Like in God's eyes, that does not matter. He is a follower and he is a person. He's a human. He makes mistakes.
Wait, fidelity now doesn't matter to God?
When did that happen? When did I say that?
Well, you were just saying that God is not judging him.
Because he's not judging him. God doesn't judge. He judges on Judgment Day.
Jeez Louise. You think Trump would go to heaven?
Absolutely.
So he assaults women.
But I'm not the judge of that.
I know, I'm just like in your view. So he assaults women. He brags about assaulting women.
Does he forgive? Does he ask for forgiveness?
No.
Yes.
He doesn't take accountability.
In his prayers, yes, he does.
How do you know?
Because everybody does if they believe. That's just
this is why I can't get jiggy with like religion stuff, man. Like I was raised in the Catholic Church. I got my communion confirmation. I used to be religious. Now I'm agnostic. That's why I can't get jiggy with this stuff, man. Because it's just like, yeah, this guy like assaults women, commits crimes, and all that stuff, and all he has to do is ask for forgiveness, and then he's let into heaven. It's kind of weird, but we're not having a religious debate. Point is that Trump is not representative of a religious man. Couldn't even cite his favorite Bible verse. Couldn't say whether he likes the Old Testament or the New Testament more. And to be clear, all of his actions are absolutely unaligned with the teachings and the morals and values that come with religion.
I understand. I've talked to people that are agnostic. I understand your point. I do. I just, when you say like, you know, people that do bad things and you don't understand how, you know, they're religious and stuff, it's all about you. It's all about your faith. It's all about if you ask for forgiveness. If you ask for forgiveness, all your sins are paid.
So if somebody shoots up a school, they can just ask for forgiveness and go into heaven?
They can ask for forgiveness and they have to follow Christ. They have to actually...
So if somebody just like unalives a bunch of like innocent children in a classroom, and then they just suddenly become religious and start following Christ and ask for forgiveness, then they go to heaven?
They have to ask for forgiveness, but they have to literally, like, it's a whole thing.
That's why I don't like that. You could be like the worst person ever, and then on your deathbed be like, yeah, I follow religion, and now ask for forgiveness. But again, it's not a religious debate. Point is that Trump is not at all aligned with what you, as somebody who's religious, would believe somebody should be behaving as. And he's just a bad person. He's a bad guy. And regardless of your view on religion, a bad person, a bad guy, an immoral person, a person who doesn't actually get anything done as president, should not be president. It's that simple.
Sure, yeah.
So, but you get to go to the ballot box and you vote for who you want to vote for. Just think about your future. That's all.
I know. I really just wanted to come on and just kind of, I know it's hard to understand, and of course I can't like say the most, you know, perfect thing to make you understand. It's truly how you're raised, and you won't understand it and how I put it, but there are so many other people out there that can put it in the correct terms. I'm just, the way I was raised and the way I've listened and the way I've went about things, just following Christ has made me a better person.
And that's perfectly fine. But the last thing I'll say, because I don't want to take too much of your time, but the last thing I'll say is, like, you were raised in a certain way that makes you conservative. But when was anybody raised to support someone like Trump? Nobody was raised.
I did support Joe Biden whenever I, of course, couldn't vote. But I definitely did like him for the longest time in 2020. And that was a big thing. Half of my family is Democratic. It's just... It's who you are. It truly is who you are.
I totally understand. But point is that you, me, nobody, I think, watching, hopefully nobody watching, was raised to lie, was raised to cheat, was raised to assault or bully or berate or make fun of people or do anything like that. And unfortunately, that's who Donald Trump is. It's what he does. So you might have been raised with like religious values and conservative values. And if that's the case, that's no problem. That's perfectly fine. But you were not raised to support somebody like that. That's just my... And at the end of the day, you might disagree with Kamala Harris, but she is far more aligned with caring for people, being empathetic, respecting people the way that you were raised than Donald Trump is. So you can respond if you'd like, but anyway, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I wasn't raised to like Donald Trump. I was never really raised political until 2020. Like that's when like everything hit, and that's when I liked Joe Biden. I was all for him, and then as I've grown up and as I've just, you know, changed in life like we all do, I've just came to a realization that it's just not what I believe in, and it's not what I stand for. Nothing he's done I stand for.
Really? Okay, now this is the actual last thing I'll say. Biden expanded healthcare to over 1.2 million veterans and first responders. He also made the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower's highway system. He's created tens of millions, 14 million jobs, has invested in the middle class, has brought manufacturing back to the United States, 800,000 manufacturing jobs. These are things I'm sure you agree with. These are things that Joe Biden has done that Donald Trump claims are bad, and they're not bad. They're good, and they help people.
Of course.
And so I'm certain that if we could extend this conversation, you would find that you're far more aligned with Joe Biden in terms of policy than Donald Trump. And so all I ask is that before you vote, just look into what Kamala Harris wants to do, look at her record, look at what the Biden administration has done, and block out all of the noise. But block out the noise from both sides. Block out the noise that Donald Trump's saying that Kamala Harris is a communist, and just look at what she wants to do. And I guarantee that you, as a good person who has good values and just wants to care about your community, you would far more align with her than you would Trump. But that's the last thing I'll say. I promise.
Yeah, I understand. I do. I just wanted to let you know, and I just wanted to see what you thought about her and stuff.
For sure.
And that's all I got. I mean, I hope that you try to understand.
Yeah.
I'm a little sick right now, but
I hear you.
I just wanted to talk.
No, that's perfect, and you're welcome to talk anytime. If you want to come up as we get close to the election again and have a conversation, I'm happy to I can't speak. Happy to welcome you up, and we can have that conversation again. But feel better, drink a lot of water, it's cough syrup, whatever you need. And I appreciate the conversation.
All right. Well, God bless.
All right, Alexis, have a good one. You too.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Taylor, thank you for the $3. Harry, this is about all I can give you because I'm short on rent, but I wanted to show you my support and tell you I'm thankful for all that you're doing to educate people. As someone who's LGBTQ+, thank you for fighting the right thing. Taylor, thank you for the $3. Please, save your money. And so what we're going to do is send Taylor back some money. So hopefully we can help her out with rent. Because Taylor, I appreciate the support. You don't got to send anything if you're short on rent. Take care of yourself, all right? I'll send you something back because you deserve it. And you're great. And thank you for doing some work. And thank you for supporting Kamala Harris and me. It means a lot. So I hope you're doing well. Raul, thank you for the $5. I'm a father of an NYU graduate. Congratulations, Raul. That's awesome, man. That's tell your graduate child that I say congratulations as well. That's awesome. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Your lives are the only ones I see where minds are actually changed. All other live debaters should follow your lead with your format and demeanor. Thank you. Well, Sarah, that means a lot, first and foremost. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind. But I got to be honest. I think that there are a lot of great live debaters out there and a lot of great lives. So, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you have more knowledge on this than I do, Sarah, but I appreciate you being here. It really means a lot. Brian, thank you for the $2. Damn straight. This is Maori 2040. Let's make that ticket happen, ladies and gents. That'd be great. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the Galaxy as well, Lee. Keep up the great work, Harry. This is for my daughter, who's a first-time voter in Florida for Kamala. Can you say thank you, Michaela? Thanks, Harry. You rock. Michaela, thank you. Getting out there and vote first time? Come on, man. We have some good people in here watching. I appreciate you guys. You guys are fantastic. Michaela, Lauren, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Know that myself and others appreciate you a lot. Shannon, thank you for the $100. Golly. Please fill the chat with some W's for Shannon. This is incredibly kind. Voted blue down the ballot today in Texas. I was already on your side, but I appreciate the knowledge you share. I'm a woman's health nurse, and your words make a difference in the lives of my patients. Thank you for speaking up for women and LGBTQ+ IA. Take care. Shannon, thank you for the $100. Please fill the chat with W's for Shannon. That is incredibly kind, and I'm so glad that you appreciate the lives. I'm glad that they could be something for you. That's the goal, that's the goal. So Shannon, thank you so much. Fill the chat with W's. Shannon is fantastic. Jasmine, thank you for the $1. Kamala is literally a Baptist. Well, yeah, that also is a good point, Jasmine. I mean, seriously. And JW, thank you for the $100 as well on Venmo. These people coming up tonight are crazy. Trump is a fake Christian. Totally agree, JW. Totally agree, JW. Fill the chat with W's for Shannon and JW, both dropping $100 here. That is insane. Greatly appreciated. It means the world to me from all of you guys. You're truly fantastic people. Always supporting. So yeah, that means a lot. Thank you guys. You're awesome. I hope you know that. And I hope you know that I appreciate you. That's all. Oh, thank you for the M Sharp. Thank you for the Wanda. I appreciate you. Nora, thank you for the $3. I voted for Kamala and all red in Texas today. That's awesome, Nora. Thank you so much for doing that. Mark, thank you for the $5. When has Trump asked for forgiveness? My question exactly, Mark. I don't know. Daisy, thank you for the $1. Also short on rent, but sending my $1 per live. Well, you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. She's short on rent. We got to help her out. We'll send you some back. Because good person, and I've seen this person in my live often, so we'll help her out. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Your live is stressful. I love to support. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that a lot. That's incredibly kind, man. I thank you. And Taylor, thank you for the $5. Keep fighting the good fight. I appreciate you. Means a lot. Thank you, Taylor. And Addie, thank you for the $5 that just came in. I voted all blue today in Tennessee. Addie, you live in a Republican state. But thank you for putting in the work and voting blue down the ballot. You're amazing. I hope you know that. Thank you, everybody that's sending support on Venmo, Cash App. The link in the bio is there if you want to do that. But of course, there's absolutely no pressure. But what you should do as well, thank you for the... Oh, that's fun. Drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. We post videos. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 600,000 likes. Spam the shares, all that good stuff. You know the drill. And again, add me on Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. All those links are in my bio. I post on them every single day. So, yeah, if you'd be so kind. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're a MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. I'll put in Chef Dad, Florida, because he's in Florida and early voting has started. So, I think that might be the route to go. If he's still here, I don't know if he's still here. His request might have expired. And it looks like his request did, in fact, expire. So we will drop him down for now. Alan says he's MAGA. Let's give him an invite. See if he comes up. Here he comes.
This ought to be fun. Right before your eyes. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hold on 1 second. I'm currently watching Harry Potter. Wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, maybe just mute the TV if you'd be so kind.
No, you're good. I just paused it.
Great. All right, so why are you supporting Trump, man?
So let's see. One, it's just Kamala's a humongous liar. She has not done anything these last 3.5 years as vice president. Okay. Two, everything was a lot cheaper back in the day, but when Trump was in office. And three, he's just a way better candidate than Kamala. It's just way better candidate than Kamala. It's so clear. It's so obvious, man. Like, come on, let's be for real right now. You honestly expect me to believe that people want to vote for someone who has sent $91 billion of our taxpayer money to fund a war that America had nothing to do with instead of trying to settle. Yes, Ukraine.
So Trump sent $40 billion every single year to countries abroad for foreign assistance as well. But so what's your response to that? Taxpayer dollars? Okay, still, that's what I thought. So that war, funding Ukraine helps us. That's a good investment. That's like one of the best investments, I'd say, militarily that the United States has made in modern American history. It's fucking fantastic. What's come from that.
If it's an investment, where's our money? How is our money coming back to us?
So our return on investment is the fact that the 50% of Russia's original military has been wiped out, and a bunch of their ships are getting destroyed. A bunch of their airplanes are getting destroyed, which makes Russia a weaker military, which indirectly helps the United States. Well, no, fuck that. Directly helps the United States. And the fact that Russia is putting so many resources toward this is weakening them as a country. Their economy is on toothpicks right now, you might say, which is good for the United States. And they've also been cut off from the West by exporting oil. It's one of the biggest beefs that the United States has had with certain European countries because they get oil from Russia. They've been cut off now. Russia no longer gives their oil, meaning less money for Russia. And also, we want Ukraine to stay alive. We want Ukraine to stand. And when we have more allies, we're a stronger nation. We are strong through allies, not strong as isolated. And we don't want Russia getting stronger. So, and also here, we're not sending them a bunch of bags of cash. We're sending them weapons we have in our reserves that were produced like under Bill Clinton and are just kind of sitting there. You know, like we need these $900,000 taxpayer missiles are far better suited going after the Russians than they are just sitting in a warehouse somewhere in the United States. And also, we are then filling our reserves by investing in new technology. So we have the best of the best, and we're investing in American companies while doing it. There is no negative when it comes to investing in Ukraine. And by the way, that like 90 billion you're talking about is like this much of our GDP. This much.
So
it's tiny.
You're cool. So you're cool with funding a war instead of getting it settled, is what you're basically saying.
Just to be clear, the Biden administration's their view on the war is that it could end right now. All Putin has to do
why
is
haven't
just
they
stop.
ended it yet? Why haven't they tried ending it? It's been over a
they
year,
have tried.
Harry.
Yeah, they have. They have tried.
Clearly, they're not trying hard enough. They're not trying hard enough.
I'm sure that's what it was. I'm sure that's what it is. Maybe it's not, just the fact that they're working with a murderous dictator who has no interest in ending this war. They just have interest in their own power. So when you're negotiating with somebody who has no interest in actually ending the war, it's kind of hard to end the war, right? So we've tried. We have the position that right now the war could end today. No more people have to die. It could end today if Russia just pulls out of Ukraine.
And then the fact that Trump had to met with Zelensky before Kamala did is kind of funny also. Because
they first of all, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have met with Zelensky like many times. And the reason that Zelensky met with both of them now is because one of them is going to be the next president of the United States. So Zelensky's sure, you can believe whatever you'd like. But one of them is going to have to operate with Zelensky. So he's meeting with both of them. This is pretty typical for world leaders before a presidential election.
So I'm assuming everyone in your chat right now is perfectly okay with how prices have been also with coming to gas and groceries right now. Because if everyone in this chat is actually cool with how much they've been paying for gas and groceries, they're actually beyond stupid.
Man, so now you piss me off because now you're calling people in the chat stupid. I know people like you. I know your type. You talk a big talk, and then this interaction we're about to have. No, I'm gonna predict. Watch this.
It's facts.
Yeah,
it's
watch
facts.
this.
The prices have been horrible since
I'm going to foreshadow our conversation before it even happens. I'm going to ask you, what has Joe Biden done to raise gas prices and raise inflation? And you're not going to know. You're going to say, "Oh, I'm not done yet."
He closed off pipelines.
Great. Let's get. You know what? I don't even have to foreshadow it. What pipeline did he close?
It was some pipeline in like Colorado, I could have sworn, or something like that.
Doesn't even know the fucking pipeline. So what the pipeline you're referencing, the stupid talking point you're talking about, is the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone pipeline is already a major pipeline in operation in the United States. It's running right now as we speak. The XL pipeline was an extension. When he canceled it, it was only 8% complete. It wasn't going to be ready for another 2 years. It wasn't in operation. It wasn't affecting oil prices. And also, it wasn't Biden who put the final dagger in it. It already had a number of legal challenges from Native American tribes who sued in court and had a lot of these permits revoked. So it was already legal challenges going on to it. It was already uncertain. And also, even if it were completed, let's just say it got built. Right? It was only going to help one Canadian oil company. This Canadian oil company and the Canadian government were advocating for the pipeline to be built through the United States so they can bring their oil to the Gulf of Mexico, refine it, and sell it abroad so that they can make a profit. But that oil wasn't coming to us. So what are you talking about that canceling the pipeline raised the gas prices?
So let me ask you this. You think Kamala Harris is going to figure out a way to stop inflation, right?
What's the inflation rate right now?
I'm pretty sure it's at like a high 15% right now. It's higher than it was when Trump was in office. So let me ask you, Kamala and Trump have been asked in debates, how are you going to solve inflation, right? So let me ask you this. Why haven't they
solved
it?
It's 2.4%.
I'm pretty sure it's at 8%. It's a high right now.
No, the inflation rate is 2.4%. So what you want me to prove it to you?
You sure about that?
Oh, I'm 1,000,000% sure. I'll bet you $100. You want to bet $100?
So let me get this straight.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They have been asked about inflation for the last 3.5 years, right? What are they going to do about inflation? What the hell has Biden and Kamala done about inflation? They know that gases and prices have gone bad. What the hell have they done about it? Nothing. They haven't done shit.
Okay,
so you expect me?
Just to be clear, I'm showing you that inflation rate is 2.4%. Just out of curiosity.
Is that nationwide or is that state in your states?
Nationwide. Just out of curiosity, like what exactly can Biden do right now to just like lower grocery prices?
He could have done something, but he clearly didn't do anything.
Like what?
Shit, I don't know. He could have.
Yeah, exactly. Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. The president can't just like lower prices. That's not a thing. The president's not God.
There are
they can't just be like
to find a way to lower prices. There are policies out there.
Like what?
Brother, I don't know. I don't.
So it doesn't exist, right? This is not a thing that the federal government can do. There are certain instances of which prices can go down, but in terms of like, can the president just lower prices? No, that makes absolutely no sense. Given the fact that the prices went up, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Why is it being asked in debates? I'm not done yet. Given the fact that a lot of the prices went up due to supply chain issues, and the prices of actually producing goods went up, how do you think the president of the United States is just going to reduce the prices of those things on the shelves? That makes no sense. And the reason they're being asked about this at debates is because it's not whether it's a possibility or not. It's something the American people are wondering about. What are you going to do about my prices? And even then, in certain instances, the Biden administration has managed to lower prices on certain things, such as healthcare, where they can actually pass policy to address this. Now, because of Biden and Harris, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. Inhalers are capped at $35. And starting in 2025, seniors on Medicare for their prescription drugs, out-of-pocket costs will be capped at $2,000 a year. And Medicare can now negotiate drug prices with private companies. 10 of the drugs have been announced. All these prices are going to go down.
What about the daily needs that we need in our life, like gas?
Well, a lot of people need insulin every single day. But again, when it comes to groceries, the president of the United States can't lower the cost. He can't just say, you know what, do it.
No shit. They know how. There's ways to find a way to get it lower.
You can't even cite it because it doesn't exist.
It does exist. I just don't know it yet.
Oh, exactly. Oh, yeah. Sure. So, what's Trump's policy to lower all the prices? Curiosity. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate you. What's Trump's policy to lower the prices?
Well, let's see. I don't really know the policies very well. I'm not really deep into politics.
Well, it doesn't exist. See, this is what pisses me off. It doesn't exist, but you also came in here
What's
hot.
Kamala's policies on lowering gas?
So I just told you a bunch of things, but I also just find this is why what annoys me is because you came in here, you called my chat stupid, you called the people at home who are just like you, they're working jobs, they're trying to keep a roof over their head, they're just want the best best for their future, their kids and their country, and you're like, yeah, they're stupid because you don't understand how gas prices go up and down and you don't understand inflation. It's like it's not their fault. But Kamala Harris, in terms of gas prices, look, the only reason the gas prices were high was because, again, the pandemic. Supply was down. We came out of the pandemic rapidly. Demand went up. People were traveling again. People were going to jail. Yeah, and prices have come down since 4 years.
No, the fuck they haven't. They've gone up the last 4 years.
Really? So it's just been continually going up?
My gas in Florida went from $2.10 from 2020 to $3.25 now.
Yeah, when?
What the fuck do you mean
yeah, in 2020, in the middle of a pandemic.
Now in 2024, it's $3.25.
Yeah, because we're not in a pandemic.
Yeah, it's gone up in the last 4 years.
Yeah, we're not in a pandemic.
Yeah,
we're not in a pandemic.
Gas is so bad right now.
When we went to a pandemic,
what the fuck
and
do you
nobody
mean?
was
What the fuck do
buying.
you mean supply chains are low? They should be up right now. We should be back to normal right now.
Yeah. So when we were in the middle of a pandemic,
the fact that you just said,
can you stop talking for 5 goddamn seconds? Nobody needs to hear you speak this much.
The fact that you just said it's been going down, and now you're saying it's going up.
I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something. Listen up.
Make up your mind.
Okay.
Which one is it? Are they going up or going down?
I'm going to mute you now because you're actually insufferable. You're just wanting to scream your face off, and I guarantee you nobody needs to hear you scream your face off. So in the middle of the pandemic, when nobody was buying gas for their car because nobody was driving, nobody was flying on planes, nobody was going to work, yeah, prices were going to be lower. It's Econ 101. When demand is lower than supply, prices go down. That happened during the pandemic here in the United States and all around the world. Then we came out of the pandemic. People needed more gas for their cars. People were traveling again. People were going on vacation. People were going to work, taking their kids to school. Gas prices went up, not only in the United States, but around the world. Gas prices were higher in Canada than in the United States. Gas prices were higher in Ireland and Great Britain than the United States because there was a global shortage. So when there's less supply, but demand is high, prices go up. If you took Econ 101, you would know that. So that's what happened. And also, we're producing more oil right now than ever before in American history. Ay. And by the way, gas prices are based on global markets, not based on domestic ones. But now you can unmute because, my God.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
oh
you're
my
saying
God, I know,
that
it's so painful.
You're saying there was slower supply chain literally right after COVID, right? It's been 4 years after COVID. Why the fuck have they not gone down yet?
They have gone down. So there was a peak of oil prices.
Really?
There was
California's gas prices are $9.50 right now.
They're
That's
not $9.50.
That's low. Someone in the chat just said it was $9.50.
Well, why are you citing the chat as evidence for your claim? Maybe you should know this before you say it.
Because you can look it up online.
Okay, so let's look it up online.
I guarantee you, California's gas prices are over $5 a gallon right now.
Wait, now you went from $9.50 to $5. Which one is it?
I guarantee it's in between. I guarantee you.
Wait, what do you mean it's in between? Is it $9.50 or $5?
I guarantee you, it's over $5.
Because right now the current average in California for regular is $4.64.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad if you ask
me. It's in California. California always has historically high gas prices. But for the national average right now, it's $3.17.
Yeah. It's been going up because in 2020 gas was $2.16. If you're saying it's going down, it's not going down.
Holy shit. So gas prices, again, I'm going to say this really simply. Gas prices went down because of the pandemic. We can see this trend, and then went back up as a result of the pandemic because there was not as much supply meeting demand. And then since this peak of around $4-ish as the national average, it's gone down since then.
It has not gone down. It's been going up.
Holy fuck, this is so painful.
It goes down. It goes down slightly, goes right back up. Down slightly, right back up. It does not go down.
I think you are. So just for example, a year ago today, it was
I can't listen to someone
355.
who's been. I can't listen to someone who's been paid by the DNC to talk.
Okay, what's your evidence I was paid by the DNC?
Dude, you got a reader's added context on your tweet confirming it.
Yeah, that doesn't prove to me anything.
And it's also
what's your
on
evidence that I
federal
got paid by the
website.
DNC?
It's on federal websites. There's
Really? Go pull
receipts
it
of
up.
you getting paid.
Go pull it up. If you can find a payment from the DNC to me, I'll delete my
You had a payment.
I'll
you had
delete
a
my
payment
TikTok
of
account right now.
$20,000 You had a payment of $20,000 from February 2023. What the fuck are you talking about?
Please go find me the DNC sending me money directly. I'll delete my TikTok account if you can. I'll give you $10,000 right now if you can.
I can pull it up right fucking now.
Great. Go find the DNC paying me directly. Go do it.
Here,
and then I'll
got
delete
you.
my TikTok account right now. And also, what $20,000 are you fucking talking about in 2023? What?
Let's see here. Let me pull up the receipts real quick.
It's always funny. You all fall for the same. Wait. Okay, how about this? If you do that, if you can prove that I took a payment directly from the DNC, I'll send you $100. But if you can't, you have to send me $100, right? Deal?
Deal. Even though I'm not going to.
Yeah, you coward. Yeah, of course you can.
No, because I'll know I know I'm fucking right. Let me pull it
Okay.
up.
All right. But if you're not right, will you do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Great. Are you typing on a Wii? Golly, what the hell is this?
My Xbox.
Yeah. Getting a shift of Wii Sports in there before, huh? Big Wii Sports guy over here.
Well, I did have a Wii, but I sold it.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Big Wii Sports guy.
Actually, let me mute that. That's really annoying, actually.
Yeah, my brother over here does research on his Xbox, and that entails going onto the Joe Rogan podcast, seeing what he has to say for the day. Oh well, you know, those facts from the federal government are pesky things. Very rude, very mean. So terrible.
Palette management on LinkedIn. That's you right there, right? 1 second. It's going to take palette management for the FEC.
Oh. Yeah, hey. Hey. You said directly to me. You said I've taken money from the DNC.
Yeah, hold on a second.
All right, we're waiting.
Right now.
Hey.
I need to remember the website name of this. Hold on.
It's called the FEC.
That's what I mean. Thank you.
Yeah.
FEC. Ah, here we go.
Yeah. Helping you out, man. Because I know I'm right.
Excuse me 1 second.
I wouldn't be helping you out if I thought I was wrong.
Is there a second I in your last name? No, there isn't.
Nope.
Okay. Let's see here. Dude, you've been paid by the DNC. It's literally on the government websites.
Okay, yeah, so pull it up. It's right there, man. If it's on the government websites that I've been paid by the DNC, I'm waiting. It couldn't just possibly be that I've been doing this since I was 17 and working in local politics and just passionate about politics. It has to be something like that, right? But you have all the evidence, so we're waiting.
Dude, there was literally readers added context stating that you were.
Go find evidence. Come back. We can't hear you if you're off TikTok live. Come on. Also, I saw, just for the record, while this guy like figures out whatever the hell he's doing. Oh, here he comes.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay, hang on a minute. It says according to.
Yeah, we can't hear you when you're off TikTok live.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It says, according to FEC records, you were paid by the Democratic National Party according on readers added context on X. Literally, the tweet when you made about
that doesn't tell me anything, right? So
when you
go to the actual source. Go to the actual source.
When you tweeted about Bryce Hall saying, "Prove me to have been paid by the DNC," your tweet had a readers added context.
Yeah, there was a community note added, but what are the sources? Like, if it's right there, the sources are included. So pull it up.
The link to the website's there.
Pull it up.
Bro,
also, like, if there are enough Republican community note writers, they can just put anything. So if there's a source right there, then pull it up. I'm saying I'll give you I'll leave you $1,000 and delete my TikTok account right now if you can find a payment from the DNC to me directly. Now, by the way, do you think I'd be making this deal with you if I was paid by the DNC? Or do you think I'm just I'll give you 10,000. My God, whatever, you name a number. I'll give you, I'll put $1 million on the line. Fuck me.
You'll give me 10,000 of DNC's money? Oh, that's so cute of you, man.
Yeah, it's really like, I always find it really funny when you just keep playing into something that's like objectively wrong and you can't prove yourself. Like, you've been looking for like 5 minutes now and you haven't been able to find this source, which apparently is just right out there. It's on government websites, right? So it's remarkable how you're like, oh, you're paid by the DNC and you still have not been able to prove yourself. I'm waiting. There's 6,400 people right here waiting for you. We are all waiting for you to prove yourself, and thus far you've been unable. You cannot do it. So please prove me wrong. Prove I was paid by the DNC. We're all waiting for this. Groundbreaking information here, ladies and gentlemen. You only get it on the Harry Sisson Live. Golly.
Let's see here.
You know what? We wait. Joanna, thank you for the $10. Go Tar Heels. I appreciate you, Joanna. Thank you for the $10. Daniel, thank you for the $4. Let's make this a landslide. I'd love that. A landslide would be nice, especially so we don't have to hear from people like this guy. Lydia, thank you for the $15. Voting for Harris because of my Christian values in Texas. Damn right, Lydia. Hell yeah.
Even though I like how you're saying Christian values. Even
Can you
though
stop
she
talking,
literally told
please? Can you please stop talking? We're waiting for you to find a source. And until then, please stop talking. Popular, thank you for the $5. Shout out Jennifer, who's almost done filling out 500 postcards supporting Kamala Harris. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God, that's so amazing. That's so amazing. Thank you to Jen, of course, and Popular Monster for the $5. I appreciate you. Ellie, thank you for the $1. As a grossly underpaid teachers of ages newborn to 5, I really appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you for being a teacher. That is so awesome. And especially a younger age teacher. I know that job can be hard, but you're out there doing it, so you're amazing. M Sharp, thank you for the $50. Thanks for all that you do, and I can't wait to say Madam President. Neither can I, M Sharp. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. You know, all those Trump supporters out there that can't pronounce her name, they can just say Madam President. So show some love for M Sharp in the chat. $50 is incredibly generous. I appreciate you so much. You're amazing. Christina, thank you for the $25. Also, fill the chat with it. I think I said that right. Fill the chat with W's for M Sharp. Amazing. Christina, thank you for the $25. Why are MAGA so confident in their ignorance? You got to ask this guy. This guy's like so confident. He's still typing on his Wii. So thank you, Christina, for the $25. That's incredibly kind. Morgan, thank you for the $9. 1 gallon of gas, according to this guy. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you for the $9. Is that the Leaning Tower of Pisa in your thing? That's crazy. That's really cool. And finally, Steph, thank you for the $15. I bet he thinks Harry Potter is a documentary. It's funny how all these folks are just cooking the shit out of this guy. Anything yet?
I don't care. I don't care what people think about me.
Yep. Anything yet?
I'm finding it right now.
You've been finding it right now for the past 8 minutes. I always love when this conversation goes down this route because it always ends the same. I'm sitting here for like 10 minutes waiting for them to find the government website that says I was paid by the DNC, and then
dude, it's literally on Twitter. You can literally pull it up.
Go ahead, pull it up. Use the Wii remote.
I'm using my Series X actually, because I'm actually.
It's a weird way of saying the Wii. It's a weird way. Yeah, exactly. The chat's it's on Twitter. Oh yeah, dude, it's on Twitter, bro. It's like right there. It's the course that proves it. Bro, if you can't,
it is.
If you can't find it on Google, bro. If you can't find it on these government websites you're citing, man, maybe the community was wrong.
Really? You think the community was wrong? The receipt is right there.
Yep. Okay, so pull it up. If you're saying it's right there, you pull it up on Twitter. Use the Wii. Use your DS XL, whatever it is. Shout out to my Gen Zers out there who know what that is. Use your 3DS and pull it up. We're all waiting. If it's right there, you say it's on Twitter. I'm waiting. I miss the DS. Yeah, me too, Glass. I love my DS.
There we go.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got going on. On October 5th, 2022, spender was minus touch, recipient was Harry Sisson from the state of New York. You were paid $4,000 on October 5th, 2022. And on August 16th, 2022, you were paid an extra $2,000.
Yep.
On disbursements from the Federal Election Commission.
Yep. So just out of who was the money from?
Midas Touch is in the Democratic.
Oh, Midas Touch, but it's not the DNC. So when I did social media consulting, because I do social media, and I get paid for that consulting, and it's from a private group, not a party. That's like almost like how capitalism works, right? Fuck, dude. Oh man, I hate when that happens. Oh, that sucks, dude. Sucks. Keep going though. This is fun. Mm-hmm. I hate when capitalism happens. Ugh. God. You can just say you're wrong. Like, you don't have to like keep going if you want.
Here's the actual thing. Oh, here we go. Oh, Democracy Defense Action, Democracy Defense Action, European Nation 1000.
Wait, can you come closer to your mic? It sounds like you're underwater.
Democracy Defense Action.
Oh man, that's also not the DNC, dude. Fuck.
Paid an extra $1,000, $7,000, $5,000 just to talk about how stupid the Democrats are, but you know.
Wait, what is it listed as though on the FEC? Just remind me.
The Democratic Defense Action.
No. What's the purpose though? They list the purpose, like what I was paid for. What was I paid for?
Social media consulting.
Oh God, man, I hate when that happens, man. I hate when a group that's not the DNC is paying me to consult for social media. It's almost like I do social media every single day, so I have a unique insight on social media so that I can consult for groups that are Democratic groups to help them with that. Oh God, isn't that sucked? God, dude. Oh, that's terrible, man. Oh, that's terrible.
You think Kamala's going to win is actually kind of funny.
Hey, where's my $100, by the way? Where's my $100? You owe me $100. You said
I
you
don't remember
were.
agreeing
You
to
said
that. That's crazy.
you said you were. Oh, you said you were going to give me $100 if you couldn't prove that I was paid by the DNC. So we're all waiting.
I'm good. I'm not paying you $100. You're
Yeah,
wild
exactly.
for
You
that.
little coward. Isn't it so funny when you come up here and you do this stuff? Come on, man. You can't come up here and call my chat stupid, the people that support me stupid, and then make yourself look like a fool like this. Oh,
Dude,
it's brutal.
you support Kamala Harris, who said that people think Jesus is King is in the wrong rally.
Hey, just out of curiosity, what are the 3 branches of government?
Legislative.
Keep going.
Hold on, my mic cut out for a second.
You're Googling right now.
No, I'm actually on my Xbox playing Fortnite, but sure.
Keep going.
I'm trying to remember the 3 branches because I haven't been to history in class in a while.
Maybe ever. Maybe.
Let's see. There's
Sorry,
legislative.
I got a call. Maybe ever. People are saying maybe ever. Maybe you've never been to history class. Maybe you've never been to civics class.
Let's see. Legislative, executive, and trying to remember the last one. It is judicial.
Judicial, my mass judicial. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously. Yeah, no, obviously judicial. Right. Nice. That was good.
So let me ask you this. So if you think
I just want to be clear,
better,
you called them stupid. You didn't know the 3 branches of government. Okay, that makes sense.
brother, it took me a minute to memorize it. I don't follow politics like you every day.
Yeah,
I actually know how to touch grass and not support an 81-year-old man who had dementia.
Yeah, So, you're voting for Donald Trump, by the way, who thinks that Hannibal Lecter's real.
He's never said Hannibal Lecter's real.
Well, he talks about him as a real person, says that he endorsed him. So I don't know. Says that Hannibal Lecter endorsed him. I don't know how somebody that's not real could endorse Donald Trump.
He's never said Hannibal Lecter's endorsed him.
Yes, he did.
The fact that no, he has not.
Yes, he did.
Brother, Elon Musk, the smartest man, one of the smartest people alive, is endorsing President Trump. The guy who's creating Neuralink to help disabled people be able to do normal functions again is supporting Trump, and you think that's wrong. How do you think that's wrong?
I think that Trump is a really bad guy, and I think supporting bad people is bad. It's really that simple. It's like Trump assaults women, he commits crime, he commits a bunch of business fraud, and I think that's wrong. And when he was president, he doesn't do anything. He didn't do anything in office, didn't do anything as president. I think that's bad.
You know how many bills he passed when he was president?
Okay, name 5 that he got through Congress.
Bro, I don't have them off the top of my head. You can literally find them on YouTube.
Man, it's funny how your sources are YouTube and Twitter. Jeez Louise. Bro, it's like, you know how many bills he passed? Can you name
CNN.
Can you name any?
Your sources are CNN.
Can you name any? There's so many bills that he passed, and they're so great and they're so good. But somehow you just can't name any of the bills. I'm saying
on YouTube because they were always broadcasting Trump every hour of the day on the internet.
Yeah.
Anything that unlike Biden, who literally didn't do anything. For God's sakes, Joe Biden was literally wearing a Trump hat saying "Vote for Trump."
That's not what he said. He was at a 9/11 event, and there was a gentleman there. It was a nonpartisan event. It wasn't political. He was there as the president of the United States. He wasn't there as a Democrat. And there was a gentleman there wearing a Trump hat. And so he switched hats with him temporarily, just like as a joke, because it wasn't political. It was just a 9/11 memorial event. So he was like kind of trying to unify the country, saying that, like, you know, this moment that we're celebrating here, or at least remembering, is bigger than ourselves. It's bigger than politics. So we should come together. So that's what happened.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Oh, I know. Facts are pesky. I know. It's really annoying. It's really annoying when you like support somebody and you have no idea why you support them, or like anything that they've done. And you're just like supporting them because, like, dude, he's just so sick.
No, it's because he's done a lot better for the country than Biden has the last 4 years.
Yeah, you can't tell me anything he's done. You can't tell me anything he's done. I keep asking you, what has he done? You keep saying he's done better. I keep saying, okay, what has he done? You can't tell me.
Bro, we were so better off with Trump than we were with Biden. Everything's gone to shit. Okay.
You can't tell me what he's done. You can't tell me what he's done. You keep saying, you cannot sit up here and say that Trump is so much better. And he's done so much.
What has Kamala done the last 3 years?
Yeah, so they passed the American Rescue Plan, which restarted our economy. It invested in small businesses, veterans, reopening schools during COVID. Milton? I'm not done yet. You asked me what she's done. You can't then interrupt. She also was part of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act negotiation. It was part of getting that bill passed. It was the first piece of major gun legislation in 30 years. She was also part of the Biden administration, part of the bipartisan infrastructure deal, the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower's highway system, investing in new roads and bridges, removing every single lead pipe in America so everybody has clean drinking water, weatherizing our electrical grids, things of that nature. She was also part of passing the Chips and Science Act, these little chips that we have in our phones, our cars, our dishwashers. Normally, we import them from other countries. The United States and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are saying, hey, let's make those chips here in America. That's the manufacturing of the future. And we passed that bill. Now we're making those chips in America. And right now we account for 0% of the world's chips. By 2030, we'll account for 20% of the world's chips because of Biden and Kamala Harris. They passed the PACT Act, which expanded healthcare to veterans. Over 1.2 million people have now been signed up for this program, which expands healthcare to veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad and were previously denied that healthcare. Now they have that healthcare. They also restarted the Cancer Moonshot program, which looks to reduce cancer deaths by 50% in the next 20 years by expanding research, expanding therapeutics, and expanding screenings for cancer to underserved communities. Because if you catch it early, you're way more likely to live. They also passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in fighting climate change in world history. This bill also included major reforms to healthcare, allowing Medicare to negotiate private drug prices, as we talked about earlier, capping insulin at $35 a month, capping inhalers at $35 a month, out-of-pocket expenses for prescription drugs for seniors starting in 2025, capped at $2,000 a year because of the Biden-Harris administration. We united the entire West against Russia, over 50 countries sending goods so we can weaken an enemy of ours and also support an ally. I mean, these are really good things, really important stuff that you don't know about. I can name why I support Kamala Harris. I can name why I support Joe Biden. I can name why this administration has been great. You can't. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't care about veterans getting health care now?
No, bro. Nobody cares about most of those things. Most people want their shit lowered.
What the fuck? You don't care about infrastructure? You don't care about lowering healthcare costs? You don't care about expanding healthcare to veterans? No wonder you support Donald Trump, because you couldn't care less about policy. You just go off vibes. Bro, it's so weird.
Bro. We care about healthcare being lowered. That's not one of the main topics that are being discussed throughout this presidential election.
You know, I think that there are some people out there who spend a lot of money on insulin who are thinking about lowering their healthcare costs. I think there are some Americans out there who are uninsured and they want to know how they're able to get healthcare and how they're covered. I think there are a lot of people thinking about that. Just because you're not thinking about that doesn't mean that others aren't. And it doesn't mean that these healthcare reforms are not major. It's your goddamn health.
Okay,
you don't know this
Kamala cares. If Kamala cared about our health so much, where the fuck was she at during Hurricane Milton?
The Biden administration has sent billions of dollars.
Yeah, under Joe Biden, because Kamala wouldn't do shit about it, and she's the presidential candidate. The fact that DeSantis had to go to Biden and
she was in Wisconsin, in North Carolina, multiple different times, packing bags of resources for people affected by the hurricane.
Minutes. It was a photo op. It was confirmed to be a photo op. It was nothing else.
Confirmed by who? What the fuck are you talking about?
It was confirmed by multiple sources. Also,
Who?
It was confirmed by multiple people that were at the damn site.
Bro, this is great.
She was there for 5 minutes.
Watch this. Kamala Harris, hurricane aid, photo op, fact check. Let's just look up a fact check, right? Let's see if it's true or not.
Donald Trump was literally in Georgia or Florida when it happened.
He was in Florida when the hurricane happened.
No, after the hurricane, he went to some of the areas that were affected badly by Hurricane
So
Milton.
has Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. What?
Kamala Harris was never even near anywhere after the hurricane.
She was in North Carolina multiple times. You were just talking about how it's a photo op, and now you're saying she wasn't in North Carolina?
Milton. That's not Milton. That is not Milton. You're talking about Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, she's been in both of these areas.
No, she has not.
Yes, she has.
She's done nothing to help out all the victims of Milton.
But she's part of the Biden administration, which has sent billions of dollars. And Joe Biden himself has also said that she's been part of this. The social media posts claimed that the plane wasn't going anywhere because the scene was staged. Reports that Kamala Harris staged hurricane relief photo op with C-17 no supply sent to victims, said an Instagram post. The episode featured Jonathan Howard, a member of aerial recovery, yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These posts were flagged as part of Meta's efforts to combat false information and misinformation. The North Carolina National Guard told PolitiFact in a statement that the plane was scheduled to fly to Asheville to deliver supplies, but that after the cargo was loaded and the crew arrived for pre-flight duties, an engine issue was identified and the cargo was moved to a second plane. After another maintenance issue was discovered on the second plane, the mission was delayed until the following day when the supplies were successfully flown to Asheville. So the photo op you're talking about, false, fake news, not true.
Why is this guy saying the McDonald's thing was staged? That was not fucking staged.
It was staged.
Brother, Trump's had 3 assassination attempts. You really think he's going to go into fucking public in a random McDonald's?
You said it wasn't staged, so now you think it's staged? What the Oh my god, this is the worst. It was quite literally staged.
Brother, he's had 3 assassination attempts. You really think he's going to...
That point is in favor of it being staged. It was staged. It was staged. They had the cars practice picking up the food and driving into the drive-through window.
No, they have not. No, they weren't. No,
really?
They weren't.
Really?
No.
Oh, so
the McDonald's was close to the public inside because Trump was going to be in there because of 3 assassination attempts.
Yeah, and do you remember the cars going through the drive-through?
Yeah, those were normal people. Those weren't staged.
No, it wasn't. The cars were set up before time.
What the fuck is that? I'm looking at a Jeep.
These are cars set up in line for the McDonald's before Donald Trump was in the window. You can obviously, and you can see right there that Donald Trump is not in the...
Who confirmed that?
This is a journalist who's on the ground. His name is Tom Sawfield.
You really going to believe a journalist that was on the ground? There
are photos. Look at this. This is the same Jeep driving through, practicing before the time. These were not average people. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm 1,000,000% sure.
Oh my god, I can't stand this guy, bro.
Seriously. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know you can't stand facts. I know it's really sad. It's really terrible.
No, Harry, you're not. Harry, accept it. Kamala's not winning the election.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Brother,
we don't know what's going to happen. I hope she wins.
You literally hopped on Kamala's dick after it was proven that Biden couldn't fucking run.
It's a very
Pierce
weird.
Pierce Morgan literally told you Biden couldn't run anymore, and you were like,
I couldn't care less what Pierce Morgan said about Joe Biden. I couldn't care less what Pierce Morgan said about Joe Biden. Mark Cuban says that Joe Biden could. So it's like, okay, let's just start naming random people who said one thing. That's great. But yeah, Joe Biden could run. He's been a far better president than Donald Trump. It's not even close. And again, you're going to say, well, no, he has. I'm going to say, well, what do you mean? And you won't know. So maybe don't go down that road. I would recommend not. But Kamala Harris has been a far better vice president than Donald Trump or anybody that Donald Trump would want, could even dream of. And she's been great, and she's going to be a great president if she's elected.
I bet you still think Biden won that debate, didn't you?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, because I think debates are when you actually talk about policy. So right now, for example, I'm crushing you in this debate because you haven't talked about any policy.
Brother, Biden was so lost during that debate. Even CNN said he was horrible in that debate, and CNN rides Biden's cock every day.
You have to stop. You have to stop talking very sexually. It's very weird. You got to be a normal human being.
It's called being fucking real.
It's called being an adult.
For real.
Be an adult.
No, it's called being. It's called being fucking real.
Be an adult. Yeah.
The Democrats, dude. You're
it's the Democrats, the liberals. Do you know how many continents are there?
Let me finish. There's 7 continents.
No. And can you name the 7 continents?
Antarctica. Sorry, Jesus Christ. North America, South America, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, Africa. Nuts. On Australia.
Okay, how many Supreme Court justices are there?
Here's the thing. I want to say there's about. I want to say between 9 and 13. I'm just going to be honest.
So what's your number? How many? quick.
I would say like 13.
Yeah, there's 9.
I mean, I was right, 9 or 13. So I mean, that's not too bad. Brother, are you wearing Christmas pajamas?
Yeah, I'm wearing fucking Christmas pajamas with dogs on them. What about it?
Jesus Christ, you're so good.
Yeah, I think the chat likes it. Chat likes my Christmas dog pajamas. I like them. It doesn't matter.
Brother, you're the same guy who literally said Biden was capable of running after that horrible debate, and then the Democrats pushed him out of the presidential race
No,
just to give it
he
to
dropped that
Kamala.
willingly. He dropped that willingly. He said he dropped that willingly.
After the
you're damn right.
Democrats forced him out.
You're damn right. I said that Joe Biden would have been a great president for another 4 years. Because if he like repeated the amount of success he had in his first 4 year, God, man, we're on track to be even better than anybody expected. So damn right, I stood by Joe Biden. You should have stood by Joe Biden. He made your country better. He made your life better. And you want to blame some?
He hasn't.
Yes, he has.
Not.
Yeah, and by investing in infrastructure. Yeah, he has. By investing in infrastructure. Oh, really? Really? By investing, we have more Americans insured with health insurance than ever before in American history.
Brother, what about paying? What about jobs? Okay, what about
14
inflation?
million.
What about inflation? What about inflation, bro?
Yeah,
people
again,
are struggling to pay.
Please
for
prove
things.
to me how Joe Biden raised inflation.
Brother, we are all struggling right now to pay our bills.
I'm asking you a simple question. How did Joe Biden raise inflation?
Bro,
yeah,
we are struggling to pay our bills. We're struggling to pay healthcare right now, and you're saying we're a lot better off. Maybe the rich are better, but not middle class.
Yeah, I'm saying that in terms of like the things that the president can control and has influence over, your life has gotten better. Sorry, and when it comes to infrastructure, yeah.
No, it has not.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
My
If you don't think
my tax returns under Biden have been less than $100. When they were under Trump, I was working 2 part-time jobs.
do you think your taxes have gone up under Biden?
back.
Do you think your taxes have gone up under Biden?
Yes.
Really? Yeah. So we're still under Donald Trump's tax plan.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. It expires. Some parts of it expire in 2025. Some parts of it expire in 2027. So if you think your taxes have gone up, then you can thank Donald Trump for that happening. Because again, we're still under his plan. His tax plan has not expired. It's a 10-year policy.
They have not gone up under Trump. No, they have not.
You just said that your taxes went up.
Yeah, not under Trump.
Yeah. Right now, Donald Trump's tax law is still in place. It doesn't expire fully until 2027. It's a 10-year plan, just like tax plans normally are. 10 years. So you can thank Donald Trump for your taxes going up. Good man. This is good. This is you're really winning here. This is good.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I know. Oh man. Oh God.
Oh, I need Charlie Kirk to kick your ass in a debate, man. I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, I'd also love for Charlie Kirk to grow up here and get up here.
So invite him.
I've said many times that he's welcome to come up anytime.
He buried Parker easily. He will bury you.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He buried Parker badly.
No, he didn't. No, not at all. It was really embarrassing for Charlie Kirk. He got cooked by Parker Indy, and he wasn't close.
No, the point is, he cooked Parker.
Well, you also don't know the 3 branches of government and think that there are 13 Supreme Court justices, so I'm not sure your opinion is the most valid here.
I said between 9 and 13.
That doesn't make it better.
Technically, I was right with 9.
Well, okay, if I ask you what's 2 plus 2, and you say, well, I think it's between 3 and 5. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, maybe it's 5. That's not a good answer.
Brother, everyone knows 2 plus 2 is 4, but okay, sure.
I hope that everybody knows what the 3 branches of government are, but no. All right, I'm done with this conversation. Please leave and never come back. Okay, goodbye.
Go.
Oh man, that was fun. That guy was really just not that good at this. He's really just not that good. Yo, Lydia, thank you for the $5 and thanks for protecting me from whatever as he was about to say. Of course, Lydia, I appreciate you. Jason, thank you for the $10. Wow, Twitter is a source. Haha, Alan is an idiot. Doesn't take 10 minutes to find. If it's right there, the dude's from Florida, remember? JW, exactly. I mean, seriously. Apparently, Twitter is a source, and oh my God, it's so annoying. But thank you, JW, for the another $10. Kate, thank you for the $8.08. My vote in Hawaii doesn't count for much, but shout out to my sister volunteering for the Harris campaign in the very red state of South Carolina. Kate, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the $8. That's incredibly kind. Michael, thank you for the $2. Voted for Harrison Walls this past Saturday in Kansas. I can't wait to say Madam President Swifties for Kamala. Michael, thank you for the $2. My man, I appreciate that. Can't wait for you to vote and get out there, man. That's awesome. Nuno, thank you for the $5. Harry, I'm an immigrant who worked hard to get his citizenship at the age of 33 just to get my economics degree. I voted today in Florida. Naples gas is $3.10 down from last year. Thank you for what you do. Hilton, my man. God, you're awesome, man. Working hard. See? Working hard, getting your citizenship, productive member of your community. the kind of folk that Donald Trump wants to go after. It's crazy, man. Alicia, thank you for the $10. DNC, I appreciate you, Alicia. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you for the $15. I don't understand why the MAGAs are so pressed about the DNC paying you. If they even were, so what? You're doing a good job. Keep educating them, Harry. You're amazing. Vote blue. Stacy, thank you for the $15. Neil, thank you for the sunglasses as well. Stacy, exactly. Like, first and foremost, I'm not paid by the DNC. But even if I was paid by the DNC, why would they care? I just don't. I never even understood that. Like, if they can't debunk me, then what does it matter? Shelly, thank you for the $100. Wow, $100. Since Alan can't pay, here's an extra 100 from the DNC. Shelly, Shelly, I appreciate you so much. Please show some love for Shelly in the chat. Throw some W's in there. I need the chat to be endless W's for Shelly right now. That is so incredibly kind. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Shelly. $100 is so generous. Just know that I appreciate you a lot and that you're amazing. Thank you. Kate, thanks for the $1. Don't read aloud. You got it. Thank you for informing me of that, Kate. I appreciate that. I will get that done. Amanda, thank you for the $2. For facts are pesky. They are. People, they hate the facts. Alexia, thank you for the $5. Every time he calls you brother, I feel 10 years come off my life. I have an 8 a.m., but I am locked into this life. Alexa, please go get some sleep. Go rest. But I appreciate you being here. Peter, thank you for the $40 for another pair of Christmas pajamas in honor of the MAGA. You know, I'm going to put that to good use. We're going to get another pair of Christmas pajamas this year. It's going to happen, and it's going to be great. Thank you, Peter, for the $40, man. I appreciate that. Killer, thank you for the $5. I'll send you $100 for slapping down MAGA every day in those PJ pants, but house fire. I just have to support you. Please don't think you have to send it back. You earn everything you get, but I wish I could do so much more. Freaking love you. WX Miss PJ pants in October. Yo, Killer, I appreciate that so much. Hopefully that you are recovering well from the house fire. It's terrible. I hope you're doing well, and just know that we're all thinking of you. We all care about you. JW, thank you for the $35. Another $25 for this idiot. And this is from the DNC. I appreciate you, JW. Another $35. Throw some W's in the chat for JW. That's incredibly kind. Thank you, my man. And Ellie, finally, $3 as a grossly underpaid teacher of 0 to 5 to 0. I can't speak. 0-year-olds. I appreciate everything you do. Ellie, thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. You're amazing. All right, everybody, let's bring up the next person to debate. I wasn't asking money. I wasn't asking for money. Thank you for what you do. No, it's okay, Daisy. It's all good. I just want to you're a supporter of mine. I appreciate that. Karen, thank you for the $5. I convinced 3 people to vote blue. Karen, you're amazing. Thank you for doing that. Amy, thank you for the $5. Voted blue in Tennessee today. That's awesome. Thank you, Amy. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Love your debates. Keep up the good work. Thank you. This is all in Cash App, by the way. Daisy, thank you for the $1. Also, please run for office. You're brilliant and genuine. Maybe one day, Daisy. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Love your debates. Keep up the good work. Brandon, I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting to all of these right now. I apologize. Helping Humans, thank you for the $15. Thanks for being knowledgeable in your passion. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And Helping Humans, I love the name. Chris, thank you for the $3. Advocating for our rights. I appreciate you. Usually don't know more bad week serving too many MAGA. That's okay, Chris. Please, come on. Save your money. It's all good. Essence, thank you for the $6. Can you repeat the cancer policy? You're amazing. Yeah. Biden-Harris restarted the cancer moonshot program. There's a whole website on the whitehouse.gov that talks about this. I'd highly recommend everybody go give it a read for sure. Let's invite April up. I just invited April. Look at this person. Let me educate you, Harry. Oh, Maddie, come on. Let me see. Oh, here's Maddie. Let's give Maddie a shot. I'm waiting for that education. Song, thank you for the $5. I can't even read that on live, man, but I appreciate that. Logan, thank you for the $7.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
The only thing I wanted to educate you on is the Trump supporters.
Can you be quiet?
The Trump supporters that went into Kamala's live. Oh my gosh. They went in there. They didn't say Jesus is the Lord or whatever. They didn't say any of that. They were screaming lies. They didn't say anything about Jesus. They said that after. That's all I wanted to educate you on. I'm not trying to be a hater, I swear. I love everything you do.
Hell yeah, Maddie. I appreciate you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
I just want to clear that up for you.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that. Have a good one, all right?
You too.
Thank you. Oh, man, I thought she was MAGA. I thought she was coming in and going to scream at me. I was like, please don't do that yet. But Maddie, good for her. And Tessa, thank you for the $10. Our entire family voted for Kamala in Texas today. So glad to hear that. Texas blue, maybe one day. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know. Sorry, I had to get through all of those. But all those people are very amazing people. Viral Hub, I just sent an invite to. What the fuck? I can't invite that guy, bro. Can't invite that guy. Austin Westfall says, pick me. There we go.
Yo. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Quick question. You mentioned that Kamala had a plan in place about hardworking illegals, or however you want to phrase them. My brother-in-law, his college roommate was on a work visa, played college tennis, was hardworking, had a job at a big insurance company, paid his taxes, and got denied a second work visa and got deported back to Mexico. So what do you like? What does Kamala have in place to fix that? Because there's a bunch of illegals that aren't doing good to our community, like he was. And why is it fair for him to get deported and not the people that are killing?
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's not fair, first and foremost. Unfortunately, the system is not perfect, and there's no really real way to make it perfect. So there might be somebody who's deported who, as you mentioned, is hardworking, good person, and then there might be somebody in the country still awaiting deportation that isn't. It's never going to be perfect. It's not a perfect system, but point is that Kamala Harris wants to make that system better and as good as it can possibly be. So what she wants to do is expand access to work permits and green cards, and actually offer a pathway to citizenship for people like your former roommate who are here on green cards or whatever it might be, working permits. And then if they're a productive member of society, they're working jobs, no criminal record, no nothing, they can apply for citizenship and get that citizenship quicker. So they don't have to worry about their status here and whether they can start their life or not. Whereas Donald Trump, during his presidency, he actually reduced the amount of green cards and work permits that he wanted to give out. This is something he called for and put into policy. And I don't think that's right. I think that people like your friend would have people that aren't even in the country like your friend who want to work hard wouldn't have the opportunity that they would under like a Kamala Harris administration. And finally, I'd also say is that Trump wants to deport every single person who's here in the country undocumented. So if your friend overstayed his work permit by a day, Donald Trump would say, yeah, let's deport him. And I don't think that's good policy. And I would hope you agree.
No, I mean, I do. I just, it's just a messed up, situation. And then there was a girl that came on and was talking about housing. And when Trump was in office, the interest rate was 3.38 in 2020. And since then it's gone up to 7%, over 7. But they just reduced it 0.5, just the other
like 5%, but yeah.
And as a first-time home buyer, I was pretty impacted by that interest rate. So what is Kamala going to do to help other people who are trying to buy a home?
She's not going to do anything. She's an idiot.
Thanks for that very useless contribution to this freak. Yeah, so the interest rates are not controlled by the president. They're not set by the president. They're set by the Federal Reserve, which is completely independent of the presidency. So it wasn't like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris was like, yeah, let's just raise the interest rate because it's the Federal Reserve was doing that to tame inflation, which did work. It's gotten down to 2.4% right now. But in terms of helping you buy a home, Kamala Harris actually has policy to reduce the price of a home, whereas Donald Trump doesn't. She wants to give $25,000 in down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. She also wants to build 3 million new housing units in her first 4 years of office, which is one of the main problems right now. There's just not enough supply. There's too many people wanting houses and not enough supply to meet that demand, so prices are going up. And this is that
because of all the illegals?
No, there's no evidence to suggest that is being strained by undocumented migrants or anything like that. But you can't go wrong with building more houses and that having.
They definitely do have some impact on it, though.
This guy's contribution is, by the way, completely useless. But yeah, so that's not the main reason. I think the main reason is that people are being actually bought out. Problem is that there's not enough supply, so then the wealthiest earners are going down in terms of what their house price would be, and they're buying, and then it's kind of like a fact. So if you have ultra wealthy buying houses that the normally wealthy would buy, and the wealthy buying houses that the upper middle class would buy, and the upper middle class buying houses that the middle class would buy, kind of like a push down effect, right? So we just need more houses. So that's what Kamala Harris wants to do, among other things. Donald Trump, unfortunately, does not have a plan when it comes to housing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. So she wants to build more homes.
Yes.
Okay.
By working with.
You mentioned something about cancer on the last call.
Yes.
My mom has stage 4 cancer.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's life. What do you think about the lowering the cost of ivermectin and probendazole?
Why specifically those? Why specifically those? Out of curiosity.
Because they've got a bunch of trials out, and that's what my mom's been doing instead of chemo for the past 6 months, and she started to.
Wait, what? Your mom's taking ivermectin as opposed to chemotherapy?
Yeah, so she quit doing chemo because it was really rough on her, and she wanted to go to my sister's wedding and my wedding, and be present. And every time she took chemo, she was in bed for 2 weeks. So there's been trials and case studies with ivermectin, which is I think a horse dewormer. But if you look up the articles about it, it's curing people. So she's been doing that, and her cancer cell count has gone down tremendously, and she feels way better.
So I can't speak to I don't think that ivermectin is meant to be used for cancer, but I'm not also a doctor. So I've not read whatever articles or studies you're talking about, so I can't speak to that. But however, just generally for healthcare costs and drug prices, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to lower drug prices as much as we can and make it affordable for, average Americans. So, it's not just ivermectin or things like that, whether it be insulin or other things like that. We want it to be affordable for everybody. So that's my view. That's Kamala Harris's view. She actually has policy, again, to get that done. Donald Trump so far still has not told us how he's going to get that done.
All right. Well, those were my thoughts and comments.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate it. And thanks for coming up, man. Appreciate the conversation.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. You too. Sure, this is going to be fun. Hold on. Andrew, thank you for the $7.26. I'm poor AF. Would literally give you all the dinero I could, man, to support what you do, but hopefully the likes and shares and $7 I have helps. Yo, Andrew, thank you so much, man. That's incredibly kind. And thank you for just being here. And again, please, you don't have to send anything more. Just you being here is enough. And it means the world to me. That means more than anything else. So I appreciate you, Andrew, and keep fighting, man. All right. I appreciate it a lot. Casey, thank you for the $5. Love you, little bro. Keep fighting. Casey, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. What's up, Jillian? I mean, golly, Jillian's fantastic. John, thank you for the $20. Harry, I recently registered in NJ, but my parents told me I had to had mail come into their house for New York for me to vote. Do I have to cancel my registration in NY, or is it an automated process once I register in my new home? Yeah, so basically, you just don't vote.
You just Google the answer.
You could also just Google it.
Just Google it.
You just don't vote in New York. I'd recommend. I mean, obviously, don't do that. But there are some states, if you move states just before an election, the voter rolls probably won't update. So, you just vote New Jersey. Thank you, the Queen, for the galaxy. But yeah, that's actually the only good thing he's ever said. Just Google it. Neombia, thank you for the $10. Harry, we love you. Can't wait for this election to be over so we can finally move on. Although I'm looking forward to the Trump cult documentary that's going to come out in a few years. As am I. I'm sure it's going to be, I'm sure it's going to be great. And I can't wait to move on either. I mean, seriously, we need to move on. It's crazy. And Rebecca, I take your word for it. Avery, thank you for the $2 as well. Every live I watch, you educate me more and more. I'm inspired by you, and because of you, I've been the most informed I've ever been about politics. Love you, Harry. Keep doing what you do. Avery, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. That's incredibly kind. And finally, Grace, thank you for the $1. Love your debates and look forward to them every night. Keep doing what you're doing. Grace, I appreciate you so much. You're awesome. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. All right, my man. What do you want?
Yeah, I'm sure we've all seen the TikToks of the offers for you and older millennial to box. Just want to get a quick answer right here for all the people.
Well, I don't. I've not seen those TikToks. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're getting offered to box the older millennial on a card with a lot of TikTok influencers.
Why would I do that?
So why wouldn't you?
Like, why would I? I'm not. I've boxed before. I'm not interested in being a professional boxer or being a boxer. Period. So there's no reason for me to do that.
Are you scared of the older millennial?
No, it's just like I wouldn't want to like dedicate time to something I'm not passionate about. Like, you know, like training for boxing is like pretty intense. I've done it before. It's like, you know, you have to wake up super early, run, and then you do pads later in the day and sparring. It's like working out twice and eating a certain diet. I don't want to do that right now. That's a lot of time to dedicate to something I'm not passionate about. I'd rather focus on politics.
Makes sense.
So is that all you wanted to ask?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice, man. All right.
We wanted to see you box the older millennial.
What?
We wanted to see you box the older millennial.
I'm sorry to disappoint. All right, bye. It's just like a stupid request. Just a stupid request. Essence, thank you for the $5. I missed the cancer policy. My phone died. I'm sorry. Oh, no problem, man. It's the cancer moonshot program. Just the cancer moonshot program. Highly recommend looking it up. It's great. Josh, thank you for the $4. Voted for Kamala to piss my dad off from Southern Georgia. Josh, my man. Okay, brother. Okay, I can get, yeah. Hell yeah, I can get jiggy with that. Okay, Josh. My man, that's fire, dude. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. Hopefully, you bring Georgia home for the election. Hopefully, you do that. Yeah, this Johnny Pancakes guy just keeps fucking spamming, so we're gonna let him up. Michaela, thank you for the $3. Shout out Seed the Vote on IG. 3,600 volunteers sign up this election cycle to knock doors in Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada. 200,000 doors knocked so far. We're on track to hit 5,000 doors by election day. That's amazing. Shout out Seed the Vote. If those numbers are true and accurate, damn, you're doing good work. I love that. All right, Johnny, why you MAGA?
Because of the amount of legal immigrants coming across the border under Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. So what's Donald Trump's plan on immigration?
Well, the reason that I think the Biden-Harris administration is worse for that is because they have huge incentive to allow illegals across the border, because that way they'll be able to have more electoral votes allocated to states based off the population of
So I asked you, first of all, stupid answer. Second of all, most of these people have gone to Republican states like Texas. Like Texas is a Republican state. A lot of migrants go to Texas because it's like right on the border. Also, Florida, for example, has a lot of folks from Cuba, different countries where migrants have come primarily in recent years. But that's also a Republican state. So I think this theory is pretty bad so far. But also, I asked you a question. What's Trump's policy when it comes to immigration? Excuse me. What's Trump's policy when it comes to immigration?
He doesn't have a specific plan right now laid out for the immigration, but we know
terrible, right? Like if you're running to be president of the United States.
No, it's not. What's terrible is having
it's not
a bipartisan bill.
You're okay with Donald Trump just not having a plan for immigration?
He has huge incentive to stop illegal immigration, whereas the Democrats have huge incentive to continue illegal immigration. Correct?
So wait, why would if that's the case? Like, if this is how it works, right? You just bust a bunch of people in, undocumented migrants, and they help the Electoral College. I mean, why don't like presidents always do it? Because number one, that's not how it works. Number two, undocumented migrants are not factored into the census and are thus not factored into electoral votes. I don't know if you knew that.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, in some cases they are. In some cases they are.
That's not true at all.
In some cases they are.
No, that's completely not true.
In some cases they are. But again, do you have any evidence that this is actually taking place? Do you have any evidence that this is taking? Well, first of all, my point is that a lot of undocumented migrants are. Can you listen? Can you listen?
Are illegals counted?
Johnny, can you listen? A lot of undocumented migrants are not factored into the census because they don't report to people who count the census because they don't want to be deported. So wait, stop talking. A lot of these folks do not tell the census people who they are. They don't identify themselves because they think they're going to get deported. So we often undercount the amount of undocumented migrants when it comes to the census. Do you disagree with that?
So what you're saying is that there are illegal immigrants being counted in the population for electoral votes in states.
There are some.
Not all of them, but there are. Okay.
There are some.
So there are illegal immigrants that are being counted, And there's 4 times more illegal immigrants around coming in under the Biden-Harris administration than there were under Trump. So
yeah, and again, but a lot of them are going to Republican states. So if this was the case, if Biden, first of all, was bringing in people, I'm not done yet. Hello, I'm not done yet. My mouth is still moving. If this is his goal to bring in people and have that count to electoral votes, why would he not have them in like states like Pennsylvania or something like that? Why are they primarily going to states like Texas and Florida?
They're going to all the states. California itself.
So, but they're primarily, but listen to the words I'm using. They're primarily going to states like Texas, which are Republican states right now, and very Republican states, might add.
Most of them have gone to California.
That is not true.
No, sorry, I misspoke. The state, California has the most that have gone to it.
Based on what numbers?
That's from, what's the one that starts with a P? The official, blanking on.
Anyway, the point is, a lot of these people are going to Republican states.
Are you denying that that's true?
I'm waiting for the numbers. I'm actually not. I'm not making a claim on the numbers. I just want you to show me your source. That the majority of these people have gone to California. Also, California lost. California lost an electoral vote in the last census. So, damn, this plan's going really badly. And also, the census and the reallocation of electoral votes only happens every 10 years. Yeah. And also, do you have any evidence of this taking place? And do you have any evidence that
illegal immigrants coming into the country and being counted in population vote?
This is the reason that there's been so much migration is because the Biden administration is trying to do that. Do you have any evidence of that? Okay, so that's
Sorry,
what
can
I
you hear me? You cut out for a sec.
That's what I thought. But yeah, anyway.
No, you literally cut out for a sec. I heard what you said. I'm here. Let me explain. I'll explain. So you said. Do you think there doesn't need to be evidence if there's huge incentive?
That's not
true. There's evidence that there is huge incentive for the Democrats to allow more illegal immigrants. How's that not true?
I'm sorry. So we just think that something is true because somebody might have an incentive to do it?
How's that not true? Explain. Don't just say it's not true. Explain it.
Yeah. Okay. So if somebody's like
might have an incentive, massive incentive.
If a wife's husband dies and she gets $5 million in life insurance, is she automatically guilty because there's a massive incentive for her husband to die?
No.
Okay. So then if there's so you agree that on the principle, just because there's a massive incentive for something to be done, something bad to be done, doesn't mean that the person who has that incentive automatically did it. So you're saying that just because Democrats have an incentive of this to being the case, which by the way is not even a good point from the beginning, but to play into the bad point, even if that's the incentive, it doesn't automatically mean that it's happening. You actually need evidence of this being the case, like Biden saying, oh yeah, we're doing all this. And also, can you tell me what immigration policy, wait, I'm not done yet. Can you tell me what immigration policy Biden put into place that just like allowed everybody to come in?
I can tell you there's a lack of immigration policy.
So
it's like,
wait, but you would agree.
We're having 4 times more illegals coming in.
You would agree that the border was secure under Donald Trump, right?
Not.
Hello, what'd you say?
It was a lot better.
Hello, what'd you say?
I said it wasn't secure. It was a lot better.
Okay, so it was a lot better. So then you'd say that it's gotten worse under Biden, yeah?
I mean, the numbers say so, yes.
Okay, so what did Biden do to make it worse?
Well, what was that? I think it was Title 42 ended that.
Title 42 is a pandemic era measure specifically relating to people's health, and it gives the government the ability to regulate immigration heavily if there's like a global pandemic going on. So it's not something that can be invoked for eternity, and that's why Donald Trump only invoked Title 42 during the pandemic. It was actually extended under the Biden administration.
Okay, so it killed it wasn't extended long enough, clearly, so they didn't do anything because it ended.
Exactly, because they went to court, and the courts are like, yeah, you can't extend this for forever because it's very explicitly stated to be, I'm not done yet, it's very explicitly stated to be only a health measure. So the Biden administration, even if they wanted Title 42 to last for eternity, they legally cannot do that.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter because they can do other things. I'm not saying Title 42... They can't do anything else? Title 42.
Wait. You said that things got worse. How did things get worse? What did Biden do to make things get worse?
Illegal immigration went up 4 times.
Okay, what did Biden do to make things worse?
He didn't do anything to stop it after Title 42 ended.
So you're saying that Biden actually didn't do anything to make immigration worse?
No, he didn't. If someone's about to hit you in the face, and they sit there for 10 minutes saying they're going to hit you in the face, and you stand there and say, hit me in the face, hit me in the... You didn't do... Or you just stand there waiting for it.
Yeah. So how did Joe Biden but the person's antagonizing them, right? And also, Biden also, excuse me, I'm not done. But also, Biden also introduced immigration policy on day one of his presidency. Day one. And right now, there's a bipartisan immigration bill that's sitting in Congress, dead. It's written by Democrats and Republicans that Donald Trump killed. So maybe you should be asking the Republicans why they're not interested in reforming immigration instead of Democrats saying, oh, well, the Democrats who are the guys proposing all of the policy are not getting it done. Why are the Republicans who are blocking the policy so much better on this issue? My God.
Sorry, the connection was bad, but what you're saying is Republican killed the bill because Donald Trump killed the bill, right?
Yes. Oh, he is MAGA mobile. Well, to be honest, this conversation is going nowhere.
Okay, so why do you think he did that?
He's gonna head on out. Conversation was going. He had MAGA mobile, MAGA Wi-Fi. It's the worst. It's the worst network in the United States. It's not good. It's terrible. Actually, should never get MAGA mobile. Should never get MAGA mobile. But also, yeah, that's like the most insane argument I've ever heard. That Democrats are bringing in people to factor into electoral votes. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. Yes, ivermectin is being researched as a potential therapy for breast cancer along with immunotherapy drugs. Good to know, Elizabeth. Thank you. I didn't know that because, it's not something I study. Casey, thank you for the $5. Do you remember when January 6th happened and what are your thoughts were at your age at the time? I do remember when January 6th happened. I was in high school. And at the time, I was just like, what is going on? It was so crazy. I didn't even know what was going on. And I was like running up and down the stairs trying to like post on TikTok at the time because I was on TikTok at the time. I was just like, it was just like a very confusing day, if I'm being honest. JW again with another $10. One last donation. Good night. Please sleep. Self-care for you. Sending you lots of blue waves. Jason, oh man, so kind. Another $10 after everything he's done tonight. I really appreciate that, JW. Thank you, my man. Yeah, shout out to everybody that supported on Venmo Cash App. That's crazy. You were in high school. I was in high school. All right. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all of the time. It really helps. It goes an incredibly long way when you do that. Also, the Venmo Cash App. Did I say that? Yeah, Venmo Cash App and link in bio. And Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all of those things are in my bio. If you'd be so kind to go follow on all of those different platforms. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. I'm trying to, practice saying it as quickly as possible. Let's see here. Let's see. Who do we got? I've had Cameron in here before. Let's give Benjamin a shot. Why not? Let's give Benjamin a shot. Benjamin, hello?
Hey, cool, man.
Are you driving?
Yeah, so sorry, I'm driving.
Yeah, sorry, man. You can't be driving and be on TikTok at the same time. It's against the rules, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to drop you down. I apologize.
It's all right. I guess I don't have my video on, but I guess it wouldn't matter. But anyways.
Yeah. No, apologies, man. Hey, I just got to drop you down. I apologize. But hey, you're welcome to come back another day when you're not driving, and happy to talk. Jared Debates. Let's Jared Debates. His Debates is in his name. So let's dive right in.
Hey, what's up, Harry?
What's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Let's say I'm voting for Trump. Was formerly Democrat, then went independent, and now I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, why?
I'm a human rights advocate. I value human life at all stages, whether they're, a week old or 55 years old. I guess just one thing, like I don't want to get too much into like defending Donald Trump because I understand he's said a lot of bad shit, done some bad things as well. But just like they said, vote for the lesser of the two evils. And I think somebody who's going to defend life, just for me, is going to be somebody that I want in my corner. On the other hand, the whole thing with January 6th, I think it's crazy how he gave a notice, 6 days prior, which was, just ignored completely, trying to call in the National Guard to be on standby for that day because, he knows I think he knew. Yeah, I mean, he knew that something could get violent, although that wasn't his intentions. I don't believe his intentions was for what happened to happen.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it was like you had a heads up for 6 days. You got shot down. I mean, there's only so much he can do. Same as there's only so much that
Get shot down by who?
Let's see. The last name was I think McCarthy. Yeah.
Who? This is also not true. He didn't call for the National Guard.
Yeah, call from Trump. Let's see where it is. It was 6 days prior. Yeah. So let's see. Here we go. President Trump with the senior Pentagon leaders urging them to do their jobs and protect lives and property. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley recalls a conversation between the acting Secretary of Defense Chris Miller and President Trump. Let's see. Yeah, and it goes on to have the conversation where he's like, hey, they're going to be protesting outside the Capitol on this day. Have some soldiers on standby. He said that you can use the reserves. You can use active duty. I don't care who you use. Just have them on standby. Things could get bad. Said that
did Donald Trump ever order the National Guard? I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Focused on optics. That's why they didn't want it. What? They said there's no way that they're going to have them at the Capitol.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
They said that there was no way that they was going to have them at the Capitol.
They have who?
The military.
We're not talking about the military. We're talking about the National Guard.
Right. So, I mean, they fall under state, right?
Just to be clear, there's no record of Donald Trump calling in the National Guard. He could have. He didn't. He chose not to. Saying Trump being you should do this. Doesn't mean anything because he's in charge. He's the guy. He didn't actually do it.
I think saying that, at least having some kind of warning, whether it's 24 hours before, I think him saying anything shows that he wasn't trying to incite a riot.
He's the president. If he really wasn't trying to incite a riot, this would have been something that was dealt with way before. There would have been an order for the National Guard to be ready in there. And he was briefed by the FBI and the Secret Service, and Mike Pence was briefed by the FBI and the Secret Service that there was going to be violence. They knew that there was going to be violence. And Donald Trump knew that there was violence before, after he got off the stage, and he just sat there for 180 minutes and didn't send any of the National Guard.
The Secretary of Defense literally said there's absolutely no way I was putting U.S. military forces at the Capitol, period.
So did Donald Trump ask for the National Guard? Did Donald Trump ask? Did Donald Trump ask for the? To be clear, by the way, the president has authority, right? The president is a supreme authority when it comes to
Sure, this just shows what happened.
Did Donald Trump? Excuse me, I'm not done. Did Donald Trump send in the National Guard or not? Did he put in an order for the National Guard or not?
He told the Secretary of Defense to.
So that's not the question I'm asking. Did Donald Trump, who is the guy who is the president,
who takes orders?
I'm asking you a question. Did Donald Trump deploy the National Guard? Is there any evidence that Donald Trump, in an official capacity, in the way that the president is meant to be doing it, ordered the National Guard?
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so where's the official order?
When he said there's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th, make sure you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's a safe event, and the Secretary of Defense Miller goes.
So I'm asking for a specific, because obviously the president actually has to put in an order for the National Guard. They can't just say him saying in conversation make sure it's a safe event, right?
It sounds like Secretary of Defense Miller dropped the ball.
Really, it's the president. So wait, does the president deploy the National Guard in D.C. or not? Does the Secretary of Defense or does the president?
It's the president.
Okay, and you would agree that the president can't just say in conversation that this has to be the way. There's actually an official way that the government conducts this business, correct?
But when the Secretary of Defense
just yes or no, just yes or no. Is there an official way that the government conducts this business of deploying the National Guard?
Yeah, I'm sure it has to be signed. Yeah,
exactly. So, and did that official business take place?
I mean, no.
No. So Donald Trump didn't go about the way that you're meant to deploy the National Guard. You're setting a conversation of which there was no official request for the National Guard.
How many people were unalived on January 6th?
He chose 180 minutes. He chose to sit there.
How many people were unalived on January 6th?
And when people were chanting "Hang Mike Pence," he said maybe he deserves it. That's what he did for 180 minutes.
How many people were unalived on January 6th?
Excuse me, I'm not done. Can you stop talking? Thank you. He refused to tell everybody to go home before or during the 180-minute time frame, and just let it happen. People were begging him to say something. His own kids, his own family were begging. Fox News hosts were begging him to say something, and he didn't. Now, also, Law of the Wild. Do you have anything?
Harry, wake up, dude. How many people were unalived on January 6th?
One sec. Can you stop talking? We're going to hear from somebody smarter than you. Law of the Wild. Do you have anything to say here? Anything to say? I mean, if you don't.
Yeah,
have anything.
I mean, there were National Guard troops that were deployed consistent with the strategic plan. There were about 400 troops at traffic control points, a nuclear biological team on standby, and a quick reaction force stationed at Andrews Air Force Base. So that was the conversation about prepping for it. Donald Trump also said that he offered 10,000 troops for the defense, which it just kind of is mind-boggling since the entire strength of the DC National Guard is 3,400. So he couldn't have offered 10,000 if he wanted to.
If he could have pulled in active duty, he said he would have.
You can't deploy active duty troops on American soil.
He said that you could use soldiers.
I don't discount that he may have said it, but he can't do it.
Right, so he was willing to give all 3,400, which I haven't checked that number, but he said that he was willing to give all 3,400 the guard for protection that day. It seems to me that, like, since they weren't all there, that Miller dropped the ball for sure. It sounds like he had everything that he could have. He just didn't get it done. He said that, and here's where it does really make sense, is because he said that there was absolutely no way that he was going to have them at the Capitol. Although you said that's not his place, it's Trump's place. Why is he getting in the way of our president? It sounds like he disobeyed a lawful order. It sounds like he should be fired.
The authority of the National Guard is the president's the commander-in-chief of the D.C. National Guard. It's the only unit that he's the commander-in-chief of.
Right.
But that authority is delegated to the Secretary of Defense, who then further delegates it to the Secretary of the Army. And there's some disputes about those reports. I'm familiar with the whistleblower who is stating these conversations, but there are some at least seeming optics about it. But I guess to Harry's point is, let's just take all the pre-planning. Maybe somebody dropped the ball on the pre-planning. Once he knows that the Capitol is under attack, he never called out the National Guard, and he has the authority to do that. And he sat there and watched it on a TV in the Capitol or in the White House dining room.
Here's what I'm saying. If I was in the military, and I will say that if a senior officer that was like over my division, if he was told to do something from somebody above him, and then he explicitly went against it and said, there's absolutely no way that I'm going to do that, he's screwed. Especially if they found out. You're going against an order, and that was a lawful order because he knew that there could have been stuff that went wrong.
Okay, so help me out here though. So Donald Trump is sitting in the Capitol dining room, watching the White House dining room, watching the Capitol get overwhelmed.
Yeah, and then he told him to go home.
He's watching people scale the fences. He's watching people break in through the glass, and he's seeing all this unfold on TV. Why the fuck wouldn't he call up right away and say, get the National Guard there right now and get this under control?
He had already told them.
3 hours.
Miller was shitting his pants. He already told them. He already told them to do this.
Donald Trump's subordinate prevented him from calling out the National Guard?
It sounds like it. He said that they should have already been there.
Right, we're past that though. Like, we can sit there.
So if I tell you, like, hey, this shit could get bad tomorrow, can you make sure that there's sufficient people in place to make sure that it doesn't get bad? And then the next day shit gets bad, I'll probably sit back too and be like, fucking idiots. I mean, I'd probably agree. Yeah, I'd be like, dude, you dropped the ball. I told you, shit could get bad. What are you doing?
So
this is what happens when you disobey a lawful order. This is what happens when you disobey a lawful order.
So while our Capitol's under attack, Donald Trump is watching it, and he figures, hey, you know what? I'm just going to spite these guys for not listening to me.
Okay, so now you're saying that he's spiting guys for not listening to him. If I was him, I would probably be pretty upset that they didn't listen to me. And I would be more concerned about them being in a power position than anything. Especially when I've already warned somebody, hey, shit could get bad, have some people there.
I'm accepting your premise there. I don't agree with it, but for the sake of the argument, I'm accepting your premise that they dropped the ball and didn't have the troops stationed there when they needed to. The question is, why didn't Donald Trump call them in the second he realized that the Capitol was being overrun?
At that point, just like I said, from what I see from Trump's standpoint, here's what you have to think. Like, you're the president of the United States, you're the most powerful man in the world. You tell somebody to do something who's in a position where they need to listen and follow orders, and then they say publicly, there's absolutely no way I was going to put people at the Capitol. People are judging his decisions. I think that falls. I think we should be blaming Miller on January 6th, not Donald Trump, especially for any violence that took place.
Pretty remarkable non-answer there, by the way.
I think that the blame is falling on the wrong guy. I think you guys need to be, blaming the guy who, dropped the ball, not Trump.
So the guy with the power to deploy the National Guard is sitting there for 3 hours and doesn't. And you're like, yeah, well, and you even conceded that the official order was not given, and there's no evidence that official order was given. And so Trump didn't give an official order. He sat there for 180 minutes, didn't deploy the National Guard, didn't make an attempt to deploy the National Guard. His acting Secretary of Defense testified under oath that there was no order to deploy the National Guard. But let's blame some other
Okay. Yeah, okay, here we go. We were seeing Congress of the United States being overrun, and the Guard and the Capitol Police and the NPD, they need help. We had people at the D.C. Armory who are able to help, and they're not moving. They're not allowed to move. DCNG Command Sergeant Major Michael Brooks, they were ready to go, and they just couldn't understand why they were all sitting there.
No. Read what you were about to read. Read what you were about to read.
No, I am. They were ready to go, and they just couldn't understand why they were all sitting there.
No. Read what you were going to read.
DCNG Command Sergeant Major Michael Brooks, they were ready to go, and they just couldn't understand why they were still sitting there, literally sitting on a bus, just waiting to drive to the Capitol.
No.
I'm reading the same thing. You can pull up the same article that I am.
What are you reading?
You can pull up the same article that I am.
What's the article?
CHA.house.gov. All you have to do is look up
CHA.house.gov.
Yeah,
so wait,
sure.
This is a committee controlled by a Republican? Republicans, yeah. So you're citing like a conservative interpretation of this report? Is that really like the most reliable source?
This was a press release on transcripts that show Trump's directives on that date.
And what paragraph are you reading right now?
We're at the very bottom.
And what does the paragraph start with?
We're at DCNG Command Sergeant Major Michael Brooks. They were ready to go. They just couldn't understand why they were all sitting there.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, like you also could see that there was no official order from Donald Trump to deploy the National Guard, right? We're still there. We still agree with that?
Literally sitting on a bus, just waiting to drive to the Capitol and do the best they could to support Capitol Police at 3:04. Miller provided verbal approval to Secretary McCarthy for immediate deployment of the DCNG. What was Secretary McCarthy doing between receiving this approval and 5:08 p.m. when the order eventually reaches the DC National Guard? Why didn't he communicate this approval for a full 2 hours? 3:18 p.m. Secretary McCarthy told congressional Democrat leadership that the DC National Guard had the green light and is moving. 2 hours would pass before the Secretary McCarthy's deployment order would actually be communicated to the DCNG. In these vital hours, the DCNG but was unable to reach Secretary McCarthy. Tried to call Secretary
there was a lot going on, but again, just to be clear,
he said, I haven't heard from him all day. When he tried to call his cell phone and went straight to voicemail. So it sounds like who fucking dropped the ball?
Trump. We've already been over this.
How are you getting Donald Trump dropped the ball from that?
Because first of all, you're citing a conservative report. I also want to hear what Law of the Wild has to say about this. But first of all, you're citing a conservative report, right? You're citing the House Republicans' interpretation of a report. So you're not even citing like a nonpartisan, unbiased article. You're just reading what Republicans wrote. And I think that reading what Republicans wrote about January 6th is probably not the most reliable source. Just like if I were to read you something that a Democratic committee put out and it was exclusively written by Democrats, you would take that, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Law of the Wild, do you have anything to say about this?
I mean, the pretzeling on this is incredible because the commander-in-chief of the DC National Guard is Donald Trump. And he could have got on the phone immediately with Major General Walker and said, the Capitol's getting overrun, get our guys there immediately. And that would have at least got the ball rolling. Sitting here and saying that acting Secretary Miller didn't do it, or that Secretary of the Army Ryan didn't do it, therefore they're to blame. The buck stops at the top, and the guy who was the commander-in-chief sat there and did nothing, made no phone calls, and watched it unfold on TV. That's who's responsible. The general is responsible for all of the actions of the troops under his command, and he failed them.
I would just have to disagree. I felt like the day before, and Harry, you don't have to shake your head just because I disagree, right? I mean,
you're doing everything to not blame Donald Trump. It's like, as Wild Wild perfectly put, it's like a pretzel, right? You're doing everything to not blame Donald Trump. It's like, well, I think we're improperly blaming this guy. I think you should be blaming this guy. You shouldn't be blaming the guy who lied about the election, told everybody to go to DC on January 6th, saying, come to DC, we'll be wild, and then riled them up with the crowd, knew people had weapons, asked the Secret Service to remove the metal detectors so people could get into his speech, and then directed the armed group to the Capitol, learned about the violence, sat there for 180 minutes, and didn't deploy the National Guard. But no, why would we blame Donald Trump? It's like you're doing these mental gymnastics to try to support Donald Trump and try to take the responsibility off of him. But as Wild the Wild also said, the buck stops there. The buck stops with the president. The president is meant to be the guy, the individual, the figure that takes responsibility, especially when they're the person doing it.
Biden has lost more lives since he's been in office than was done on January 6th. So how many people were unalived on January 6th? Let me ask you that.
I mean, what does that? What
how
does
many
that
people were
point
unalived?
What does
How
that
many
point
people
after?
Actually got hurt on January 6th?
In terms of people that died on January 6th, Ashley Babbitt was rightly shot on January 6th.
Okay, yeah, and then how many?
But hold on.
Boylan was also trampled to death, and
dude, he wasn't trampled. He had a heart attack. He was fat. He was overweight. He should have been out there in the first place.
You're thinking of Kevin Greason. Roseanne Boyland is a female who was trampled at the steps of the Capitol.
Yeah, like there's 2 or 3 of them that were unalived or whatever. It was straight from like natural causes. It was because they were too fat and unfit to be out there in the first place.
Yeah, that's Kevin Greason and Benjamin Phillips. Yep,
yeah.
They had a heart attack.
I think one was a stroke and one was a heart attack. But yeah, it was natural causes. Now,
would they have died if January 6th didn't happen?
Since you're so strong on like January 6th,
just out of curiosity, would they have died without January?
You support all the rioting and the looting and the arson that took place at the BLM and the Antifa? Do you condemn them?
No.
You don't condemn Antifa?
Would they have died if January 6th didn't happen?
Say again?
Would they have died if January 6th didn't happen?
I mean, obviously not.
Okay.
What about Antifa and BLM and
any
rioting and the looting and the
any group that burns down a building or vandalizes the building, we condemn.
Did you support any of that stuff, Harry?
Nope.
Okay, so why are you supporting somebody who stood by to let it to just watch it happen?
She was a senator from California at the time. She was not the president of the United States and didn't have power to clamp down.
What city did that happen in, Harry?
Hey, excuse me.
What city did that happen in?
Hey.
Who are you supporting as VP right now?
Hey, be quiet, right?
Tim stood by and watched it happen.
Do you want me to mute you? Do you want me to mute you?
It's funny how you brought up Harris.
No, you're good, bro. You're good, bro. Just keep yapping. I promise nobody wants to hear you talk this much. So she was senator at the time. She didn't have power to do that. Even as vice president, she wouldn't have power to do that. But also the Biden campaign at the time, along with Harris, put out statements condemning the violence. Also grow up. I mean, seriously, like these childish names, like, God, this is so stupid. Anyway. But you can't condemn January 6th. You have to try to take the responsibility off of Donald Trump. It's super embarrassing, by the way, you have to do that.
But you can't condemn January 6th. You have to
now you have an echo. Now you have to swipe up out of the app. Leave the app. Hey, buddy, leave the app. Come back. Yeah, so you can't condemn January 6th. We can condemn that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a human rights advocate, so I mean, that's why I really came up here. You know, I believe that it was a good thing that Roe versus Wade was overturned, and I don't think it belongs back. Yeah, I don't think it should put that on a federal level. I think it should be up to the states.
it's a quite the pivot from January 6th and stuff like that. But just to be clear, like I love how we had this like entire conversation, and all we concluded was that you agree that Donald Trump didn't put an official order. He sat there for 180 minutes, didn't pick up the phone to call in the National Guard. I'm not. Excuse me, I'm not done. And then you said that nobody died on January 6th, and that there were people who were trampled who would not have died if January 6th did not happen. And of course, everything surrounding Donald Trump and January 6th as well. The fact that he ordered people to come to DC and then directed them to the Capitol. He knew they were armed. Man, not a strong topic, I think, for the Republicans. Probably want to stay away.
He gave them
and you should just not move responsibility from Trump to other people. I also find it funny how you're like, yeah, I'm a human rights advocate. I care for people and their lives. And then simultaneously, when Law of the Wild is talking to you about people who died at the Capitol, you're like, yeah, well, they were just overweight and unfit. Like, screw them.
But I'm not going to support a VP who literally stand by to watch it happen in his streets and burn down small businesses and stuff like that.
No, neither are we. You don't have to preach to us about that. Neither are we. But you're voting for the guy who wants to pardon the people who incited, who were at the Capitol on January 6th, people who beat police officers and broke into the Capitol and caused millions of dollars of damage. That's the guy that you're supporting. And again, these are the same people who are trampling trampling these police officers at the Capitol. Many of them died.
Do you think Tim Walz is a good man?
You're a human rights advocate, though, right?
Do you think that Walz is a good man?
Yeah.
But for standing by and watching that happen literally in his backyard. And
Donald Trump praised Tim Walz for his handling of the protests.
Okay, I've already said that I don't agree 100% with what either of them do. I'm just voting with the lesser of two
I'm
evils.
just pointing out that the guy that you're voting for praised him as a good man, saying that he's great and that he clamped down really hard on the lawlessness. And neither Tim Walz doesn't support it either. I mean, that's why the National Guard was there and clamped down. See, Tim Walz actually got the National Guard in there, unlike Donald Trump on January 6th.
I love how all of this logic that you're spewing comes from the party that adopted the idea that men can get pregnant.
I mean, it's quite the pivot. I mean, I don't even know what you're trying to do here. Are you just trying to find a topic where you're more comfortable? You're just trying to do whatever you can to just like go somewhere else? Because January 6th obviously is not a good topic for you. 6th, and then Tim Walz gets praised. Tim Walz gets praised by Donald Trump for his response to the protests in the summer of 2020. And then you have to pivot to men getting pregnant. It's like, what's going on here, buddy? You just want to talk about that topic? That's fine, but I prefer maybe don't pivot that hard.
I've always just wanted to talk to somebody who spread false information. I mean, if anybody goes on your page, Donald Trump is usually the first words out of your mouth.
What false information?
Minutes.
What false information?
Donald Trump this, and then you'll literally
you keep citing Donald Trump. So what false information?
Little snippets.
Wait! What false information?
You'll take little snippets.
Hello, Garrett. I'm asking you a question. What false information are you talking about? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're talking about the way I make videos. You're not talking to me about what false information I spread. So what false information did I spread that you're citing right here? Jared. Hey, Jared. What false information did I spread right here? Jared, what false information did I spread?
At her rally, who said that Jesus is king, and then she says that this isn't the place for you. How about let's talk about?
So they were actually, as we just got reminded by somebody else, as we just got reminded by somebody a moment ago, they were actually Trump supporters advocating for Trump in her rally, and by the end of what they were protesting, then they said that. But still, even if that's what they said only, you can't interrupt a rally.
Why did Kamala Harris not go to the Al Smith dinner? And why'd she send a video? Why'd she send an SNL poorly made, cringy ass video that probably
she was campaigning? She was campaigning. Her campaign talked about why she's not going to be there. She was campaigning.
That was cringe. That was horrible.
Okay, you can have the right to think that the video is bad. That's fine. You can have the view that the video is bad and you didn't like that. That's perfectly fine. But Kamala Harris was campaigning. Her campaign talked about where she was.
Her campaign doesn't matter. Check the polls, Harry.
Oh yeah, the Kamala Harris is leading in national polls.
No, you're hit, dude. You're hit, especially in swing states.
If we go to 538 right now, the national average shows Kamala Harris winning.
By how much?
Around 2 points.
Oh, was that worth missing a dinner? She's hit, dude.
It's called campaigning. Yeah, I think that when you're campaigning against somebody who wants to be a dictator on day one, you probably should use any time you can to campaign. Absolutely, I totally agree.
She's going to lose by a landslide, and then I can't wait to see what kind of content.
See, it's so funny how you pivoted from January 6th to then you said Tim Walz and then Jen and men getting pregnant. Then you said I spread false information. You didn't tell me what I spread false information on, and now you're just like falling back on like, yeah, Trump's going to win. He's going to kick her ass.
No, come on, man. Hates Catholics.
You should take the debates out of your name. If you can't debate, you got to take the debates out of your name, my man. It's embarrassing.
She missed the dinner. Why'd she miss the dinner, Harry?
I told you. Do you want to rehash this? She said her campaign talked about her campaigning.
That's not a fucking.
this dinner because she's campaigning. I don't know why you're so offended
That's
over
not
her
a
missing
fucking
a dinner.
excuse, Harry.
Why did Donald Trump not call the National Guard for 180 minutes?
Why did he not
I
miss
feel
the
like that's
dinner?
far more egregious than Kamala Harris missing a dinner.
I think he gave a heads up the day before, which I've
Yeah,
already
except
said.
he didn't make an official order. Even you conceded that. We all saw it. We all heard you say that, yeah, you know what? Donald Trump actually didn't go through the official means to call the National Guard. And even
But he
then,
said on the
he
phone,
still sat there for
"Hey,
180
shit's gonna
minutes
get
and
bad."
didn't
It seems
do
like
anything.
it seems like if
180
the
minutes,
Secretary of
180
Defense was told
minutes, did
something,
not
Harry,
call the
they
National
followed their
Guard. And yet
orders.
you defend it. You try to put it onto somebody else. 180 minutes, no National Guard. I think that's far more egregious than Kamala Harris missing a dinner so she can campaign.
Yeah, you're out of a fucking job here in about.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
15
You're the one.
days,
You're the
buddy.
one watching my videos. You're the one watching my videos. Looking at me left.
Oh, man, Festivus came early with that airing of grievances. Dude set a land speed record for pivots.
Yeah, that was remarkable, right? Just one to another to another to another. God, man, that guy was insufferable. He had debates in his name. You got to take that out of his name. That's embarrassing. No.
Anyway, how you doing? How was your travels?
It was good. Raleigh's beautiful city. Beautiful city. I've never been. It was really nice. It's really
Excellent.
nice.
Well, I'm happy to stay up, or if you want to keep it 1v1, that's fine by me.
Well, I'm actually ending the live now. So
of course you are. Of course you are.
So
good to see you, man.
But I appreciate you coming up for that. I appreciate that. So yeah, Law of the Wild. Have a good rest of your night. All right. Yeah. Sorry. So I'm gonna wrap up the live here. We've been live for 3 hours, and I also was on a podcast earlier tonight, early debate podcast. So, and I was on a flight from Raleigh to home today. So it's been a long day. I woke up early, and then I have to. Oh, I got stuff tomorrow I got to do as well. So it's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. But yeah. So anyway, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, everybody in between, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to the live. I appreciate all the support. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. So drop a follow. Also follow me on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. Jillian. Oh my God. Jillian is, well, never mind. All those links are in my bio. Definitely go, support on all those things. I've been posting on Snapchat a lot recently. It's like, the new thing. So definitely do that. Also have a great day tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a Tuesday. If it's not already Tuesday for you, have a great Tuesday. We're getting really close to the election. I'm on the East Coast, so keep this in mind. But how many days until November 5th? 14. Literally 2 weeks from today, bro. Oh my God. So we're really close. It's good. It's good. We're nervous, but it's good. So have a great Tuesday tomorrow. Everybody get out and early vote, whatever state you're in, whether it be like PA or maybe Texas or whatever it is, North Carolina. Let's just go out and early vote and go do that. Go make your voice heard. Now we're going to go raid somebody. Who do we got live? We have Carbon. Carbon's live. Good Trouble's live. So go to Carbon Says. His username is KARBONSAYS. Carbon Says is live right now. He's live. Everybody go raid Carbon. Let him know we appreciate him. Amanda Rose is also live. Pickles is live. Go raid all these people. All their usernames are right here. So go show them some love. And when you go to their live, say Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid. Let them know that we sent you. Let them know that we appreciate all of the good work that they're doing and the fight that they are fighting. All these folks, go raid. And then of course follow me on all the different platforms, all that good stuff. Again, raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry sent me, whatever you want to do. All right, I'm going to go rest for the rest of the night and then tackle tomorrow. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. Have a good one. We'll talk soon. Thanks, everyone.